Okay, let's see. We're going to do the first part for Volume 10. After that, it's going to have to be we're going to have to wait until May 15th, which is when the next book comes out. So until then, yeah. So be eager for May 15th. Prologue. The scale tipped and creaked under the weight of the herbs placed atop it. One scholar watched it settle through narrowed eyes before removing some of the herbs, while another set about chopping what remained with Messer. Detlendi's older sister, Alstead, was stirring the pot they were brewing with. Oh, how dull this is. Detlendi couldn't help but sigh. As part of her plan to obtain the Gruiteshite, she was staying in a villa on the Royal Academy's grounds. She was waiting quite impatiently in its brewing room, watching her sister and retainers work. Her boredom aside, Detlendi had known well in advance that it would take them many days to secure the Gruiteshite. She had no qualms about the villa's bed and board. It was meant for princesses from Londonov, so the furniture and such were of the highest quality imaginable, and the rooms were outfitted with all the magic tools one would need to live comfortably. They had already brought chefs, servants, and provisions from the Londonov estate, but that wasn't all. Robert, who had prepared the villa for them in the first place, had given them attendants and other supplies from its own home, meaning they even had servers tending to their needs. On the night of their arrival, or perhaps the following day, something unexpected must have occurred, for Robert had ordered everyone to stay in the villa. Some voiced their worries and concerns, but Detlendi was unfazed. Being stuck in the villa meant she could spend each day as she pleased. These really are tough times. Everyone expects so much from me. Funny thing is, she's never going to be able to do it anyway because she doesn't even have enough elements. She's not omni-elemental. She's going to have to be omni-elemental in order to even have a chance at getting the Gruiteshite. So, yep, not going to happen. Detlendi chuckled. The Londonavians had showered her with praise for teaching them to brew rejuvenation potions. They had watched longingly as she had ridden her high beast, and then listened intently while learning to create their own. It was thanks to her that they could now make themselves full sets of armor and produce their own mounts. Oh, God. Yes, her knights had technically taught them how to shape their armor, but the accomplishments of retainers belonged to their charge. The more she thought about it, the more favorable her circumstances seemed to be. Her jealous fiancé wasn't around to complain about her relationship with Leonzio, and there was no scholars demanding that she get back to work. It was paradise. Not that I've been wasting my time here. Each day brings me one step closer to becoming the Zent. Nobody can accuse me of resting too much. It had taken Robert 3 days to lay the groundwork necessary for them to leave the villa, without drawing attention to themselves. Leonzio and the Londonavians had gone to fetch their stapstones. Oh no, who did it? Who let them in? Someone from the royal family had to have let them in. So who did it? Was it Gervasio? Because he's from a branch royal family, so is it possible he was able to? Or was someone in the royal academy, the royal family itself? Oh no, was it, shoot, there's Anastasius, dang it, I'm running out of names! His older brother and his younger brother. I don't remember their names! Oh my god! Had gone to fetch their stapstones, and just a day ago, Detlendi had circled the academy shrines as part of the process to become the next Zent. Having to wait for Robert's permission to leave the villa was inconvenient, but there was no helping it, since they did not have the entire Sovereign Knight's order on their side. But alas, not even Lord Robert was able to keep us hidden. Detlendi had just finished clearing the last shrine, and was eager to take her next step toward the throne when Robert received a slew of ordinances announcing that there were intruders at the Royal Academy. She and the others had needed to retreat in the forest and make their way back to the villa, where they were to wait until the order relaxed its search. Could the timing have been any worse? It wasn't the first time that Detlendi had needed to wait in the villa, but that didn't make it any easier. Leonzio was stuck in his room, waiting for her staff to be absorbed, meaning she had no time to keep her. She had no one to keep her entertained. She had attempted to have a tea party with her elder sister to ease her growing boredom, but her sister had refused, since she had already agreed to brew with the scholars. He's always like this. Alstead was an honor student and a responsible young woman who always did exactly as their mother instructed. As commendable as that sounded, It meant she would outright ignore Detlinde until she was done carrying out whatever orders she had received. Does she not realize that my demands take precedent? I will soon be the Zend, whereas our mother will only be Ob Ehrenfest. Nope, your mother is dead in the ground. No, wait, no, never mind. She's not even dead in the ground. She's a freaking face stone now. Nonetheless, Alsted had cast aside the proposal of a tea party with her younger sister to make rejuvenation potions and magic tools for Lords Roblet and Gervasio. Detlinde was far from impressed. Mother isn't even here right now. Their mother had departed to obtain Ehrenfest's foundation. Detlinde had no idea why the woman was so obsessed with such a backwater duchy. I have to agree. She should have just, made it her mission to become Ob Ehrensbach, and then she could have proven to her mother and everybody else that she was able to run a duchy on her own, so she could have been Ob Ehrenfest back then, but no, because of that, she has to become Ob Ehrensbach, which is even better because it's a greater duchy. She could have gone that route, and all this could have possibly been avoided, or at least part of it could have been avoided. Actually, yeah, her death could have been avoided, but considering the whole Ferdinand thing, I think she probably still, actually no, I don't know if she would have died or not, but yeah, who knows what would have happened had she not gone down that path. But if obtaining what she desired would make her less unpleasant, all the better. Sister, that must be enough for now, Detlinde said, and rose from her seat. We would not want to miss dinner. Though she had come to the brewing room, she had not taken part. She had simply watched while one of the attendants worked on her nails. We have plenty of time, Alsted shot back. She made eye contact with the scholars, then returned her attention to the pot she was stirring. She really did value her brewing above a member of her own family. Detlinde turned away and pouted. Oh, but you cannot go to the dining hall in your brewing clothes, can you? You will need to return to your room to change. Let us not drag this out. If you insist on continuing to brew, then please make extra rejuvenation potions for me. For you? We're making them for everyone. Alsted glanced at the scholars and said, Is that not correct? The scholars confirmed that they had made potions for Detlinde as well. No, Detlinde protested. I want extra rejuvenation potions. Twice as many as anyone else should do. Those are my scholars brewing with you, remember? Under normal circumstances, every single one of their potions would belong to me. The Lanzanavians are receiving some only as a result of my immense generosity. Oh, you are such a freaking big head. I hate that. Someone needs to knock her down a peg. Please. Somebody knock her down a peg. Rosemary, knock her down a peg at some point. Please. Preparing more for me should not be a problem at all. Her eyes tinged with concern, Alsted explaining that they would not be able to make those arrangements while they were following such a strict schedule. If you desire more potions, then you really should make them yourself. But we can prepare at least 2 more for you before dinner. Oh my, that simply will not do. Having to cleanse every shrine was more exhausting than I can describe. Yeah, right. To make matters worse, this is my only day of rest. I will need to resume work on obtaining the Grutterscheid tomorrow. No? As you are going to be staying here in the villa, it seems like the natural conclusion that you should make them for me. Though her feet weren't aching, she had relied on her high beast to take her from shrine to shrine. She had spent more time outside than she usually would. Spending her entire morning in bed had done wonders to refresh her, but that didn't mean she was in the mood to brew. She had never really cared for the task and all the tedious labor it required. Tomorrow, Alsted stopped stirring her pot. Do you have Lord Roblet's permission? Detlinde placed a hand on her cheek. Not yet, but I must obtain the Grutterscheid post-haste. And you wish to return home, no? I shall ask for your sake as well, that will surely move him. She was the next Zent, so she saw no reason why he would refuse. I don't think you're going to be the next Zent. If anything, Roblet's trying to get Gervasio to be the next Zent. Lord Robert has the entire Sovereign Knight's Order to oversee. Let us wait here for him. You were spotted while circling the shrines, were you not? If you go outside without permission, I suspect you will get caught. Caught? Detlinde cried, her eyebrows raised in outrage. I am this country's next queen. To think anyone will mistake me for one of these intruders, even for you, sister, this is unacceptable. Unacceptably rude. I suppose so, Alsted muttered. Detlinde sighed. How could anyone make such a basic mistake? There were times when she had to wonder whether the woman before her now really was her sister. Do be more careful going forward, Detlinde eventually said. In any case, were you not desperate to return home? If we were together as sisters and asked Lord Robert for this one favor... Of course I want to return to Ehrensbach. Benedicta was to be worried about how I cannot talk. How Lord Blasius and what does that say? Blasius and I are faring. We cannot put Lord Robert at risk over a little discomfort. Mother told us to follow his instructions when it came to matters of the royal family and the sovereignty. Goodness, how dreadful. Even now, the most she can do is parrot Mother's orders. Benedicta was Detlende's niece. Any decent mother in this situation would want to rush home to her daughter. But Alstead was prioritizing Georgine's instructions. It was unfortunate, really. They could easily have resolved the situation by emphasizing the importance of obtaining the Grüterscheid or asking Gervasio to order Robert to let them proceed. Sister, you are always so obsessed with what Mother thinks. That reminds me, has she responded to our letter yet? She should have arrived at Ehrenfest yesterday or earlier today. She's gone! Bye-bye! I can't wait for y'all to find this out! Yeah, Ahrensbach is not y'all's home anymore. Detlende has sent out an update as soon as they'd arrived at the villa. In response, Georgine had ordered her not to send another for the next 5 days as she was going to be busy sneaking into Ehrenfest. Alstead considered it a fair enough request. A poorly timed message would reveal where their mother was hiding. True. But Detlende could not help feeling slighted. It did not help that she was not even her older sister emphasized with her frustration. Have faith, sister. She must be dying Ehrenfest's foundation as we speak, Detlende said. Then she sighed again. I am trying so hard to cement Mother's position as the next Ob Ehrenfest, but she has forbidden me from contacting her, and Lord Robert would not allow us to leave. Once again, Detlende's complaints were directed at Robert. Only by obtaining the Grüterscheid would she earn her mother's pride. Yet the world was insistent on getting in her way. It was dreadful. Lord Robert is very busy right now, Alstead replied in the same tone one would take with a child. He must attend to both the villa and the Knight's Order, all while dealing with the royal family. Goodness me, that much is obvious. Is it? Alstead asked with a smile. You should know, then, that we must wait for him to contact us. Brewing rejuvenation potions is an important job. In case you weren't aware, the Lonzanavians should almost be done absorbing their staffs, and they will need quite a lot of tutoring to get used to them. Something clicked in Detlende's mind. Considering how long it had taken her to absorb her own staff, Leoncio would surely be finished soon. Likely by dinner or breakfast the next morning. As bored as she was, the fun times were about to return. Here you are, Alstead said, your share of the rejuvenation potions. She must have been brewing them during the conversation, and the sight did wonders to raise Detlende's spirit. Though she refused to have tea with me, I shall forgive her. The circumstances have been tough on her as well. Perhaps 2 days ago, Alstead had completed the duties assigned to her and attempted to return to Ahrensbach, only to find that the door to the Lonzanov estate would not open. Ha-ha! That's what you get! That's what you get for trying to plot a coup d'etat! It was like somebody locked it, she had said. Having no other choice, she had tried to return to the Ahrensbach dormitory, but it too had proven entirely inaccessible. Ha-ha-ha! That's what you get. She had asked Robert to look into the matter, whereupon she had learned that someone had stolen their Duchy's foundation! Ha-ha! Yes! Ha-ha! That was the most the sovereignty knew, so they had yet to identify the thief or receive any updates on the current state of Ahrensbach. Ordinances cannot cross Duchy borders, so Detlende had sent a magic letter home in an attempt to get to the bottom of the situation. Their foundation might have been stolen, but her allies in the castle would send an explanation in short order. Or if the culprit intercepted the letter, Detlende had assumed they would fear her status as an exempt and immediately back away. Contrary to those expectations, Detlende had yet to hear from anyone, friend or foe. It was annoying. She wasn't particularly fond of people ignoring her, but at the same time it also motivated her to obtain the Grüterscheid no matter what. Stay strong, Detlende said. We need only endure until the day I take the throne. Ha, indeed, Alstead replied with a thin smile. In any case, this seems a more appropriate time for us to leave. Detlende had wanted more praise, but she was far from surprised. Her sister had always been emotionally unavailable. Not once had she squealed or jumped with joy over Detlende's various achievements. Well, I mean, what achievements are you even talking about, girl? Leaving the cleanup to her scholars, Detlende returned to her room with her other retainers and Alstead. The attendants opened the door for them, and they started down the raised corridor looking into the main building. No matter how many times she saw it, Detlende was taken aback by the villa's strange architecture. A normal villa would comprise a large main building for the lord or lady of the house, a side building for baptized children, more side buildings for the second and third wives, and a training area for the knights. This one, however, consisted of a main building and only a single side building. Though its strange design ended up convenient for me, on the day of their arrival, Roblox had proposed that they all stay together in the side building, but it was unthinkable for an unmarried man and woman in love with one another to sleep under the same roof. Oh, y'all are extra conservative. What am I saying? Of course they are! Heeding a passionate explanation from Detlinde, Gervasio had said those from Arensbach could instead use the main building. That building was for Lanzanov's princesses, he had said. I do not mind if you would all prefer to stay there. I will stay here, however, in the room where I was raised. In truth, Detlinde had wanted to stay in the side building. It contained the teleportation circle to the Lanzanov estate, the brewing room and materials, food and servants, and the dining hall. A thought of needing to move to the main building anytime she wanted to sleep or change sounded painfully inconvenient, so she had asked the Lanzanovians to stay in the main building instead, but Gervasio had refused to budge on the matter. Haha. The main building is for women, he had continued, not a trace of warmth in his voice. If you insist on our separation, then I must ask you to sleep there. The only alternative is that you stay in the side building with the rest of us as per the original plan. Those who wish to sleep elsewhere may do so. Nobody else takes issue with the arrangement. Gervasio had then taken his attendants to his room, the certainty with which he had navigated the villa was evidence enough that he had once lived there. Well, duh. Now, a single person had agreed that Detlinde should get to stay in the side building. Roblox had told her to make up her mind while he gave them all a tour, then led them through the dining hall, the brewing room, and the internal training room. She had not stood a chance against the previous occupants of a villa she had never seen before, so she reluctantly agreed to stay in the main building. Had it been any smaller or less glamorous, she would most likely have continued to protest. To think everyone would simply ignore the problem of unwed men and women sleeping in such close quarters. Detlinde was still seething about Gervasio when the end of the corridor came into view, as an attendant opened the door ahead. One moment, Lady Detlinde. Lady Alsteda will now open the next door. To enter the main building from the raised corridor, one first had to pass through a locked door and a small room. It was most unusual. Such passages usually led into the second corridor or an entrance hall with stairs. Stranger still, the villa's main building did not have windows on the side of the connecting corridor, so anyone who spent their entire life outside or inside would not even know it existed. I wonder why there are so many doors for a simple raised corridor, Detlinde mused. It must have been terribly inconvenient for those living here on a day-to-day basis. Perhaps they wished to hide it from someone? Goodness, what an amusing idea, Alstead remarked with a chuckle. From whom would they be hiding it, and why? The group headed upstairs to the third floor, which contained 3 large rooms said to have belonged to the Lanzanov princesses. The first had a Corelli as its emblem, the second a Shentis, and the third a Lawailer. The doors and windows were decorated with elaborate lattice work, and the furniture was so beautiful that one could easily tell it was meant for royalty. Detlinde, Alstead, and Blasius were currently staying in the 3 rooms. Blasius was displeased with the feminine decor, but not Detlinde. She was actually quite satisfied. There were chambers for retainers connected to their rooms, but any men in their service were staying on the floor below. Let us change and then go to dinner, Alstead said. She went to the Corelli room, while Detlinde entered its Lawailer counterpart. Once the trio were changed, they returned to the side building and made their way into the dining hall. The head count had increased since lunch, and even Leonzio had made his return. He appeared to be enjoying one of many lively conversations. Oh, Lord Leonzio, I see you absorbed your stab. Lady Detlinde, only 2 days have passed, yet it feels like an eternity since I last saw you. Goodness, were you really that eager to see me? Detlinde's cheeks were bright red in response to the obvious compliment. Leonzio must have spent the entire 2 days thinking about her. Yeah, right, I think he's just saying that just to stay on your good side. I would be positively delighted if you would arrange for me to start learning to use my stab tomorrow. My mastery of such a powerful tool would surely be of great use to you. Indeed, rest assured, lest for you shall be tutored by none other than Jurgen Smith's next Zen. Oh God. Lanzanovians tended to have exceptional mana capacities, for they would make for lethal combatants once they knew how to wield their stabs. There wasn't enough time for them to cover everything on the Royal Academy's curriculum, but the fundamentals of combat wouldn't take very long at all. Detlinde was convinced that even she could teach absolute beginners, and the thought of being showered with so much praise as when she taught the Lanzanovians to create high beasts made her feel giddy with delight. Incidentally, Giordano, a Lanzanovian envoy who normally stood behind and attended Leonzio, looked around the dining hall. I do not see King Gervasio here. Delendy was inspired to look around as well. As the man's bewilderment implied, it was rare for Gervasio to be absent, especially when he fancied himself the lord of the villa. "He is not here tonight," Robot's head attendant interjected. "He has asked that we eat without him." Robot's head attendant was staying in the villa rather than his usual estate. His most important duty was maintaining a line of communication with his lord. It was common for nobles working in the castle to tell their head attendant when they intended to return home and when to prepare meals. Robot was exploiting to send orders and updates on the palace by ordinance. The head attendant's duty was to convey his charge's will to those in the villa and then return any information of considerable importance. "King Gervasio circled the shrines with me just yesterday," Linda said. "He served as a decoy for me during my retreat. Perhaps he is still wary from that?" Gervasio had gone to the library with Robot to draw the attention of the Sovereign Knight's order away from Detlinde. "Yeah, you were the decoy, not him." She considered it only natural that her safety as an exent should come first, but she still appreciated the heavy burden that he had chosen to bear. His absence was accepted with great magnanimity. Magnanimity. "Might I ask you all to take your seats?" an attendant said. Once everyone was seated, the attendants began serving food. It was a peaceful meal spent discussing the order in which they would cover the use of staffs. "Before you could even attempt anything else," Alstead began, "you must have a set form for your staff that you can maintain for a long time. It is best to make a simple staff without any excessive decorations," Detlinde added. "As examples, you might want yours to be, it will only make it harder to maintain. Or as complex as you might want yours to be, it will only make it harder to maintain." "My, was that something one of your professors said to you?" Now, sister, whenever would you get such an idea? I'm just speaking common sense." "Yeah, it is from what the professor said." Even after dinner, the Lonzanavians were eager to learn how to use their staffs. By the time 7th bell indicated it was time for bed, they had come up with set forms and even managed to shoot mana from them. "Now that you know how to make your staffs, the next step is to learn the spells necessary to transform them into weapons and tools," Blazius explained. "It shouldn't take very long at all. By forming high beasts and making armor, you've already demonstrated that you can control your mana." Detlinde looked over the Lonzanavians, who were still thirsting for knowledge, and made her staff with a broad smile. "To give you an example, Messer." "Messer is commonly used when brewing and gathering materials," Blazius explained. The Lonzanavians listened intently and voiced their approval of the outstanding demonstration. Detlinde had spent her entire day agonizingly bored, but now she was overcome with the joy of having obtained what she truly desired, and tomorrow is going to be even better. Unfortunately for Detlinde, the dull yet peaceful tranquility of the villa was torn apart that very same night. Never again would she awake happy. Wow, that's kind of dark. I'm guessing it's indicating that either she's going to not be alive for much longer, or she's going to be, captured and used as a prisoner, essentially. So I'm guessing that's possibly going to be it. The Royal Academy at night. Kerslessel. Air stared. Once the shivering lights and the floating sensation were gone, I slowly opened my eyes. I'd cast the same spell I'd always used to teleport between country gates, but my surroundings weren't at all what I expected. There was no movable roofs or stairs. We were in an empty room with fully white walls and a single door. It reminded me a little of the teleportation halls that connected duchies and their dormitories. Only the outer edge of the circle and the door glowed with the same faint rainbow light as the country gates. The glow made me wonder whether the door in front of us could only be opened with the gridshite. It appeared to be made of wood, so maybe a simple key would suffice, though I couldn't tell at a glance. How strange. The same spell took us to an entirely new location, Lenore mused aloud, seeming as curious as I was. Matthias nodded in agreement. Then he turned to me and asked, "Is this truly the Royal Academy?" I didn't have an answer for him. This was my first time coming here as well. I could guess we were somewhere on the Academy's grounds, but that was all. Well, let's investigate. There was a chance that our current whereabouts would impact our plans moving forward. I used the Book of Messinora to find our exact location and discovered we were at the Royal Academy's central building. We are further back than where we usually went for the Archduke candidate course, in an area that students were forbidden from entering. Ferdinand might know where we are. I turned to ask him, only to remember that he wasn't with us. He was still in Arensbach with the rest of the knights. "I should teleport our remaining knights," I said. "Please step off the magic circle and wait. Do not attempt to leave the room to investigate, and do not cause any fuss." I entrusted Cornelius with watching over everyone, then returned to Ferdinand with my other guard knights. Kerslessel, Arensbach. Once we were back in Aaronsbach, I told the remaining knights to line up on the teleportation circle. Then I whispered to Ferdinand, the magic circle leads to a room in the Royal Academy, unlike any of the gates. Do you know its location? Should we alter our plans? No, there's no need. I teleported there before under certain circumstances. Oh, what are those certain circumstances? I want to know. But that does not matter right now. The knights appear to be ready. I wonder what circumstances will require someone to use a teleportation hall in a forbidden section of the Royal Academy. That's what I want to know. Ferdinand's past was as incomprehensible as always. I couldn't even imagine what he must have gone through as a child and a student. I wasn't going to complain, though. His experience had gotten me out of so many scrapes. Relieved that there was no need to change our plans, I stood on the teleportation circle and said, Kerstrussel, Erstared. We arrive at the academy in the blink of an eye, at which point Ferdinand cast his eyes over the knights. Do we have Verbergen's seals? The scholars had rushed to make concealment charms at Lenore's recommendation. The ones given to the knights used face stones, but mine was a magic circle drawn on fey paper. Let us head outside as quickly as we can, Ferdinand said. The last thing we want is to face more instant death poison while we are in such close quarters. That much was true. The knights had fought in the Purge of Londonov and the Battle of Gerlach before coming here. Though they were using cloth to cover their mouths, many of them didn't have much to read left. Do not speak until we are outside, Ferdinand continued. Rosamund, is everything ready? At his signal, I pressed my book at the menorah against the door, which began to open with a low creak that echoed throughout the midnight Royal Academy. An eerie silence followed, and tension filled the air. Our immediate surroundings weren't too dark thanks to the glow of the teleportation circle, but given the late hour, everything outside the room was pitch black. The darkness was so thick it almost felt like it was seeping through the cracks in the opening door. Ferdinand gestured ahead of us with a firm chop of his hand, spurring Eckert and Angelica to silently leave our front line and step into the hallway. Their armor stood out a little in the darkness. I enhanced my eyesight and stared intently at their backs while praying that we wouldn't cross paths with the Sovereign Knight's Order. Once he'd taken a quick look around, Eckert raised a hand indicating that there weren't any knights nearby. Angelica pressed onward in response until she reached a turn, then she shook her head, signaling that there were people around the corner, and returned to us. This hallway contained the teleportation doors for all the villas and dormitories. Of course, there were sovereign guards here. Is the conference building clear? Ferdinand muttered. Eckert had already started advancing down the hallway. He confirmed that our second option was clear of any knights, then beckoned to Justice and quietly spoke his name. The attendant scholar approached one of the windows, intent on unlocking it. A moment passed and Eckert waved again. Go in order and move without a sound, Ferdinand instructed. At once the knights filtered out of the room. I was watching them go. One of my duties was to close the door again, so I needed to be the last person to leave. When Ferdinand suddenly whispered to me, if you wish to take your knights and return to Aaronsbach, now is your chance. What? No! No, she's not leaving! She's not going to let you do this alone. Hell no! I glared at him, unable to believe my ears. After everything we'd endured, did he really expect me to turn around and leave? Yeah, this is not... Rosamund would not do that. She'd keep going. Dunkelberger had asked me to use the Gruterscheid to justify our being here. My complicated relationship with Fae Stones meant I was even more of a burden than usual, but I could at least keep Ferdinand from having to expose his book of Metanora. I eyed the teleportation circle, then shook my head and stepped out in the hallway. Ferdinand reluctantly came with me. Only once the door was locked did we regroup with the knights. The familiar carpet beneath my feet told me we really were inside the Royal Academy's central building. This was where one obtained the book of Metanora, where one could access the country gate and a teleportation circle. Though it had taken me this long to realize it, the truth was clear to me now. This really was Jürgen Smith's Holy Land. Nobody spoke. We simply advanced through the ivory buildings, lit only by reflected moonlight. The thrill of sneaking through a school put all sorts of strange ideas in my head, like skeletons leaping out of a science classroom. My limbs were trembling in anticipation of whatever was to come, and the silence made me want to cry out. I watched as the knights climbed through the single open window one by one and vanished into the forest on their high beasts. Do you seriously intend to come along? Ferdinand asked. Would I be here otherwise? Then I must ask you not to scream. Before I could utter another word, Ferdinand picked me up and jumped out the window. Of course he did! Because, you can't use your high beast, so you can't even form it right now, so he's going to have to help you with that. I nearly did scream, but clapped a hand on my mouth at the nick of time. Ferdinand, in contrast, didn't seem the slightest bit bothered as we plummeted toward the ground. He briskly formed his high beast, set me on front of him, and then flew off. The knights who had disappeared among the trees came out again to follow us. I can't believe knights do this like it's nothing. They're amazing. Rosamund, Ferdinand said, contact Dunkelfelder. If all was going as planned, the Dunkelfelder's knights would already be stationed in the dormitory. We had been told to contact them after using the teleporter. Right, I took out some fey paper Hartman had marked with an Ordoshinelli magic circle and spoke into it. Obdamfelger, this is Rosemine. We have left the central building. Considering where we just were, and the fact that I can see the library over there, my target must be... I used my stylus to write Dunkelfelger's common room as a destination of my letter, then folded the sheet into an airplane, then threw it toward the Dunkelfelger dormitory. Its ivory hue tore through the night sky like a shooting star. We were currently headed to the Ahrensbach dormitory. Dunkelfelger's knights would meet us there once they received word of our arrival. There wouldn't be anyone inside since the intruders were staying in the Adalgisa villa, and its location made it a much safer place to congregate than Dunkelfelger's dormitory of the central building. Together we would search for the Adalgisa villa, which was being kept hidden by Verbergen, the god of concealment. Are you really okay with going to the villa? I asked Ferdinand. If you think it might make you unwell, we can get someone else to lead the attack. Everything I'd heard about the villa told me it wasn't somewhere he wanted to return to, and it seemed unnecessarily cruel to make him relive what must have been deeply unpleasant memories. Ferdinand heaved a heavy sigh. You have pushed down your intense hatred of war to come here as an ob. Do you really expect me to run away? I would advise you not to fret about things that are best left unsaid, but I will say this. I relish the opportunity to tear that villa to pieces. Hold it right there! What's gotten into you lately? You keep saying all these violent and outlandish things like when you proposed turning Ahrensbach into a playground and expressed your disdain that the Royals and the Lanzanavians hadn't wiped each other out. He hadn't rested much since his rescue, so maybe his exhaustion was getting to him? Wait, what? My thoughts have always been violent. What? Oh, you never said anything, essentially. Ferdinand said with a wry smile. I simply never went out of my way to voice them. You can rest assured that this is anything but a recent development. How is that supposed to reassure me? Then believe whatever puts your mind at ease. Are you seriously acting like this doesn't concern you? These are your thoughts! Ferdinand was far more violent than I had previously assumed. Yeah, I have to agree. Rather than avoid the Adalgisa villa out of discomfort, he wanted to utterly destroy it. Well, I mean, considering what had happened to him during that time, I can understand him wanting to get rid of it completely. His stony expression when speaking about Gervasio had worried me, but I could see that he was fully resolved to face his past. Speaking of which, I said, do you know where the villa might be? On the map, it was below and to the right of the Ahrensbach dormitory, but it's so dark out that even the dormitory seems invisible. By looking at the central and specialty buildings, I managed to get a rough idea of where we were, but my surroundings were a mess of darkness, interrupted only by the dull shadows of the dormitories and the glowing cylinders that marked their gathering spots. I couldn't even tell if we were headed in the general direction of the Ahrensbach dormitory. If you fail to understand the map so spectacularly that even the Ahrensbach dormitory is too hard to find, then why did you assure Dunkelfelger that you knew where the villa was? Because I do, at least to some degree. I've just realized that the map and the territory aren't one and the same, so I'm having trouble getting my bearings. It was down and to the right on the map, so we should go southeast, right? Do you even know where southeast is? How could you be in such a sorry state when you wheeled the Gruderscheit and decided to lead this excursion? Ferdinand wasn't impressed with my map reading skills, but that wasn't an issue. Not when I could thrust the task onto someone else. I do not need to know where southeast is when you are here to tell me. You located the Real Academy shrines when investigating its 20 mysteries, did you not? The details were in Professor Herscher's documents. You could tell me their location even without a Gruderscheit. I must have won our little debate because Ferdinand grimaced and told me to face forward. I did as instructed with a victorious grin, and that was when I noticed the magic circle in the sky above. Even at night, it was easy to see. The Ahrensbach dormitory had at some point appeared in the distance. I could tell it was Ahrensbach's because Dunkelfelger's knights had taken up the space above it. They extended such an immense amount of pressure that even birds and small animals in the forest retreated in fear of what they must have assumed to be mana-rich predators. I suppose it was unreasonable of us to expect some discretion, Ferdinand muttered. Well, we are using Verbergen's seal. I suppose it wouldn't be fair to compare them to us. Not to mention they're loudmouthed. Imposing by nature. I tried to cover the slip of my tongue with an innocent laugh, but it was an awkward attempt at best. I was relieved then when an ordonnance arrived to spare me any further embarrassment. It landed on my arm and spoke. Lady Rosemine, this is Dunkelfelger. We have arrived above the Ahrensbach dormitory. Where are your knights? The ordonnance was partly through its second repetition when Ferdinand grabbed it and told me to look away. He sent a response while I stared into the distance. This is Ferdinand. We are using Verbergen's seal, which has made us invisible to you, but we could see your forces. We shall rendezvous with you shortly. I watched the ivory bird soar through the night sky to deliver its message. Barely a moment later, our allies started to circle the dormitory. Were they searching for us? They're kind of like bees. Indeed, rather than simply waiting for us, they were swarming like bees, desperate to inform their brothers of an especially lovely flower. Why'd you have to voice it like that? I see. Hyshitz is not the only one incapable of remaining still, Ferdinand remarked, clearly exasperated. Is this just part of their culture? Now that they are drawing so much attention to themselves, our attempts to be stealthy even seem like a rather pointless endeavor. We had warned Verbergen's seal so that we wouldn't need to fight the Sovereign Knights in the central building. Now that we were outside, however, it made sense to remove them. We didn't want to risk Dunkelfelder hitting us by mistake. Ferdinand stopped using his seal and then took his high beast ahead of our front line. Troops, remove your Verbergen seals, he ordered. Everyone did as they were told, and our allies roared in excitement when they saw us appear out in thin air. They were right under our noses, one cried. I would never have noticed them. Lord Ferdinand, where is the villa? Another asked. Let us hurry there at once. Hyshitz, Ferdinand replied. Why are you here? I see you came with more troops than we agreed upon. I was sure I'd recognize one of the voices, and now I knew why. Hyshitz had decided to join the fray. So much for my assumption that he would sit this one out after fighting in Ahrensbuck and Gerlach. Maybe he had taken no for an answer? You should know Dunkelfelder by now, girl. Anybody like that is not going to turn down a fight. Lady Rosebud, if you would guide us to the villa, said Ob Dunkelfelder. As it turned out, he was leading his duchy's troops. I went to greet him, but he raised a hand to stop me. Traditional greetings are not necessary on the battlefield. I must ask that we make haste. The Ob's voice was bright and, yeah, he wasn't even trying to hide his excitement. I turned to Ferdinand, convinced that one of us needed to say something to curb our allies' enthusiasm. Otherwise, they would descend upon the villa the moment it came into view. Ferdinand met my eye and took the matter into his own hands. We will now move to the villa's location and use magic circles of Anhotong, the goddess of advice, to expose Verbergen's concealment. Only once we have checked whether the villa's barrier is active will we infiltrate it, attempt to capture as many of the traitors as possible. Ahrensbach's mana bird moving forward would depend on the number of criminals who survived this encounter. In other words, we needed those traitors to be held responsible for their crimes and imprisoned so that we could rinse them for all they were worth. That's what I'm saying, yeah. To elaborate, Ferdinand continued, we know that Detlende, Alsted, and Leonzio are there, orchestrators of this plot. Do not kill them unless it is absolutely necessary. Moreover, as they have antidotes and ways to counter instant death poison, we should expect them to use it without hesitation. Are you prepared to deal with this? Of course, Dunkelfelder replied. We use the intelligence from Hyshit's sortie to make sure we're ready. Now, allow me to share what we know of the enemy. Detlende and her entourage comprised roughly 10 people, whereas Alsted and her husband brought only their attendants. There were 12 Londinavian envoys who greeted me, 8 of which wore face stone rings. Those figures do not account for Gervasio, the king of Londonov. The king's presence meant we could expect any number of retainers. That much was true in both Londonov and Jurgensmith. Leonzio was a Londinavian royal as well. Ferdinand explained and would therefore be acting with several servants of his own. We had no idea how many Londinavians had come to Jurgensmith on Gervasio's ship and relocated to the villa. Ferdinand had been poisoned at the time and Letizia had been imprisoned. As it stands, we do not know precisely how many Londinavians are in the villa, but we know what to expect. Ahrensbach's former archducal family with their retainers and Londonav's royal family with theirs. There is a good chance they will be strong enough to escape bands of light made by the majority of our knights. What are the opponents then? Excellent! Dunkelfelder boomed. He sounded very satisfied with its development, but I didn't want to fight anyone powerful. In an ideal world, we would apprehend the intruders and then immediately tie them up. Rosamund, form your Grudershite and make a show of pointing it over there, Ferdinand whispered from behind me. I shouted Grudershite and pointed my shining book of Messinora in the indicated direction. I wasn't sure how, but Ferdinand must have decided that was southeast. The villa we seek is this way, I announced. Let us go. Ah! The knights roared, sounding especially eager as Ferdinand took the lead. The Adalgisa villa. Ferdinand glanced around atop his high beast, then slowed to a stop. We were above an expanse of trees as dark and empty as the rest. We have reached its rough location. Rosamund, use the I know, you can count on me. I pulled out the sheet marked with Analtung's magic circle that Hartman and Clarissa had made for me, then formed my staff and poured mana into it. O Anhotung, the goddess of advice, subordinate to the goddess of life. Goddess of life? Wait, what? Don't you mean the god of life? No! Ava Graham's not a girl! Girl! You know this! Reveal what has been hidden by Verbergen, the god of concealment. Lights rose from the magic circle, brightening the forest around us, before concentrating on one spot in particular. An elegant ivory villa appeared among the trees. Its architecture stood out in comparison to the Airfest dormitory. The entire villa comprised 2 look-alike buildings and the raised corridor that connected them. I could also see remnants of a front garden, a fountain, a pond, and some flower beds, but they were all severely overgrown. I couldn't even begin to imagine how long had passed since they were last tended to. The villa must have been a sight to behold when it was in use. It was much more impressive than the dormitories, which was used only during the winter and the Archduke Conference. There was no reason to give them fountains or flower beds. Doing so would require nobles and servants to stay at the academy all year round to maintain them. So this is where Ferdinand grew up. For a bit. I shot a quick glance behind me. His eyes carried not a trace of nostalgia. Instead, he looked openly annoyed, like he really was ready to tear the place apart. So there's a villa here. That's where the foreigners are. The knights cried out in awe when they saw an entire villa appear out of nowhere. Dunkelfelger got straight to barking orders at them. Find out when are the barriers active. One of Dunkelfelger's knights, who was using a drivable high beast, to my surprise, tossed a shining blue something through his open window. What kind of high beast he had? What was it, I want to know. Come on, tell me. I watched it closely as it arced toward the ground and saw what appeared to be a glowing blue high beast with a glowing blue child atop it. Before I could even think about rubbing my eyes, it started circling around. It's moving on its own. Not on its own, with mana, Ferdinand explained. That appears to be a genuine piece, though its size is quite simply ridiculous. Gwenin, this was the board game where you move pieces with your mana. Oh, okay, real life Gwenin. Okay. Memories of using the game to help Angelica understand her written lessons for the night course came to mind. Then it suddenly occurred to me what I was looking at. Isn't that one of the decorative Gwenin pieces from Dunkelfelger's tea party room? It brings to mind one of the 20 mysteries of the Royal Academy. The Gwenin pieces that challenge people to dinner, I think. They are not just similar, they are one and the same. The event responsible for that legend happened not too long ago. I stared at him in surprise. Hannelore didn't know anything about it, though. How could she? It happened before she was a student, and everyone involved was sworn to silence. I have no further questions. No further questions? The blue Gwenin piece, which was about as large as a recently baptized child, flashed with white light before shooting toward the villa. It smacked through a window with a resounding crash. There's no barrier! Attack! Dunkelfelger roared. I will strike from above. Hide shit! Strike from below! Understood. The assault of the villa began with Dunkelfelger's charge. He must have thought it best to start with the closest point of entry, for he landed on a third-floor balcony, completely destroyed its sliding door, then rushed inside. His troops followed suit with equal enthusiasm, half smashed through windows on the same story as the Ob, while the others crashed through balconies on the floor below. Commanders shouldn't be rushing headlong into danger, should they? I asked. My impression of Oz was that they stood regally in the background when their troops fought for them, but that wasn't at all what I just witnessed. Considering it's Dunkelfelger, it makes sense, considering these guys are just addicted to fighting, essentially. It's in their blood, so of course he would go charging in. Why did he not leave anyone outside to watch the villa? Did he just assume we would do it? Ferdinand went over the grimace and turned. Strahl, take the first squadron and investigate the Sovereign Knights Order. I wish to know why they have not reacted to any of the noise we have made. Yes, sir. We cannot allow Dunkelfelger to take all the glory, so let us strike the other building. 2nd through 7th Squadron, enter through the 2nd floor balcony. Focus your attack on the women's rooms on the 3rd floor. Gather your prisoners in the front garden. Yes, sir. 8th Squadron, watch over your prisoners. You are the only ones who will be able to recognize Leonzio of Lonzanov. Yes, sir. If the 2nd through 7th Squadrons were targeting the 3rd floor, why were they being ordered to breach the 2nd? I was about to ask, but then I realized that the 3rd floor didn't have any balconies. The windows had wonderful decorations of plants and animals, but each was covered with sturdy-looking bars. The two buildings are so similar, but this one doesn't have any balconies on its 3rd floor, I mused aloud. Why is that? Because of their intended residence, Ferdinand replied. Do you think new members of the royal branch family would live under the same roof as these destined never to be registered as Jürgen Schmidt nobles? Ferdinand went on to explain that the side buildings had traditionally been overseen by the husband and wife of a branch family. The future king of Lonzanov would be registered as their child, so as would the girls be registered as Jürgen Schmidt princesses. The Lonzanov princesses and their children, destined to become Facestones, would spend their entire lives in the other building. The bars were a strong indication that neither escape nor infiltration were permitted, and told me everything I needed to know about how those who lived there were treated. I suddenly understand your desire to reduce this villa to rubble. If only we could use your estate-destroying high beast to accelerate the process. I suspect that creature of yours would complete the job in the blink of an eye. I don't think she'd be able to make it that big. Would she? I spun around to look at Ferdinand, not best pleased about his teasing remark. Don't act like my lessee is a creature of untold destruction. The damage done to Gerlach's estate was the result of a series of very unfortunate coincidences, nothing more. My tormentor chuckled, and at that moment, our first prisoner was thrown out of a window, bound with light. This reminds me of when Matthias was flung out of the estate, Ferdinand muttered as he brought his high beast to the ground. Our retainers landed as well. Stay here, Rosamund, Ferdinand said. I will give further orders from within. Ferdinand, You will only be a burden on foot. Stay here with the others and watch the prisoners. If any of them escape their restraints, bind them anew. You have more honor than any of the knights. I was basically dead weight now that I couldn't make my high beast, but Ferdinand had still managed to find a job for me. He started giving instructions to my guard knights as well. Clarissa, instruct Uncle Fugger to bring the prisoners out here. At once. Knights, protect Rosamund. Do not let any harm come to her. Sir. Ferdinand then headed into the villa with Eckert and Justice. The relevant squadrons followed after them. I stood in the garden and watched them go. Clarissa sent out an ordinance. A short while later, some of Dunkelfegger's knights arrived with more prisoners, 3 in total, all tied up with light. They must not have expected an attack at this hour, as they were still wearing their night clothes. Even if the light of the magic circle and the Gwennon piece's loud entrance had alerted them to our presence, they wouldn't have had time to get changed. It would seem the building Dunkelfegger chose contains more people from Londenov than from Allensbach, one of the latter's duchy's knights observed while peering down at the newly arrived prisoners. All 3 of them were Londonovian envoys who had apparently been present when Leonzio had given his formal greeting. They looked up at us in complete silence, not even attempting to speak. Here come more of them, someone said, and pointed up to the sky. I gazed up at the prisoners being brought over just in time to see one of them tear apart the bands of light restraining him and attempt to flee from Dunkelfegger's knights. He must have had more mana than whoever had caught him. That's Leonzio, one of the Arensbach knights said to me, next to me shouted, spurring 5 of the 8 squadron's 10 knights to fly up into the air to help with his recapture. Do not stand in my way, Leonzio roared. I will become the next king of Londenov. He made a high beast and immediately started brandishing a staff. Wait, what? Why does he have a staff? Leonzio is an envoy, not someone raised to be Londenov's next king, right? The Londonovians weren't given staffs. Only those registered as Jurgen Schmidt nobles could obtain them. That was why Londenov sent princesses to the Adolphus of Villa in the first place, and why their next king came of age here in Jurgen Schmidt. I also knew that from Ferdinand, the last king to be raised in the villa was a man called Gervasio. He was old enough to have left for Londenov before Ferdinand was born, so I didn't have a clue what Leonzio was on about. Seriously, how on earth does he have a staff? We'd expected our foes to use instant death poison and silver equipment, not this. I couldn't help but frown at this unexpected development, at which point our 3 previously docile prisoners broke free from their own bonds and leaped to their feet. They had staffs as well, and they went to no time shooting mana from them as they raced straight toward us. They were employing the same attack that Count Vindelwald had used against me in the temple. Rosamund, Cornelius barked, and once I turned my staff into a protective shield. Those attacks were a lot stronger than anything Count Vindelwald had thrown at me, but I wasn't the least bit concerned. Compared to all the other attempts made on my life, these mana blobs were straightforward and easy to defend against, not to mention I was surrounded by knights. Lenore and Lorenz formed their own shields in short order. Angelica, Matthias, and Cornelius all sprung forward and swung their swords down, cleaving the mana blobs and scattering their remains. Well, that was no surprise. Way back when, I hadn't known the first thing about combat, and Daniel's mana capacity had paled in comparison to that of Count Vindelwald. But even then, we managed to defend ourselves against his attacks. Only the most arrogant combatants would use balls of raw mana as a battle such as this. The insinuation that one's opponents would succumb to such a basic attack was well and truly insulting. But these guys know nothing! They know nothing about all this, so of course they would not know. As much as mana blobs could play a minor role in during ambushes, they were completely useless otherwise. No Jurgen Schmidt nobles would even consider using them. These Londonovians must not have known how to use their stats properly. The prisoners grimaced in frustration and attempted to attack again, but by that point, Angelica had already closed in on them with Stenlook. Her enhanced speed really was something. Make sure not to kill them, Lenore shouted admonishingly as she spread out her cape to block my vision. Her warning must have come too late, however, as what followed was an anxious cry from Angelica. Someone, come heal this person, quickly. Angelica, trade places with me, Cornelius replied. He had an aptitude for water, meaning he could cast healing spells to at least some degree. Lenore waited until her injured opponent had been tended to, then she put her cape down and allowed me to see again. Cornelius had used just enough healing to keep the prisoner alive before tying them up and pushing them in our direction. Hartman, we need staff sealing bracelets on this one, he shouted. Hartman rushed over and did as instructed. That was one foe dealt with. The remaining two were shooting out huge blobs of mana and seemed to be more capable fighters, but they had no other attacks, and they weren't anywhere near as well trained as the knights. I didn't even have silver equipment or instant death poison to rely on, maybe because we'd taken them by surprise, or because Dunkelfelger had already disarmed them? It wasn't long before Matthias and Angelica took down the last of the prisoners. They broke our captive's legs to prevent another attempted escape, then bound them. Clarissa, sent an ordinance to Dunkelfelger, Lenore instructed. Tell them our opponents have staffs, though I am sure they already know as much. I turned my attention to the building our allies' knights had disappeared into and glimpsed the dazzling flights of a mana battle through its blown-out windows. Even from outside, I was able to hear Ob Dunkelfelger's exhilarated roar. Don't think your feeble shield will protect you from my attacks! Oh yeah, y'all are gonna die! If y'all weren't supposed to be kept alive, y'all would die. Dunkelfelger's knights brought in us more and more prisoners. Lenore explained that those bound in flight had staffs and an abundance of mana, in stark contrast to the manaless Lonzanov troops who had ravaged Ahrensbach and would need to be watched even more carefully. In response, the knights shackled the new prisoners with staff-sealing bracelets, broke their legs, and then tied them up with rope. Lenore kept her shield raised and watched with narrowed eyes as our crippled opponents groaned in pain. They clearly have some training. They bided their time while pretending to be captured, then acted in unison the moment our forces were divided. So why were they fighting so ineptly? They had enough mana to break the knight's bindings. They could have done so much more. I gazed upon the man who had shouted about becoming the next king of Lonzanov. Leoncio, was it? Like his peers, he was fighting us in his nightwear. His hair still a disheveled mess. Well, it was generous to call it fighting. He was continuously attempting to run away while our knights blocked his every means of escape. Leonzio's approach seemed no better than his allies. He was shooting raw mana from his staff while attempting to flee on his high beast. He moved fast, likely a reflection of his immense mana capacity. But escaping an encirclement of 7 knights wouldn't be easy. Even from a distance, I could see that it was only a matter of time. He would surely be captured soon. Perhaps they are simply inexperienced, I said. It can't have been too many days ago that they obtained their staffs. They had experience using high beast and could shoot mana, but transforming their staffs into weapons and using rot were still too much for them. In a sense, they were like me before I'd started attending the Royal Academy. Back then, I'd practiced using my high beast to gather materials and shot mana from my ring or granted prayers, but I'd not used a staff before my classes. So they obtained their staffs just recently, Lenore asked? Indeed, assuming they really are in cahoots with the Sovereign Knights Order, they should have requested aid the moment we launched our attack. There's no other explanation for why they haven't used Rot, the first spell one learns at the Royal Academy. Lenore nodded, convinced. Lorenz kept his shield raised and the stern look on his face as he slipped into our conversation. If this guy wants to be the king of Lonzanov, then whatever. Power to him. Why is he here in Jurgenschmidt and at the Royal Academy of all places? I don't see why Lonzanovians would want staffs, the symbols of our country's nobles. Maybe obtaining a staff is necessary to become Lonzanov's king, Lenore mused aloud. Likewise confused, but plenty of our foes now have them. Could there really be so many claimants to the throne? I don't think so. I think it's just like a thirst for knowledge and power, essentially. We don't know enough about Lonzanov to draw any reliable conclusions. Foreign politics and the Adalgisa Sevilla weren't part of the Royal Academy's curriculum, and our only reason for being here was to capture the Lonzanovians who had abetted Ahrensbach's previous archducal family's treason. I certainly hadn't told my retainers what I already knew about the Adalgisa Sevilla. Rather than continue to speculate, we should just ask the prisoners, I said, then pointed at Leonzio, who had now been caught through the combined efforts of Dunkelfelger's and Ahrensbach's knights. Barely a moment later, a tremendous explosion resounded from the 3rd floor of the building. Ferdinand and the others had entered. I recoiled, and tension spread through us all as we turned to see the cause of the commotion. Every single window had shattered, showering the ivory footway below with chunks of glass that practically disintegrated on impact. Lord Ferdinand, what is the meaning of this? Came Detlinde's shrill cry. She was so loud that not even all the noise could drown her out. I'd secretly hoped that someone else would capture Detlinde. Ferdinand was stuck in such a violent mindset that I worried she might not survive an encounter with him. However, my concern for her vanished when she continued to speak. You may be so desperate for my love that you escaped the jaws of death to find me, but nonetheless, barging into a lady's room in the dead of night is unthinkably boorish and I'm guessing she was going to say crude. Detlinde's furious, hysterical cries were abruptly cut short. Someone had decided to silence her. That much was uncomfortably obvious. She took that tone with Ferdinand, Cornelius muttered. I hope Ecker didn't just go berserk. He was worried that his brother might violate our command not to kill any of the orchestrators, and it was easy to see why. Detlinde had made those insulting remarks to the very man she'd poisoned. Had it been me up there with them, not Eckert, I would probably have gone berserk. Yeah! Ferdinand would have intervened, I said, and even if not, he knows how to cast healing spells. Detlinde must be alive. I sincerely doubted that Ferdinand would allow anyone to counter-evade an order he had given. His excessively logical approach to everything did wonders to put me at ease. Ahrensbach's knights soon arrived with a fresh batch of prisoners. Justice was dragging along an unconscious Detlinde wrapped in bands of light. Her nightwear was covered in dirt, and mud clung to her gorgeous blonde tresses. It was scandalous for an adult woman to have her hair down in public. She would probably throw a fit when she woke up. Justice, she is alive, right? Eckert's blow only knocked her unconscious, he replied. As much as it pains me to say it, our future plans require that we keep her alive. Her head did strike a few rocks when I was bringing her here, but I see no reason to fret about it. She has nothing between her ears to begin with. Justice, you savage! Justice wore a broad smile, but his brown eyes contained nothing but hatred as he glared down at Detlinde. He wasn't even attempting to hide his disdain. And the same went for the knights who had arrived with him. That much was to be expected. Detlinde's foolish actions were the reason countless Ahrensbach nobles had died, and the entire duchy was now considered a land of traitors. Are the nobles here from Ahrensbach, I asked, as more and more prisoners arrived. It was a necessary question, as I couldn't distinguish the Lanzanavians from the people of Ahrensbach. Yes, Lady Rosamund, one of the knights replied. There are Lady Detlinde's retainers. As per the report we'd received, Detlinde had at least 10 retainers with her. Perhaps they were more who had yet to be brought out, but the ones currently bound in front of me looked as though they had no idea how they ended up in this predicament. Gags prevented them from speaking. Out in protest, the most they could do was stare hatefully at the Ahrensbach knights who had captured them. The only one of the bound retainers I recognized was Martina. I must have grown too much for her to immediately recognize me in turn. She had to squint at me for a bit before her eyes widened in surprise. Ah, there we go! Someone recognized you! Anyway, looks like the two groups were staying in separate buildings. Every single one of the nobles taken from the building Ferdinand attacked was from Ahrensbach. My attention strayed to a woman sprawled out next to Detlinde. Her hair was the same deep hue as Georgine's and Sylvester's, and she shared their dark green eyes. She must have been on edge because she was frantically looking all over the place. Soon enough, a red-haired man joined our gathering of prisoners. He seemed unusually arrogant for someone who was bound. His purple eyes were firmly locked on us. Lady Rosamund, these are Lady Alstead and Lord Blasius. Oh, those two. Alstead was Georgine's first daughter and Detlinde's older sister. Blasius was her husband. As I recalled, he and his brother had been demoted to the rank of archnoble in the aftermath of the Civil War when their mother, the second wife, was executed. The building has been subjugated, Ferdinand announced upon his return. How fare things on Dunkelfelder's side? Lorenz sent an ordinance to confirm, and a response arrived almost at once. We have subjugated our building as well. Every hostel of note has been captured. We are currently checking for any hidden doors or passageways. Every hostel of note, Ferdinand repeated. His eyes betrayed surprise as he gazed upon our prisoners, seemingly looking for someone in particular. Gervasia. Is something the matter, I asked? I do not see Gervasia. The Lanzanavians here are all so young. I recognize most of them from the envoy's formal greetings, but Gervasio is not among them. Gervasio had set out for Lanzanav before Ferdinand was born, meaning he must have been in his 40s by now. I started to look around, and indeed there was nobody that old among our prisoners. It was strange, equally concerning that his retainers would probably be about the same age. Ferdinand removed Alsted's gag and said, "Where is Gervasio?" Alsted didn't answer the question. Instead, she stared up at Ferdinand with all the grace of a startled deer and then screamed, "How are you still alive? And why are Ahrensbach knights pointing their blades at me? To what end have Dunkelfelder's troops been... Eckert had thrust a foot into Alsted's back. She crumbled under the force of the blow, then coughed and sputtered, having been taken entirely by surprise. He glared at her with eyes full of malice and said, "You are in no position to ask questions. Answer him." Alsted recoiled in the face of such unexpected violence. She had been raised an Ahrensbach Archduke candidate and ascended to the rank of Archnoble through marriage. I suspected she had never been exposed to an attack like that before. Only when Eckert grabbed a fistful of her hair and yanked her head up did she tearfully shout, "I do not know! We stay in separate buildings from the Lanzanavians. I do not know how Lord Gervasio spent his nights." The woman's shrieks rang out. She was shaking her head desperately enough that I was convinced she was telling the truth. We weren't sure how much the people of Ahrensbach had been told about Lanzanov's plans, and we wouldn't get anything from torturing someone who was completely in the dark. I opened my mouth to say that we should stop pressing her, but Ferdinand raised a hand to silence me and stepped forward. You speak like you are a victim in all this, which makes no sense to me. Detlinde was chosen to become the next Ob Ehrensbach. God dang it. Hang on. So why did you die the Foundation in her place? Could you not have used your newly acquired authority to stop her tyranny? And why did you bring the Lanzanavians here to the Royal Academy? You have reduced your duchy's fate to that of a traitor working with foreign elements. Mother ordered me to, and Alsted's face grew paler by the second, but her excuses elicited only a cold sneer from Ferdinand. As the Archduchess, you have registered the Lanzanavians as Ehrensbach nobles, allowed them to use the teleporter to the Lanzanav estate, opened the farthest hall, and foolishly enabled them to obtain staffs. You cannot pretend to be oblivious to the severity of your crimes. Mother is always right, and it was not like I acted alone. A member of the royal family opened the farthest hall to the Lanzanavians. Who? Ferdinand merely frowned, but the knights were quick to voice their outrage. They had captured a former member of Ehrensbach's archducal family for the crime of treason, only to be told that the royal family was in on the ordeal. The Zant had yet to recognize me as a new archduchess, so I could not open the door to the farthest hall. Alsted continued. I requested the assistance of the sovereign knight commander, who managed to secure us help from the royal family. Even the royals are cooperating with Lanzanav. The heck is going on here? That's what I want to know. Who is it? Is it Hildebrand? Is it Anastasia? Is it, Sigiswald. I think it's what his name is. Anyway, that's the end of part 1. We're going to have to wait until the book club is out for the next one. But yeah, I've whetted your appetites on this. So I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you on the next one. Okay, finally, we can continue this. Dear God Almighty, finally. Or rather, praise the gods, I should say. Okay, part 2, we are here for the 31st, I think it's the 31st book. I think. I'd have to go back and look. It's either the 30th or the 31st. I cannot remember for the life of me. I'll figure it out. Collaborator. We'd already known that the Sovereign Knight Commander was a threat, but I'd never suspected that the royal family might be working with him. Just how many traitors were there? A stir ran through us all as Alsted continued to spin her slanted tale. Indeed, the royal family is involved. They know about everything we are doing. Do not be surprised if you were the ones deemed guilty of treason. You trespassed on the Royal Academy's grounds and attacked an important villa. Even while she protested, Alsted was trembling and desperately fighting back tears. Her husband, on the other hand, seemed especially cocksure. He sneered through the gag in his mouth and shot Ferdinand a ridiculing look. Ferdinand responded with an even deeper frown, and the Ehrensbach knights continued to mutter among themselves. We have prepared countermeasures for our foe's instant death poison, and our overwhelming advantage in numbers had convinced us that our victory was inevitable, but now the atmosphere was deeply uncomfortable. Before I could dwell any longer, an ordinance from Ob Dunkelfelger arrived. Members of the Sovereign Knights Order had begun fighting each other at the royal palace, it said. My duchy has been summoned to deal with the matter, and that is what we shall do. What? Oh, come on! Now we gotta deal with this by ourselves? The ordnance started delivering its message a third time. In the background, I saw Hybe stream out of the villas of the buildings and take to the sky. Their speed and coordination were a sight to behold, but that didn't change the fact they were abandoning us. I mean, they gotta do what they gotta do. Hopefully, we can manage from here. Ferdinand twitched and made a new bird without even waiting for the Obs to finish speaking. I must request an update on the situation before you depart for the palace. If you lack the time, leave us a single squad to report in your stead and act as our go-between. I could sense what Ferdinand was trying to say. Do not leave us high and dry when our battle is far from over. Thank you! The ordnance took flight, and a few short moments later, a group of the knights headed to the palace, stopped in their tracks, and returned to the villa. Justice, Squad 2, Squad 3, stay here and question the Ehrensbach prisoners, Ferdinand instructed Hartmut. Squad 4 and Squad 5 are to question the Lanzanavians. I want to know exactly what they have done since they arrived and where Gervasio might be. Be quick, for time is of the essence. Yes, sir. Ferdinand waved a hand through the air, spurring the knights to begin moving the prisoners. Then he turned away to look at those who had yet to receive orders. Squad 6, take Alsted to that building over there and keep a close eye on her. Squad 7 and 8, resume Dunkelfelger's investigation. Ooh. 9 and 10, continue to search this building. Rosemite, assemble your guard knights and come with me. From there, Ferdinand gestured me onto his white line and prepared to follow the squads transporting Alstead. Her screams rang out as one of the knights threw her over his high beast. I couldn't help but sympathize with her. She was about to have a thoroughly unpleasant journey. Ferdinand, why did you order for Alstead to be taken away? I asked as we took flight. She sounds so terrified that I actually feel sorry for her. She is used to obeying her superiors, making her our most likely source of valuable information. Isolating her from her allies should encourage her to speak. Furthermore, as she was the true Ob acting behind the scenes, she is bound to know at least as much as Detlinde. Yeah, maybe more. It made the most sense to prioritize her above her compatriots. Detlinde would not be able to converse with us in her current state, and anyone could see that Blasius had resolved not to cooperate. Well, okay then. It's kind of scary how logical that sounds. To be honest, Ferdinand continued, Alstead caused this mess. Had she not opened the border gate, Lonzanov's ships would never have made it into Jurgenschmidt's proper. She welcomed chaos across our border, brought about the deaths of countless nobles, and traumatized the young Letizia. Having her dangle in the air for a short while does not even begin to make up for all the sins she has committed. Yeah, I have to agree on that one. Alstead obeyed orders from Detlinde and Georgine despite knowing how foolish and outright dangerous they were. I see no reason she would not cave to our demands. Good thing he's on our team. Yeah! You know what? Ferdinand is an enemy. Yet another reminder that I should never get on his bad side. Agreed. Wholeheartedly. Alstead was soon thrown onto one of the villa's balconies. She stared up at Ferdinand with wide, terror-stricken eyes, unable to answer his questions. Her teeth were chattering too violently for any words to come out. Perhaps we should consult with Dunkelfugger, Ferdinand mused. Having entrusted Alstead to the 6th squad, he beckoned over the knights now standing with us on the balcony. Heifetz and 9 others. Was it really wise of your Ob to abandon our operation? Heifetz responded with absolute certainty. Our greatest priority is safeguarding the royal family and the royal academy. How else were we to react to an appeal directly from the Zent? I can see where he was coming from, but still, it was problematic that his fellow knights had abandoned us halfway through our mission. As we made our way into the villa, Ferdinand inquired as to how far Heifetz's investigation had progressed. Then he re-instructed the 7th and 8th squads, both comprising Arensbach knights, to start with the basement when they secured the building. That reminds me, Heifetz said. We found all sorts of strange devices in the rooms we searched. Let me show you where we put them. We were taken to a room containing various tools I'd never seen before. There were silver tubes among them, but the rest were completely foreign to me. Ferdinand warned me not to touch anything, so as I curiously wandered around. He suspected that they all contained instant death poison. That's a possibility, yes, so best to be safe than sorry. We should move this all to the Scholar Building at a later date, Ferdinand said. I would receive all manner of criticism if we took Lonzanov's belongings back to Arensbach and monopolized them. I thought it strange that Ferdinand of all people would surrender an opportunity to research so many new technologies, but I mean, hello, we don't have any, time for that right now. Maybe once all this is over and done with, maybe he could research some of it. But then I caught him muttering something about using the tools to bait other duchies to his side. I wanted to believe my ears were playing tricks on me, but then he stated his intentions more clearly. I wish to use them for political bargaining. Am I actually wishing he'd act more like a mad scientist? I never thought the day would come. I clasped my hands and dedicated a moment of silence to those whom Ferdinand would drag into his political bargaining. Then I continued through the villa with him. More than likely he would be trying to get, well, you've already got Dunkelfugger on your side kind of anyway. Klassenberg, shoot, what were the other ones above you guys? I don't even remember. It's been a while! As we traversed the building's many hallways, a single thought ran through my mind. The interior decoration was flawless. To my knowledge, more than a decade had passed since the villa was closed and its occupants executed, but the furniture and such were still perfectly clean. It was strange that the Zent had maintained the place even after deciding to turn away future Lonzanovian princesses. Well, I mean, they were getting it ready for the new arrival, which would have been you, so of course it was clean. It looks like this villa was refurbished to host new residents, I said. I wonder who took care of that. It matters not. There are greater concerns to be addressed, Ferdinand replied. He doled out instructions to the knights who had arrived to give updates, then turned to look at Heifetz. Dunkelfugger said painfully little in his ordinance. What in the world happened at the royal palace? Heifetz stood to attention before starting his report. Roffin contacted one of our sovereign knights stationed at the royal palace. During a change in the royal guard, some of the knights suddenly began attacking the others. It came entirely out of the blue and it was impossible to distinguish friend from foe. The situation immediately descended into chaos. Well, of course, because you don't know who's on the good side and who's on the bad side at this point. The Zen had apparently been evacuated to a hidden room of sorts that used mana to isolate him from the outside world. Everywhere else, Knights of the Sovereign Order were killing each other. I see, Ferdinand replied. They need clearly distinguishable allies, so of course they would have summoned Dunkelfelger's blue capes. The royals' evacuation would also explain why we have been unable to contact them. As a means of preventing assassination, only those with direct authority are allowed into the royal palace. But if everywhere is on lockdown, even those registered to the sovereignty will need to pass through the villas. Will the Zet break the seal so that Dunkelfelger's knights can enter? This sounds like the perfect opportunity to sneak someone into the royal palace, I said. The palace would need to lower its overall security level to accept knights of another duchy. Perhaps our enemies intended to exploit the opening that would create? That is a possibility. Ferdinand gave a light shrug. I doubt their plan is that simple. The traitorous knights were bait, I would assume. Bait? To lure Dunkelfelger to the royal palace and split our forces. For there to be infighting to begin with, the knight commander must not have the entire order on his side. Probably. He probably lacked the troops necessary to win back the Adultus Sevilla, but by drawing our allies to the royal palace, he has more than halved the size of our army. Perhaps out of sheer enthusiasm, Ob Dunkelfelger had mastered a force larger than all of our knights combined, and to nobody's surprise, his troops were much stronger than ours. By luring them to the palace, our foes have dealt a heavy blow to our combat potential. Does this mean we've been discovered, I asked? Dunkelfelger's troops were anything but subtle. Any one of the knights serving Roblat would easily have spotted them. And if someone reported our joint attack on the villa, of course our enemy would recognize them as the main source of our strength. Heishitz nodded. Moreover, if our opponents wished to eliminate a large chunk of their opposition at once, they could unleash their instant death poison once my fellow knights are in the royal palace. Though we had several countermeasures, the most we could really do against instant death poison was cover our mouths and make sure we had our Jereves at the ready. Even then, there was only so much Jereves could do for us, and drinking too much would produce serious consequences. Our opponents, on the other hand, had antidotes and neutralizers for the poison. We need to warn Ob Dunkelfelger, I stammered. Just thinking about the potential slaughter made my blood run cold. Heishitz met my eyes, contemplated the matter for a moment, and then shook his head. I will contact him, but I do not believe he will stop. Most likely not, Ferdinand added. He will continue his charge no matter what dangers we warn him of. One might consider it quite a convenient outcome for whoever laid the traps, though I doubt whatever they have set up will work as intended. Oh, I see what he means. Dunkelfelger is the kind of guy to march straight into a trap and tear it apart with his bare hands. Then he'd carry on fighting like nothing even happened. Oh, I'd be still scared. It's instant death poison. I'd still be nervous about it. My nerves calmed almost immediately. Lord Ferdinand, let us reunite once the villa has been fully searched, Heishitz said with an overbearing smile. The royal family will appreciate the news that they have you and your many schemes on their side. I paused. Would the royals really want to join forces with a man who had wished death upon them? Did they know he's wished death upon them? I was sure he would use the opportunity to advance any number of devious plots which seemed more like a cause for concern. Ferdinand shook his head. The king requested assistance from Dunkelfelger specifically. No such appeal was sent to Ahrensbach, and no good can come from acting independently. That was the reason your Ob asked Lady Rosemine to give the order, was it not? Indeed, if acting independently were acceptable, Ob Dunkelfelger would have rushed to the royal family's rescue the moment he sensed danger in the air. That he'd shown any restraint at all proved the importance of having an official request for aid. Furthermore, Ferdinand continued, Ahrensbach is being accused of treason. If we involved ourselves in the situation at the palace, the royal family would not know whether we were there as friends or foes. Our arrival would trouble them more than anything else. Certainly not, Heishitz declared. The royal family would welcome you and Lady Rosemine. Because, hello, they are not the enemy here. Everybody else, I could see them getting a little pause. But if Ferdinand and Rosemine are there, they would... Hello, they're about to adopt Rosemine. Don't you think that would be a cause for... Oh, okay, they're good. It's fine, they're good. With open arms. I sincerely doubted the royals would welcome Ahrensbach knights. In fact, it would be a serious problem if they did. Were I ever to do something so foolish, Ferdinand would surely smack me with the hyacinth and tell me to be more suspicious. Yep. In any case, Ferdinand said, considering whether we would arbitrarily unite with Dunkelfelger and arouse unnecessary suspicion can come later, once we found Gervasio. My duty as Ob Arnsbach was to capture Detlinde and the Lanzanavians, not to get involved with the internal affairs of the Sovereign Knights Order. I wouldn't expect the royal family to help out if a similar issue plagued the Knights of Ehrenfest. The royals had once said it was up to us to solve our own problems, so I saw no reason to intervene. Heischitz, I said, I am far more concerned about Professor Solange, who has not responded to anyone's attempts to contact her, than about the royals who have the reliable knights of Dunkelfugger marching to their rescue. I do not doubt your peers in the slightest. Ferdinand, when it gets a little brighter out, I would like to check on the library. We can do that once we are done here. I must first speak with Alsted. Let's see what happens with this. Alsted sighed. Ferdinand returned to the first room we had entered and waved a hand. Moments later, Alsted was dragged out of the corner by 2 knights. Rosemond, he said, play the role of a scholar and record this interrogation. You have some convenient writing tools at your disposal, do you not? Was he urging me to cast stylo and write in my Grützescheit, all to save some paper? I was starting to get the feeling that Ferdinand was using his book of Masnora rather sacrilegiously. Now then, Ferdinand continued, his eyes fixed on Alsted. It is time for you to speak. To begin with, Alsted said only that she was following her mother's orders, but her attempt to withhold information quickly fell apart as Ferdinand methodically broke her spirit. He revealed that Georgine's death and the many crimes she had committed went through Alsted's malefactions one by one, and then said that he would spare her pre-baptized daughter back in Arnsbach if she cooperated. That did the trick. The keys to the villa are with Lord Roblet, the Sovereign Knight Commander, she said. He started commuting between the villa and the Lanzenov estate last autumn. Roblet had revealed the existence of the teleporter during the late Ob Arnsbach's funeral. On several occasions since then, Detlinde and Georgine had ordered Alsted to head to the Lanzenov estate and open the door for him. Isn't it strange that Roblet has the key to the villa, I said. I thought it would remain with the royal family. I expect the key to the front gate is still in the royal family's possession, but the same might not be true for the key to the back door, Ferdinand explained. It would normally be given to the villa's head attendant, like how Losfam has a key to your library. In an ideal world, the keys would all be stored in the same place, but we do not know whether they were all retrieved during the closing of the villa. The main and side buildings were overseen by separate groups. Though we didn't know how, Roblet had ended up with the key to the Adalgisa villa. Georgine had gone on to execute her plan, tricking Letizia into poisoning Ferdinand, and then let slip the dogs of war once she'd received confirmation that Ferdinand was dead. She had gone to Ehrenfest while Detlinde and the Lanzanovian royals went to the villa to obtain stamps. In advance of their move, I did as mother instructed and registered the Lanzanovian royals as Arnsbach nobles so they would obtain their own stamps. Girl, you've just made things worse. Roblet had served as their guide following their move to the Adalgisa villa. He had explained to them all that they would need to stay hidden for several days until Detlinde had obtained the Grützescheit and the Lanzanovians had finished absorbing their stamps. Detlinde had then protested that it was scandalous for unwed men and women to live under the same roof, prompting Lanzanov and the people of Arnsbach to stay in separate buildings so that she could sleep away from Leonzio. As if spending her every waking moment with him were not scandalous enough, Ferdinand griped. I couldn't help but agree with him. I never knew Lady Detlinde cared about appearances, I said. I would not have guessed it from how she acts during tea parties, to say nothing of the spectacle she became during her dedication whirl. Perhaps she has her own bizarre standards that none of us can understand? Maybe. Alsted disregarded my comment with a troubled smile and continued, once everyone had their rooms, we went to the farthest hall to gather the stamps. It was my duty as Ob to open the door. But she hadn't been able to. Roblet had gone ahead to make sure the coast was clear, only to find Sigiswald walking down the hallway with his retainers. Uh-oh. Roblet determined that if Prince Sigiswald was circling the shrines, it was highly likely he would find the Lanzanovians, Alsted said, and so we stopped for the day. Wasn't that just when Prince Sigiswald went to Ehrenfest's tea party room to speak with Sylvester? I don't think he was circling the shrines. I balked at Sylvester's godly luck. He had failed Roblet's plans purely by accident. Wow! That night, Lord Roblet received an emergency summons from the royal family. He told us the following day that Lord Ferdinand's retainers had traveled to the Royal Academy to inform Ob Ehrenfest of their charge's predicament. Our movements had thus been exposed. The royal palace had been locked down in anticipation of an attack by Arnsbach, and sovereign knights had been stationed around the Arnsbach dormitory and the doors to the central building. However, because Roblet had been informed of these precautions, Alsted's group had simply waited inside the villa. Days had passed, and the sovereignty had seen neither hide nor hair of an invasion. I spent my time brewing rejuvenation potions, waiting for the order to lower their guard, Alsted said. No matter what happened next, the potions were going to be useful. The Lanzanovians took that time to practice forming their armor. As it turned out, forming armor had been a simple matter for the Lanzanavians since they had plenty of experience with using phase stones. They had also practiced making high beasts and confirmed ways they could use phase stones alongside the tools they already had at their disposal. And then we launched a surprise attack in the dead of night, rendering their preparations useless. We knew the royals could not stay in their evacuation room forever, Halstead continued, and as they lowered their guard, they withdrew their knights. It was not long before the only ones still stationed at the Royal Academy were Lord Robot's collaborators, which allowed us to finally resume our work. The royals hadn't been the only anxious ones. Detlinde had apparently hated spending so much time holed up in the villa. I attempted to open the door to the farthest hall so the Lanzanavians could obtain their staffs, but it remained firmly shut, presumably because I did not have the Zent's acknowledgement. I wonder. I had already dyed Ahrensbach's foundation by then, so I assumed she just wasn't the Ob anymore. Ferdinand scoffed. He must have been thinking the same thing. However, that did not pose an issue for us. Lord Robot had already devised a backup plan. The Sovereign High Bishop and several blue priests were there to help us! Ah! Idiots! Each year when spring prayer drew near, the Sovereign Temple submitted a request for the farthest hall to be opened. On this occasion, they had planned ahead so that it would align with the Lanzanavians' trip to the Royal Academy. Anastasius, Hildebrand, and Emmanuel had all been in attendance. Wait, did you say Emmanuel, I asked? I thought it was the High Priest, not the High Bishop. Was he not appointed to the role just recently? Alstead stared at me quizzically. My husband Blasius attended the ceremony. Oh, that must have been when she was, dealing with the Earwereman. I was in the villa at the time, so I do not know the details. Alstead had wanted to go home the moment she'd realized that she couldn't open the farthest hall. She felt useless in the villa, and she was worried about her daughter. Nonetheless, she had pushed down those emotions and stayed put, for she had been told that the Ob would need to grant the Lanzanavians their staffs and ensure good relations moving forward. On the day the Sovereign Temple arrived, the Lanzanavians made face stone armor as instructed, wore black capes brought to them by Lord Rabba, and posed as members of the Sovereign Knights Order. Of course. Prince Anastasius watched the priests line up the chalices and divine instruments for a bit, then took a portion of the Order's knights to check other parts of the Royal Academy. As well as overseeing the Sovereign Temple, Anastasius had apparently been tasked with checking that the Royal Academy was safe enough for the Zent to return to his normal activities. Once the second prince was gone, I was told Prince Hildebrand opened the door so that the Lanzanavians could obtain their it was Hildebrand. Oh my god, the poor kid has been deceived. If someone with every element performed the ritual to obtain divine protections, there was a chance they would go straight from the altar to the Garden of Beginnings. That must not have been what happened with Hildebrand, though. Someone would surely have said something by now. I suspected the third prince had opened the door beside the altar and taken the route students used during class. The Zent must have given Prince Hildebrand permission to obtain a staff, Alstead concluded. That can't be true, I replied, shaking my head. I told the royal family that obtaining a staff at a young age leads to severe complications later down the line. The Zent would never have permitted such a thing. Anyone who obtained their staffs early and then gained a bunch of divine protections and increased their mana capacity through compression would soon find themselves unable to control their mana. Considering that Hildebrand was working hard to compress his mana and studying ancient language so that he could enter the underground archive and do work befitting a royal, I sincerely doubted that his father, the Zent, would set him up for such hardships. Say no more, Rosemine, Ferdinand interjected. Alstead cannot provide the confirmation we seek. She was not there to witness the event. In all likelihood, Robert falsely claimed that the Zent gave us permission as a way to manipulate Prince Hildebrand into opening the door. Probably. Anger surged in my chest. Robert was the Sovereign Knight Commander. To use Ehrenfest as an example, this was like Melkor making a request, Sylvester refusing it, and then Karlstead wrongly declaring that the Ob had given his permission. This betrayal is far too cruel, I muttered. Were Karlstead to approach my knights and tell them he had convinced Sylvester to allow something that was previously refused, not a single person would doubt him. Nobody would even think to check with the Ob. That was how much trust Karlstead had cultivated as a knight commander. The same must have been true for Robla, the Zent's head guard knight and commander of the Sovereign Knights Order. Indeed, Ferdinand replied, his voice dry and completely devoid of sympathy. But for the prince to have fallen for it, he must have been wanted to obtain his staff early. The lure would not have worked otherwise. I do not know why Prince Hildebrand clung to that desire, but it created a weakness for Robert to exploit. Only a fool would choose to obtain his staff at such a young age, and to make matters worse, he gave the Lanzanavian staffs in the process. He will soon face the consequences, and we cannot pity him for when he does. I squeezed my eyes shut. Because he had put his trust in the wrong man, Hildebrand would forever be cursed with the weak staff tied to his pre-academy mana capacity and elemental affinities. He would even be held responsible for giving the Lanzanovians their staffs. Do not let this torment you, Ferdinand chided me. Only a fool would try to bear the consequences of somebody else's actions. He then rounded on Alsted. Your claim that you have the royal family's support is laughable. Anybody can see that Robert deceived the young prince. I would advise you not to lie to me again. Alsted's blue hair swayed as she shook her head. She then bit her lip and cast her eyes down. I was not referring to Prince Hildebrand when I said we were cooperating with the royal family. I meant Lord Gervasio. He's technically royalty. He's a branch family member. He's not the royal family. I see. So you meant you were working with Lanzanovian royals. Alsted shook her head again, then dropped the most stunning bombshell yet. Lord Gervasio has rejoined the Jürgen Smith's royal family. The atmosphere in the room changed immediately. Some of the knights demanded that she elaborate, but not Ferdinand. His expression darkened, and a deep furrow creased his brow. He began tapping his temple. Already? Those who go to Lanzanov have their medals moved elsewhere. Were they returned? They should be in the possession of... Ah, I see. That was his true goal. For a moment, Ferdinand seemed relieved, like he'd just pieced together an especially tough puzzle. Then he let out a low, frustrated sigh. Come on, Ferdinand, I gave him a light smack on the arm. Don't leave us all in the dark. Tell us what you figured out. My book of Messinora contained almost no information about the whole adolescent matter, so an explanation was very much in order. Robert's primary aim was not to secure the Lanzanovians their staffs, but to remove Prince Hildebrand and his retainers from the room. He turned to Alsted. I assume the sovereign priest began checking and moving medals while the prince was getting his staff. Her entire body went rigid. How did you know that? It was fairly obvious. I disagree. Please explain. Think of what happens when a person's medal is destroyed. You should understand that much. The consequences of a destroyed medal weren't taught until the last year of the Archduke Candidate course. I already knew them, however, for I'd already memorized the coursework for the entire 6 years. Dang, girl! If they are in the duchy when they were registered, they will die, I said. Otherwise, they will simply lose the ability to form their staff. If their medal's destroyed when they're in the duchy, they will die. Otherwise, they lose the ability to form their staff. I thought back to the situation with Grossum. Sylvester had intended to execute him by breaking his medal, but the man had already escaped to Ahrensbach. He had survived at the cost of losing his staff. Ferdinand gave a satisfied nod that continued. Since destroying a medal takes the owner's staff with it, those who return to Lanzanov have their medals preserved. Upon their departure, the medals were moved from a storeroom for branch families to one for foreigners. He was speaking so much like a professor that I subconsciously straightened my back and gripped my pen like an eager student. Alsted trembled as she looked up at Ferdinand. By all accounts, he shouldn't have been there. Georgine had arranged for him to die in Ahrensbach's Manor Replenishment Hall, yet he had somehow survived and was now drawing out all the information she tried to keep hidden. He must have seemed terrifying to her. How do you know so much about Lanzanov medals? Alsted asked. Such things aren't covered at the Royal Academy. I read various old documents about them. You cannot blame me if your education is lacking. All right, by old documents, he must mean his book of Messinora. It doesn't seem right to accuse someone who doesn't have one of not being educated enough, but Alsted isn't going to argue with a man who came first in class 6 times in a row. I can't even search my own book for that information since those sections are all missing from me. Well, he's probably talking about because he must have... Yeah, maybe. We're getting sidetracked, Ferdinand said. Given that Gervasio left the branch family and went to Lanzanov, his medal would also be in the Sovereign Temple's possession. Is it not strange that the Sovereign Temple has the medals, I asked. I would have guessed they were being kept at the Royal Palace. In Ehrenfest, we store nobles' medals in the castle. They are born in this villa, which is on the Royal Academy's grounds. This is not the same as being born in the Royal Palace. Ferdinand chose not to elaborate, but I could sense that those born in the Adolphus villa weren't considered part of a normal royal branch family. In any case, he continued, the crux of the matter is that Robert worked with Emmanuel of the Sovereign Temple to return Gervasio to Jürgen Smith royalty. Gervasio might only have re-entered a branch family, but still, their objective is likely the Grüterscheid. I didn't know how thoroughly the royal family cleared the room when sharing intelligence, but if Robert knew about the underground archive, the requirement of circling the Royal Academy's shrines, and the reason for my upcoming adoption, then he might have thought his plan would allow Gervasio to obtain the Grüterscheid. The mana in the medal would confirm Gervasio's identity and made it clear to Emmanuel that he's Omni-Elemental, right? I asked. Yes. And if the Knight Commander identified the royal family as the source of his knowledge, a religious fundamentalist like Emmanuel would throw up his hands and welcome Gervasio with open arms. It must be known that the Sovereign Temple is made up of morons who would declare Detlinde the next Zent simply because she caused the selection circle to flash for the briefest of moments. By removing his medal, the Sovereign Temple had turned Gervasio from a foreign Lanzanavian to the Jürgen royal closest to obtaining the Griechischite. Thus concludes my conjecture, Ferdinand said, though I suspect it was not far from the truth. Is that correct, Alsted? She nodded, still trembling. Could anyone be surprised that he was right on the money? Emmanuel promised that he would move the medal, but only after using it to confirm that Lord Gervasio really was who he claimed to be, Alsted explained. In return, Robert promised to reward the Sovereign Temple when Lord Gervasio obtained the Griechischite and formally became the Zent. We were not made privy to the details, though. I am impressed you would admit your plan for Gervasio to obtain the Griechischite. Detlinde would never accept that. You have been working against your own younger sister, then. For a moment, I felt sorry for Detlinde. It seemed like everyone in her family saw her as no more than a convenient tool to be used. But then I remembered what she had done to Ferdinand, and my anger came back stronger than ever. Yeah. The only way I could avoid getting emotional was by focusing my thoughts on Robert's plotting, his obtaining the key to the Adulterous Villa, contacting Ahrensbach, and proposing countermeasures for anything that might go wrong, all reminded me of Georgine's modus operandi. To think that the Sovereign Temple was also under Robert's control, I mused. The plan must have been set in motion long ago for its roots to run this deep. I never thought Emmanuel and Robert would work together. They seemed so at odds with each other when my Bible was being searched. Something must have occurred since then that caused their goals to align, Ferdinand replied. He saw Emmanuel as the fool who had improperly identified a Zent candidate, but I would never forget the disturbing look that man had given me upon seeing my staff transform into a divine instrument. The thought that he was working with Robert shook me to my core. Rosemine, Ferdinand said, do you have any strong feelings about Emmanuel? He must have noticed the concern on my face. I met with him on several occasions while performing ceremonies at the Royal Academy. In that time I came to discover his intense fixation with making divine instruments and reviving old rituals. The look in his eyes was so gross and scary that it disturbed me. I was used to fanaticism from my dealings with Hartmut, but that was nothing compared to what I'd seen from Emmanuel. There had been a particularly nasty light behind those gray orbs. The ceremonies had taken place after Ferdinand moved to Ahrensbach, so he didn't think all that much about Emmanuel, but the man's disturbing behavior would forever be burned into my memory. I see, Ferdinand said. To summarize, then, a troubled and thoughtless fundamentalist with an obsession for the power of old cares only about returning the Griechischite to Jürgen. For that sake, he would even help a Lanzanavian to become the Zent. He cast his eyes down in thought and sighed. So what happened after the medals were tampered with? Anastasius had come back from his inspection of the Royal Academy, not even by the time Hildebrand returned from the farthest hall with his divine will. Robert had advised the third prince to return to his villa post-haste so that he would not accidentally touch anyone. From there, Hildebrand's retainers had sent an ordinance to Anastasius informing him of their intention to leave. Those of the Sovereign Temple had departed soon after. Only once they were alone had the Lanzanavians beaten a hasty retreat back to the Adulterous Villa and started absorbing their stamps. Prince Anastasius circled the shrines, and the Royal Academy returned to its usual state, Alsted said. I wish to be granted a prompt return to the Ahrensbach. The Lanzanavians had obtained their staffs, which marked the end of my duties. However, when she had made to leave, the door within the Lanzanov estate had refused to open for her. She then tried to return home via the Ahrensbach dormitory, but its door had also remained shut. She reported these strange occurrences to Robert, who had returned to news that their duchy's foundation had been stolen. He had not known who was responsible or how Ahrensbach was faring. In her anger, Detlinde sent a letter to Ahrensbach. We became even more devoted to obtaining the Griechischite so that we could regain our foundation. In other words, I said, you casually circled the shrines. Each time someone said Detlinde, I remembered seeing Ferdinand paralyzed and on the brink of death in Ahrensbach's manor replenishment hall. My anger was getting harder to control, but I forced a smile and tried not to think about it. Sure, I might have sounded a little caustic, but I deserved to be praised for not taking things any further than that. Alsted looked troubled as she said, Indeed, Lord Gervasio and Detlinde circled the shrines with the help of the rejuvenation potions we'd made. That's the thing about my sister. Although she may be a bit thoughtless at times and tends to think she is the center of the world, narcissist, she is not a bad person at heart. She works so very hard for our sakes. Tch, yeah, right. My blood started to boil. Alsted had given a pretty standard response for someone trying to defend her little sister, and it was true that I didn't know much about their relationship behind the scenes, but still. My head started to cool while the rest of me felt practically aflame. I couldn't remember the last time the sensation had overtaken me. I exuded mine through a smile and looked Alsted dead in the eye. Goodness, Lady Alsted, what a funny thing to say. To carry out her nefarious scheme, Lady Detlinde kidnapped and murdered the head attendant of a mere child. She used a paralyzing drug on Ferdinand when instant death poison failed to dispatch him, then put staff-stealing bracelets on him atop a magic circle so that he would die a slow death as his mana drained. Oh, but she is good at heart, is she? What a unique appraisal. The two of you certainly are Lady Georgine's daughters. Ugh. Alsted's eyes widened as she clutched at her chest, her mouth open and closed in a failed attempt to speak. I increased the force of my crushing while watching her writhe in agony. Oh, you were crushing her. Okay. Rosemine, Ferdinand, control your emotions. You are leaking mana. He grabbed my wrist before any of my knights could react. Fear not, I replied, though my eyes did not move from Alsted. I too am growing. I can now focus my crushing on a single person. I understand your anger, but we need her alive. She will play a crucial role in our future plans. Ferdinand used his free hand to block my vision and interrupt the crushing. Alsted coughed and spluttered while my retainer shouted my name. I will contain Rosemine's mana, Ferdinand said. The rest of you take Alsted to the front garden. Do not let Rosemine see her again. Understood, Lorenz and Matthias replied in unison. Alsted was whisked out of the room, leaving me with nowhere to direct my overflowing mana and anger. I'm frustrated, Ferdinand. I'm mad, I said. If you think I'm going to forgive anyone, then think again. I understand that, but contain your mana otherwise. I will need to press a face stone against your skin. There was a trace of emotion in his voice, but even now he was being considerate of my face stone phobia. That eased my anger in no time at all. There was nothing to gain from taking my frustration out on him. Ferdinand relaxed his grip of my arm. He must have felt that my mana was receding. In terms of your emotions, I see you have not grown at all since we first met. Hey! The gods blessed me with rapid physical growth. Maybe, through continued prayer, I can convince them to grant my mind as well. You have prayed more than anyone else in Jürgen Schmidt. If not even that has been enough, then I will not hold my breath. His hand was still covering my eyes, but the fact we were even having this discussion told me I was calming down. At last, Ferdinand took his hand away from my face, and he started checking my mana to make sure it was safe to release my arm. My knights appeared to want to say something. They kept raising their hands as though to interject, but with Alsted gone, my mana was unlikely to rampage again. Detlinda's moral character is no longer relevant or important, Ferdinand stressed. What matters now is the revelation that Gervasio was circling the shrine. Did you process any of the information we just received? Good grief. As he returned to inspecting me, I noticed this urgency in his eyes. Then it hit me. It doesn't take long to circle the shrines, does it? Sure, the process required a lot of mana, but that could easily be remedied with a bunch of rejuvenation potions, and that's what Alsted said. In my case, I'd already dedicated so much mana to ceremonies that the tablets hadn't needed much mana from me. But did that even matter? Time would remain frozen while he was inside the shrines. It had taken me less than a day to obtain all the shrines. Could it be, or all the tablets, has Gervasio finished circling the shrines? I would think so by this point. But if I remember correctly, he has not been able to obtain the Grigishite because it's from the Branch family. I thought back to Hersher's report. She had said that outsiders were seen by the Scholar Building. There was a shrine near them. Assuming that Gervasio had already been circling them when he was spotted, it was likely by now he had every single one of the tablets. Any anger still coursing through me dissipated in an instant. In an ideal world, Ferdinand said, Gervasio would be circling the shrines as we speak. Perhaps he thought it best to act under cover of darkness, but why would the Sovereign Knight's order have revealed its treachery if not because he had already finished and was on the cusp of obtaining the Grigishite? Rabla and the others hailed Gervasio as an exent. Where do you think he is now? The blood drained from my face. There was only one place someone in Gervasio's shoes would go. Professor Solange stopped responding to ordinances. Was that not what Hersher told us? Ferdinand's cold, calm voice echoed in my mind over and over again. Oh boy, now you gotta go rescue Solange. Great. My body trembled and my breath caught in my throat. I couldn't shake the thought of Solange sprawled out and on the verge of death like Ferdinand and Arensbach's Manor Replenishment Hall. We must hurry to the library, I said, and turned to my knights. They nodded at once, having been listening to our entire conversation. It was heartening to see them all ready to go despite the suddenness of this revelation. I stepped toward Cornelius, only to feel a hand again grab my arm. Hold on, Ferdinand, I said. These are decisions to be made first. To begin with, who will stay here, who will go with you, and who will go ahead of you. I turned around and glared at him. There is no time for that. I must rescue Professor Solange. I understand the urgency of our situation as well as you do, but that does not mean we can drop everything else. We must share the intelligence we have gained and decide what to do with the prisoners. Moreover, who has the key to this villa? There's a chance that Gervasio's group will return while we are at the library. We had no idea where Gervasio was or what he was doing. He might have been at the library trying to get the Grigishite, but maybe he was still circling the shrines or fighting at the royal palace in an attempt to kill the royal family. If we can squeeze their objective and current whereabouts from the prisoners, we might be able to plan ahead, Ferdinand continued. Furthermore, if we leave too few guards here, Gervasio's group could manage to free their allies. We will be at an overwhelming disadvantage if they recover the tools we have confiscated and rearm themselves. Ferdinand regarded me with stern eyes as he went on to list all the potential dangers. We conquered the villa so easily, not just because our opponents overestimated the strength of Verbergen's concealment, but also because we attacked with overwhelming numbers in the deep of night. We came up with a plan and successfully executed it. It does not mean our might is vastly superior to theirs. The outcome of a battle where they are armed and ready cannot be known to us. The Lanzanovians had great enough mana capacities to have escaped our knights' restraints, silver equipment that blocked mana, various means of deploying instant death poison, and other tools unique to their country, and now they have staffs as well. We might have been able to capture them once, but Ferdinand was right. We could not risk being over-optimistic. On an even more important note, Ferdinand said, we no longer have the strongest part of our army. Dunkelfelger's knights are busy fighting at the royal palace, and might be for some time. We do not know how much of the Sovereign Knights Order has sided with Roblet. We will need to manage our prisoners with only the knights we brought from Ahrensbach, all while being wary of a counterattack from Gervasio's group or the Sovereign Knights. We couldn't even move the prisoners and their equipment somewhere else. The fact that I'd yet to make brooches for entering the Ahrensbach dormitory limited our options. Ferdinand continued, both entering the Royal Academy's library and passing through the door to the underground archive will require Professor Solange's assistance. That is precisely why we can still send our ordinances. At no point did Professor Herscher or Roffen say their birds refused to fly to her, so we can safely assume she is still alive. Wait just a brief moment until we have gotten out our instructions. But what if we end up being too late as a result? Even the slightest delay could have serious consequences. Can you blame me for wanting to get Professor Solange out of danger? Let me go on ahead at the very least. I would never have the patience to wait for him to finish delegating. Still grabbing my arm, Ferdinand shot my knights a sympathetic look. I suppose you charged into Ahrensbach with the same momentum. Yep. If you truly cannot wait, then order your guard knights who are not name sworn to you to scout ahead. Do not follow them to the library until they have confirmed it is safe. But why? I demanded. I wanted to go there more than anyone, so why was he denying me? Ferdinand gazed down at me without a word, then reached out and pinched my cheek. You are getting too worked up. Calm down. There is a reason you must not go there. The library's magic tools can sense their master's mana. I cannot be sure how they would respond to your name sworn who are under the influence of your mana, but we should err on the side of caution. So essentially send everybody who's not name sworn to you down there first, make sure it's okay, and then go down there once you're finished delegating. If our enemies really are there when those two shoe mills announce your arrival, who knows what they might do? Perhaps they will prepare an ambush or take Solange hostage. My eyes widened in response. The moment someone puts a weapon on Professor Solange's throat, we will need to remain passive, Ferdinand informed me. You wish to save her, but rushing to her rescue will put her in the most danger. Send your guard knights to investigate the area first. You will need to go there eventually. One must be at least an archnoble to reach the underground archive and an archduke candidate or member of royalty to enter. On top of that, there are things you will need to do as the master of those magic tools. Wait until then. In the face of such a large-scale argument, what was I to do? I couldn't charge ahead and risk putting Solange in even greater danger. Lady Rosemary, Cornelius said, as Lorenz and Matthias are name sworn to you, Angelica and I shall take some of the other knights to scout out the library. Thank you. Cornelius waited for Lorenz and Matthias to return from moving Alstead, then he and Angelica set out for the library. He had probably chosen Angelica over Lenore because she was armed with Stenlook and boasted such tremendous speed, and also that's his future wife, so yeah. Ferdinand was darting here and there as he gave everyone their new orders. He told Heisch's group to put Lanzanov's equipment into a hidden room with which he was registered. Many of those tools cannot be understood at a glance, he said, making them especially dangerous. If we want to avoid a constant barrage of poison, seal away all the silver weapons and armor. Looking at this equipment, attacking at night with such an overwhelmingly large force was the best move, Heischitz remarked as he and the others gradually moved the mountain of tools into the hidden room. Had we attacked when the Lanzanovians were awake and able to use all of this, even Dunkelfelger would have lost knights. The abundance of silver weapons and armor before me was evidence enough. It went to show just how seriously our foes had taken their invasion. Ferdinand, is there anything I can do? I asked. Just sitting and waiting is painful. Will you look into what separates the royal family from its branches? I wish to know what Gervasio could do now that he has returned to the ladder. There may be things I do not know in your book. He hadn't even hesitated to give me a task. I made my Grutterscheid and started researching the royal branch families. Their members could apparently enter the library without being registered, but they couldn't go any further into the underground archive than I, so they weren't part of the main family. In that case, it is unlikely that Gervasio has already detained the Griegerscheid, Ferdinand said, the tension draining from his shoulders. Unless he goes through a wereman. He sent ordinances to Hartman and Justice requesting updates on their interrogation, and started dividing the nights to those who would go to the library and those who would stay to guard the prisoners. I waited impatiently for him to finish. A white bird came in and perched on Ferdinand, then reported in Cornelius's voice. Given the time, the library's doors are locked. We circled around in search of another entrance, and while we could not find one, we did glimpse a faint light through the office's windows. It was almost first bell. No matter how much of an early riser Solange might have been, she would never have left her room while our attendants were still asleep. Cornelius went on. We could gain entry by breaking one of the windows, but we consider it too dangerous to act without reinforcements. I am bringing some now, Ferdinand said in response. If you see no traces of a break-in, then do not attempt to force entry. The library's magic tools will eliminate intruders without question. Stay among the trees on the north side until you reunite with Rosewine. Ferdinand had thoroughly investigated Schwartz and Weiss's creation, so he knew exactly what the tools would do to anyone who entered the library through illicit means. I closed my ears to his description, not wanting to hear it. Then he extended a hand to me. Let us go. Right. 60-some nights tore through the night sky. Hartman and Justice were staying behind to watch over the prisoners, but the rest of our retainers were with us. Hartman was very disappointed, Clarissa told me. He said the library was something of a miracle hotspot for you. She started repeating all the miracles Hartman had raved about while continuing counting them on her fingers. I intervened when she was partway through and exaggerated an excessively flowery account of my first trip to the library and my excitement-born blessing that had revived the magic tools. It was best to keep Arensbach nights in the dark about my embarrassing history. My long-term goal was to turn their duchy into a massive library, and to that end, I needed to become a librarian respected by all. We rendezvoused with the knights hidden in the forest south of the library. Cornelius and the other scouts hadn't seen any sovereign knights on the premises, but they had noticed the occasional ordnance fly out of the library and toward the central building. Upon their arrival, they had also spotted guards in the hallway that connected to all the dormitories. Taking the library's front entrance is out of the question. It sits in full view of the central building's connecting hallway, but if we enter through a window, the reading rooms will provide... No, we will not be doing that, Ferdinand interjected. We have the magic tools owner with us. We can simply enter through the back door. He pointed to the outdoor stairway that connected the garden outside the library and dormitory to the second close-stack archive. I could see the door Solange had allowed us to escape through during last year's Archduke conference when Detlinda had almost spotted us. Won't it be locked, I asked. You can just summon the library's magic tools and tell them to unlock it. It wouldn't be that simple, but I climbed onto his high beast nonetheless. We landed outside the library's back door. Schwartz, Weiss, I said, could you let us in? There was a pause, and then a click as the two shoemills unlocked the door for us. They welcomed me as they always did. Here, milady, been a long time. Wow, it really was that simple. I'm surprised that nobody noticed that. We hadn't faced any resistance at all. I could see why assigning the shoemill's master was a matter of such grave importance. I was also starting to understand those who had said Ehrenfest's first year could never be trusted with them. Of course they wanted such magic tools to be transferred to a member of royalty or a reliable sovereign noble. Then why is everyone else so okay with me being the tool's master? Did they not know about this function of theirs? Possibly not. The most reasonable course of action would probably be to explain the situation and return the tools to the royal family. That could wait, though, considering how useful they were. It made sense to hold on to them for a little while longer. Schwartz, Weiss, where is Professor Solange right now? I asked. The two shoemills began hopping around. Solange in her office. Solange not moving. I charged to her rescue without even thinking, or at least I tried to before Ferdinand grabbed me. He said, not yet, he said. Heischitz. Right. Heischitz went ahead of us and cautiously entered the office, bringing along several knights proficient with healing magic. One of them confirmed that Professor Solange was inside, motionless, and that the room was free of traps. At once, Ferdinand shot forward. He was moving so briskly and with such broad strides that I couldn't even hope to catch up with him. Was this really the same man who had advised us to hang back a moment ago? Apologies. In my scramble to follow Ferdinand, I managed to lose my balance. It was a good thing he turned just in time to catch me. I was still recovering from my shock when he set me back on my feet, told me to come with him, and then sped into Solange's office. His rushing on ahead was just cruel. Hold on, Ferdinand, I called, but as I tried to speed up to match his pace, Lenore raised a hand and urged me to stop. Might I advise you to slow down, Lady Rosamund, but Lord Ferdinand is acting for your sake. He wishes to confirm Professor Solange's status before you see her and provide some extra healing if she needs it. When a man shows you such immense consideration, it is best to gracefully accept it. There was kindness in Lenore's indigo eyes, and she took a graceful step forward as if to lead me by example. Before I could do the same, I heard Ferdinand cast Helschmir's healing and see a green flash come from the office up ahead. Lenore was right. Professor Solange, are you okay? I asked. Some of the knights were slowly helping her to her feet. Uh-oh. And who might you be, she asked, staring at me quizzically. It's me, Rosemine. Oh my, how have you grown? I didn't even recognize you. I thought for a second they had wiped her memory or something. I was like, oh shit, but then I remembered, oh yeah, she had grown. Though she wore a smile, I could see how exhausted she was. I wanted to let her rest, but we needed to question her first. Professor Solange, what happened? Lord Rabba came here with a man, Lord Gervasio, his name was, a member of the royal branch family. I do not expect you to know him, but he wanted to attain the Grucheshide. He was exactly as I remembered. You knew Gervasio? Ferdinand asked. His eyes narrowed. As I understood it, he was educated in the villa and did not attend the Royal Academy. He did. Sort of. The nostalgia faded from Solange's eyes, replaced with curiosity. I am surprised that you know him, Lord Ferdinand. He had to move far away a very long time ago. He used to come here all the time, back when I was first assigned to the Academy's library. Between the end of spring and the end of autumn, it was after the Archduke Conference concluded and the Arch-Librarians took their leave. Your reminiscing can wait, Ferdinand said. Where is he now? Solange looked around at the knights, well aware of the tension hanging over us all, and shook her head. I apologize, but I cannot tell you. He came yesterday evening. Schwartz and Weiss said that Hortensia had arrived, so I went to welcome her. Only it hadn't been Hortensia. Solange had come to find Gervasio, Robla, and a group of sovereign knights. Hortensia had succumbed to her illness and climbed the towering stairway. She continued. Lord Robla told me he had come to retrieve her belongings from her room. Robert had used Hortensia's face stone to enter the librarian's dormitory and go to his late wife's room. I imagine she didn't die of illness. I imagine he silenced her. That's what I think he did. In the meantime, Solange and Gervasio had reminisced about old times. Lord Robert returned in no time at all, Solange explained. Then he told me to give him the keys to the underground archive. Weapons were thrust at me, and with the life of my attendant on the line, I complied and gave him what he wanted. Gervasio had claimed that he didn't want to hurt an old friend, which is why he'd merely sealed Solange's staff and tied her up so that she couldn't seek help. The sovereign knights with them had died the keys before their group had continued to the underground archive. Lord Gervasio said that he would release me once he obtained the Grucheshide, but here I remained. I even heard them leave the library. Given their loud, impatient footsteps, I imagine he failed to obtain it. Solange gazed down at her bindings, clearly upset, and said, Some way to treat an old friend. Then what is Gervasio doing now? I mused aloud. I didn't expect anyone to have an answer. I just couldn't fathom where he might have gone. Gervasio, just like Milady. Gervasio went to Gramps. Oh, shit! A tense look on his face, Ferdinand turned on his heel and strode out of the room, heading for the second floor. His retainers and half of the knights hurried out after him. Lady Rosamond, what is Lord Gervasio doing? Professor Solange asked. What am I supposed to say? Your old friend invaded Jürgenschmidt as part of a foreign power and is trying to obtain the Grucheshide so he can become the next Zent. Robot, the Sovereign Knight Commander, has betrayed King Trarqual, or you might be deemed a traitor for giving him those keys. I didn't think so. You should rest for now, I said. You must be exhausted. I shall instruct Schwartz and Weiss to protect the library so that no one else can threaten your peace. I asked Lenore to take Solange to her room in the librarian's dormitory. She returned a short while later, her face twisted in a grimace. Did something happen? I asked. The door to Professor Solange's room was sealed with the magic tools so that her attendant could not leave. She had quite a terrifying night, knowing only that her lady had not returned. Curse you, Robot! I shall activate the shoe mill's combat mode, I said. I squeezed my eyes shut and got Lenore to guide my hand to the face stones on Schwartz and Weiss's foreheads. I poured mana into them, then did the same thing with their buttons to activate the aforementioned combat mode. Robot's group would not make it into the library again. Schwartz, Weiss, we leave. Start guarding Professor Solange. If anyone who isn't registered comes to the library with its keys in their possession, confiscate the keys, and then remove the intruder from the premises. Protect Solange, confiscate the keys. It was then that Ferdinand came racing downstairs. Rosemine returned to the villa with the knights. His urgency and the anxious look on his face told me that Gervasio was already in the Garden of Beginnings. No, I replied at once, shaking my head. Let me come with you. We cannot take that risk. Wait in the villa. Ferdinand continued past me and made to leave the reading room. For a moment, I was transported back to where I'd watched him leap for Arensbach. I reached out to him and though my throat felt unbearably hoarse, I endured the pain and cried out, Wait! If you leave me behind, I'll reveal your secrets to everyone. Why did you say that? Ferdinand twitched, then turned around to glare at me. Is this really the time for that? I can't just sit around. I really can't. And the more mana we have, the better, right? Mana? What are you talking about? Haven't you done this before? The fastest method is to blast ourselves an opening and charge on through, right? It was rude enough that Erwerman would decry it as blasphemous, but speed was our top priority. We would attack the huge magic circle in the sky with mana, forcing it to activate, and then rush inside. I am surprised you would propose something so extreme. Seriously? Come on, I'm following your example. Yeah, you did it before, dude. What are you saying? Ferdinand let out a resigned sigh. He strode over to me, pulled me onto his shoulder. Up onto his shoulders, and then made to leave again. Onto your shoulders? What the fuck? The sight stunned my knights silent, but they soon recovered and rushed to follow us. To be clear, Ferdinand said, I did not intend to charge anywhere. I wished only to activate the circle by any means. You, on the other hand, are acting deliberately. We are not the same. I suspect the person we are going to visit would disagree. A wereman wouldn't care whether our forced entry was accidental or otherwise. He would thoroughly scold us in both cases. Ferdinand chuckled and said, true enough. He took me outside to the closed stack archive before making his high beast and setting me atop it. We'd be ready to travel as fast as we can go. Right. Hold on, how far have I gotten? I'm gonna keep going. I'm sorry, I just can't stop! The road to the Garden of Beginnings. Lord Ferdinand, where are you going? Cornelius cried. This was neither the time or place to explain the details, so Ferdinand took to the sky without as much of a response. Hyacinth and my knights were quick to follow, which didn't seem very wise. We were about to unleash a burst of powerful magic. Take cover under the ivory buildings, Ferdinand shouted, or if you insist on coming with us, fly higher than we do. You will die if you linger between us and our target. He then accelerated, continuing his ascent. I wanted to turn around to see if anyone was still following us, but that wasn't an option right now. I squeezed the reins tight so that I wouldn't fall. First bell rang as we continued toward the sky. In a single chime that reached the entire Royal Academy, the sun had yet to rise. Rosemont, use Ladenschaf's spear, Ferdinand instructed, once we were high enough to look over the entire academy. He made his stab into a one-handed sword, then began filling it with mana. The spear, I repeated. Yes, pour a tremendous amount of mana into it. Then at my signal, close your eyes and throw it downward. No matter how poor your throwing aim might be, there is no way for you to miss the magic circle covering the entire Royal Academy. I wouldn't have the slightest bit of trouble pouring mana into Ladenschaf's spear, but when it came to actually throwing the thing... He's right. My aim leaves a lot to be desired, but was that little jab really necessary? Just because a statement is true doesn't mean it gets any less hurtful. Lord Ferdinand, what are you doing? Please stop him, Lady Rosemine. Cries rang out while Ferdinand prepared to swing his mana-filled sword. Some of our tag-alongs must have caught up to us. They were mostly my knights, but I noticed a few blue capes as well. Ferdinand gazed down at them and muttered, if only they'd listened as well as Eckert. In truth, I thought that was a pretty unreasonable expectation. Eckert was so devoted to Ferdinand that he obeyed the man's every word. I doubted anyone else would measure up to him. I warned you of the danger, Ferdinand called. Hurry up and get above us, or were you hoping to die? The knights blanched and did as they were told. Ferdinand waited until they were a safe distance away from us, grumbling all the while that this was a waste of their precious little time we had. His repeated displays of anger revealed just how anxious he must have been feeling. Don't do anything until they're all above us, I said. I will stop you if you endanger my guard knights. I would never do something so cruel. Yeah, right. I just asked what we were doing as he passed us, but again Ferdinand refused to answer. He shook his sword and said, I see no reason to humor your question. Get as far away from us as you can. Now, Rosemine, begin. Right, I exclaimed. I closed my eyes, formed my staff, and cast Lance. Though I couldn't see the spear, I felt its shaft appear in my hand. I channeled my mana into it, and it wasn't long before the weapon started to crackle. That will do, Ferdinand said. Drop it. Lord Ferdinand, Lady Rosemine, stop! Two panic cries came from above us, but our hands were tied. If we didn't activate the magic circle and go to the Garden of Beginnings, Gervasio would obtain his own book of Messinora. I couldn't let someone who would massacre Aronsbach's nobles for face stones and kidnap young women become the next king of Jurgenschmidt. I need to stop him. At last I released the spear I was holding. It fell through the air like a blue shooting star, piercing the otherwise gloomy night sky. Then my stomach dropped as Ferdinand took us in a steep dive, almost like he was chasing the light. He used the momentum to swing his sword down. That is a gigantic sword! Jesus, look at that! It looks more like a... No, wait, that's a spear. Doi. That's the sword right there. Never mind, that was a spear. The attack unleashed a bright burst of rainbow mana that zipped through the air fast enough to catch up with my spear. Their mana mixed together, then there was an explosion, boom! And a sharp crackling sound as the projectile smashed into its target. In mere moments, the magic circle went from being a faint presence to a dazzling spectacle. Light shot up from its center in a vast pillar that seemed to connect it with the sky. That's the divine color of wind! Messinora! I remembered seeing the same light when I obtained my book of Messinora in the Garden of Beginnings. At least something told me it was the same light. We have to go. Now! Ferdinand must have had the same thought. His arm tightened around my stomach and we plunged through the pillar of light. But as we attempted to force our way into the Garden of Beginnings, a powerful gale surged out of the magic circle and pushed us away. Ah, shit. Is that Gervasio? The unexpected counterattack had caused me to cry out. I wasn't hurt at all, but the force of the impact had activated and popped several of my charms. Shit. Ferdinand clicked his tongue, then withdrew a short distance. That wind acts entirely like Zaria's shield. We cannot pass through it while we feel malice toward the person beyond it. He stared at the pillar and muttered through gritted teeth that he hadn't encountered this problem last time since there hadn't been anyone in the garden. In other words, infiltrating from above is no longer an option. I couldn't help my feelings toward Gervasio, who had ravaged Aronsbach, or toward Ewerman, who had told me to kill Ferdinand. The wind would reject us no matter how many times we tried to pass through it. Correct, we need to think of another approach. The two that immediately come to mind are returning to the villa to try again with silver clothes, and using the entrance to the farthest hall. To get this Cesaria shield, I suspect we will need to cover our entire bodies with silver cloth. That will put us at great risk, since we wouldn't be able to use our staffs immediately upon entering. Ewerman had mentioned that he distinguished people using their mana, which means Gervasio must have been in a state where his mana could be detected. Silver cloth would protect us from mana-based attacks, but also stop us from using our staffs, which wasn't ideal when we didn't know what weaponry our opponent might have. Gervasio is partway through obtaining his own Book of Mesnora, isn't he? I asked. Almost certainly. I glared at the Pillar of Light. I had taken a hefty chunk of mana to activate the magic circle with the Shaft Spear, but now the wind was blocking us. What could we do to stop Gervasio from getting the Book of Mesnora? If we can't go inside, maybe we can at least interrupt him from out here. Ferdinand, we couldn't pass through the magic circle, but we did manage to enter the light, didn't we? What are you thinking? He asked with a guarded expression. Sometimes it was better to show than tell. I used Rucken to cancel the spear transformation of my staff, then used Finn's Sunhang to turn it into the divine cape of darkness. Rosemite, I told you to use that only as a last resort, remember? This is a last resort. Yeah, Grimace all you want, but this is a last resort. Gervasio was already obtaining the Book of Mesnora in the Garden of Beginnings, and our attempt to use the magic circle to catch up to him hadn't worked. The only alternative Ferdinand had proposed were trying again with silver cloth and getting the real family out of hiding to open the farthest hall. Interrupting the light is the fastest way to have stopped Gervasio, I continued, and the danger is great enough that this feels like a justified response. Besides, won't it be significantly faster than going to fetch silver cloth or summoning the real family? Again with your extreme ideas, Ferdinand mumbled, tapping his temple. The idea could work, but I assume you have other frivolous intentions in mind. Do not hide them from me. We used a lot of mana to activate the magic circle, so if we are not allowed inside, I can at least want it back. That divine light is pure mana, right? You are hiding more than just that. How does he know? It didn't make any sense. I was wearing the perfect noble facade, but it still seemed straight through it. Were my intentions showing on my face? I pursed my lips, rubbed my cheeks, and confessed I was hoping that absorbing the light would add more of Mesnora's wisdom to my book. I didn't want to wait until I came of age to read it all. Ferdinand grimaced, knowing full well that I was being honest, but turned his high beast to face the light. Ewerman said the book was split between us as the result of accidental circumstances. He would not have instructed us to kill each other if such a convenient solution existed, so I sincerely doubt your method will secure you knowledge meant for another. You miss every shot you don't take, right? And if this does get me more of my book, then hey, jackpot, no reason not to try. What in the world is a jack of pots? Your language is anything but consistent. Even in our current situation, I cannot allow that to slide. Right now, who freaking cares about being ladylike? Seriously. Despite my internal complaints, I replied only that I would take more care going forward. Light was raining down from the distant heights. I stood directly underneath it, my newly made cape spread wide to prevent it from reaching the Garden of Beginnings. The darkness attributed my divine instrument began absorbing the mana which rushed into me and replenished all the mana I had spent. There was none of the pain or discomfort that came from drinking an ultra-nasty rejuvenation potion. In the blink of an eye, I was back to normal. That said, Ferdinand was right. I'm not getting any of Mesnora's wisdom. Bummer. Rucken, I said to dispel the black cape. Rejuvenated already? Ferdinand asked, surprised. The cape would only absorb enough mana for its user to reach their full capacity. I had stopped once I was fully recovered, but still, considering how much mana I'd put into Lane Shaft's spear, this really was a quick turnaround. I gazed up at Ferdinand. I didn't get what I really wanted, but the cape replenished my mana faster than your ultra-nasty potions. Guess I shouldn't have expected anything less from a goddess. Her mana was a feast. Ferdinand reached out and pinched my cheek. The cold expression on his face told me he had some very strong opinions about the gods. Such thoughts were beyond me. Owie, I muttered. It really was impressive, but fine. Now it's your turn. We need to keep interrupting Gervasio, and you used a ton of your mana, right? Just have the gods restore it for you. This is a pretty rare opportunity. Ferdinand must have been capable of repeating the process, but he had taught me to use the Cape of Darkness in the first place, but a look of uncertainty rose in his face. You are the only one who would consider draining mana from the gods, he complained. Nobody else would dare even attempt it. Despite your regular prayer, I cannot tell whether you are faithful or due for divine punishment. True. There was a drawn-out pause before Ferdinand seemed to make up his mind. I do this only because we cannot risk Gervasio running rampant, he said. Then made his own Cape of Darkness and spread it underneath the light. He must have felt his mana quickly replenishing because his lips curved into a satisfied grin. Oh, this is quite something. Soon enough, the light vanished as suddenly as if someone flicked a switch, and the magic circle disappeared within it. Uh-oh. Ferdinand, whose cape was still spread wide, responded with a contemplative, I guess they finished, I ventured. My mana has yet to fully recover. Perhaps you absorbed too much. What? Are you trying to blame me? I retorted with a glare. They were probably almost done when we got here. I don't want to hear any complaints. In which case, we should carefully consider our next move, Ferdinand took up into the air. If, as you suggested, they were already close to being finished, then Gervasio must be in possession of an almost complete Bible. Where is the exit? Or rather, where did you reappear when you accessed the Garden of Beginnings to obtain your book? I wasn't returned to the library. The exit took me to the farthest hall. Was that not the case for you? No, I went back the way I came. I did not wish to be sent somewhere inconvenient. In other words, when Ferdinand got his book of Messinora, he not only entered through the ceiling in an especially rude manner, but also ignored the exit opened up for him. In truth, that had probably been the right decision. It would have been deposited him in the farthest hall, requiring him to call upon a member of royalty. But that's why Ewerman ended up resenting him. The knights watched nervously from above, must have sensed we were done. They came racing down on their high beasts. What were you trying to do, Haishit's asked. What was that burst of light? I do not need to answer, nor do I see a reason to. I will not say that again. Now we must make haste to the farthest hall. How are the royals faring? Tell your Ob that we wished for him to capture one of them and send them to us. His presence at the royal palace may be necessary for the containment of the sovereign knight's order, but what need is there for the royal family to hang around? Such an outrageous request made even Haishitz recoil in shock. You want him to capture a member of royalty. That does not sound the least bit respectful. They failed to defend themselves even after receiving ample warning of the invasion to come. Then they allowed their own knight's order to betray them. Beyond serving as keys to the farthest hall, what value do they have now? Given the somewhat horrific state of the attack on the royal palace, there was little one could say to argue with Ferdinand. He was telling the cold, hard truth, but some things were best left unspoken. You may be right that the royals have been largely useless thus far, but they did grant permission for your rescue, I said. Try to be a little more polite. I can say the same to you, Lady Rosemine, Lenore interjected with a smile. Haishitz was in agreement with her. I can hardly send an ordinance of that nature. Is that so? Ferdinand asked. I will do it when Rosemine, close your eyes. I squeezed my eyes shut and sensed some movement from Ferdinand. He had presumably taken an ordnance face stone and tapped it with the staff. Prince Anastasius, this is Ferdinand. Wait, come again? Of all the royals here, why had he chosen to contact Anastasius? I cocked my head, but he continued to speak as ordinance. To prevent our Lonzanavian invaders from stealing Jurgen Schmidt's foundation, I need a royal to open the farthest hall. As you should know from the aftermath of the Civil War, in the event that our enemies succeed, the usurped royals, your family, will immediately be sought out and executed. I would ask that you come immediately and make great haste. He swung his staff and the ordinance took flight. That should do. Let us proceed to the central building. Lord Ferdinand, why did you contact Prince Anastasius? Haishitz asked, speaking for all of us. The standard procedure would have been to contact King Trarqual, because he's probably still in his hidden room at this point and you wouldn't have been able to contact him? Is it not obvious? Ferdinand replied with a smirk befitting the Lord of Evil. I chose him not only because he can move more freely than any of the other royals, but also because his weakness is the most obvious. Do you think he would choose inaction when Lady Eglantine is at risk of execution? Nope. No, he would not, especially considering she's got a baby now. So, yeah, of course he would make haste to protect his family. I'd witnessed more than enough of his lovey-dovey attitude. He wouldn't sit still when he knew his sweetheart was in danger. Still, I said, can't I just open the door? I may not have the Zent's approval yet, but I am still technically an Ob. But what if the Zent's approval is necessary? Ferdinand asked casually while directing his high beast to our destination. Think of all the time we would waste if we waited until after the door failed to open to summon him. This guy is treating royalty as a backup plan. I don't want to stop. I got to. I'll see y'all in the next one. I gotta edit this one. Okay, I just finished the second part. Let's do part 3. The duty of a Zent. As we darted through the forest, Ferdinand instructed that more ordinances be sent out. He intended to re-enter the central building through the window we had opened upon our arrival. There were sovereign knights in the hallway outside the dormitories, Ferdinand explained. Before we engage them, we should muster whatever forces are available. Heifetz, contact Dunkelfelder. Cornelius, contact Eckert and instruct him to bring us more troops. Ferdinand told me to close my eyes again before sending 2 ordinances of his own. The first one to Strahl, a curt message telling him to stop investigating the Sovereign Knights Order so he could reunite with us. A second, which went to Zent Charlclaw, was laden with the long, noble euphemisms expected of correspondence with royalty, but no matter how pretty the language seemed, its true meaning was anything but amicable. If you have any dignity as a Zent and do not wish to lose Jurgen Smith's foundation to a foreigner, clean up the mess at the royal palace, then make your way here with Dunkelfelder and any remaining members of the Sovereign Knights Order. Ferdinand, I said, what should we do if neither the Zent nor Prince Anastasius comes? Though it will cost us some time and require a detour, we shall come up with an alternative. I admit I am curious to see how the royals will respond. From his voice alone, I could sense that Ferdinand was displeased. He had good reason to be. Anytime a duchy's foundation was at risk, its Ob had a duty to hole up in their foundation's hall to defend it. The same must have been true for the Zent when the country's foundation was being threatened. It was just something he had to do. You seem annoyed that the Zent is hiding in the palace instead of guarding the foundation, I observed, but would someone who does not have the Guterscheid even know where to find the foundation? Ferdinand smirked at my slightest attempt to defend the Zent. Would it matter? In that case, the best course of action would obviously be to rally the knights and defeat the invaders before they even had a chance to reach the foundation. He should at least be doing something. Even you, an underage young woman who despises bloodshed, have joined the battle. How dare someone who claims to be the Zent simply hide away? You're overestimating me. This entire time I've been able to rely on you and my knights and the unwavering faith I put in your support. If my closest allies suddenly betrayed me, as was the unfortunate case for King Tralclaw, I would never have made it this far. An abrupt act of treason from Hartmann or Cornelius might have stopped me in my tracks before I even reached Ahrensbach. This was not some unprecedented occurrence. Retainers betray their lord or lady on a regular enough basis. One must be able to recognize the wolves in sheep's clothing, to pinpoint those who in their retinue seems likely to turn coat. From there, one must work to earn their loyalty or remain on guard against them at all times. These are very reasonable expectations, but I don't do any of that, I said, swallowing hard. The cautious life he had described sounded nothing like my own. At no point since my adoption by the Archduke had such a cutthroat attitude seemed necessary for me. Of course not, Ferdinand replied. Karlstadt, Elvira, Riarda, the Archducal couple, and I have vetted every single person allowed to approach you. You are narrow-minded with a penchant for clumsiness, unideal traits for someone who must keep so many secrets. So we handled any potential threats before they could even reach you. I consider it fortunate that you do not have your own Veronica, an obvious and powerful opponent whom you cannot easily dispose of. Not the nicest way to put it, but fair enough. Being denied access to the lower city and only being able to meet with certain people had exhausted me, especially considering I had spent each and every day buried under a mountain of work. But now, looking back, I could see just how much my guardians had done to create a safe environment for me. How disappointing that it had taken me this long to realize it. So you and my other guardians were protecting me even more than I noticed. You are valuable enough to warrant it. You introduced papermaking and the printing industry, improved our harvest, and raised our students' grades. On top of that, you managed to save both Wilfried and Charlotte. We can assume that so much of the Sovereign Knights Order turned traitor because the people around the Zent did not appreciate his value. But we have nothing to gain from analyzing how others see him. The fate of everyone in Jurgenschmidt will depend only on what we do moving forward. Ferdinand continued as we descended into the trees. I will not submit to the rule of a man who controls others through royal decrees and then shirks his own duties when his country is in danger. If this is his plan, to stay hidden and allow Alonzanov to take control, then he is a failure of a Zent, whether he obtains the Guterscheid or not. His tone was ice cold, and the venom in his words flowed more freely than usual. His extreme distaste for those who wielded the authority of their station but neglected their duties had not changed since his push for Wilfried to be disinherited. At this rate, his tendrils would drag the Zent straight down into hell. Stay strong, Charcoal! We were still waiting in the forest when Heifetz received an ordinance from Ob Dunkelfelder. He relayed the message to us. Our knights are making decent progress with the Sovereign Order. As for defending the country's foundation, the Ob intends to leave that to Lady Rosemine, the wielder of the Guterscheid. Ridiculous, Ferdinand retorted. Protecting the foundation is the duty not of Ahrensbach, but of the royal family. Make sure he knows that he cannot simply dump this task on another. Resolving the chaos within the Sovereign Knights Order was no easy feat, even for Ob Dunkelfelder. He was having a hard enough time figuring out which of the knights were his enemies, and since he couldn't just kill them, he had elected to imprison them all as they as they reared their heads. So they're just gonna around capturing everyone? That doesn't surprise me. I can only imagine the mess the royal palace must have been facing. The battle there wasn't even close to being over, and the knights on our side had no reinforcements to spare. Ferdinand couldn't help but grimace as he listened to the report. Lord Ferdinand, we apologize for the delay. Eckert and Strahl soon reunited with us. The former had stood guarding outside the library while the latter searched the central building. Eckert explained that he had stationed 2 scouts in full view of the library so they could inform us if anyone approached. Then it came time for Strahl to give his report. The sovereign knights guarding the dormitory headed toward the auditorium after receiving an ordinance from someone in the south. We counted 8 knights in total, but the door to the auditorium was open from within, so there are bound to be more. A door to the farthest hall was in the auditorium. There were enemies waiting at our destination. Strahl continued, the sovereign guards moved to the auditorium, coincided with our Dunkelfelder allies' arrival at the royal palace. We could conclude that our movements are being relayed to the enemy. He advised us not to take any knights away from the Adulterous Villa for fear that our prisoners would immediately be rescued. Ferdinand agreed. The Landenovians were simply not used to their staffs. Most of them had more mana than the majority of the knights we brought with us. We must not allow them to be freed, lest they become an enormous threat to our soul. Understood. Strahl got to work sending instructions to the villa. Amid the darkness, I saw an ordnance fly to the central building. Eckert used this magic tool to search for the scouts watching us, Ferdinand said. They already seem to have some grasp of our movements, but we cannot allow them to learn what we intend to launch a surprise attack. Approach them using not your high beast, but physical enhancements. Lord Ferdinand, do you have another tool we could give it to Angelica? Eckert asked. We could finish this sooner if we work together. Ferdinand nodded and gave a second tool to Angelica, who immediately set out with Eckert. They looked as though they were soaring as they shot from branch to branch and eventually disappeared into the foliage. Wow, they're so fast, I said. What were those magic tools? They mainly served to decrease body weight and silence any noise their wearer would produce. Eckert and Angelica should eliminate the scouts and return soon enough. Use that time to memorize your next course of action. Ferdinand was giving us all instructions and working to fortify our position when an ordinance from the central building arrived. This is Trarqual, it said. Yay! The air grew thick with tension. The Zent only ever sent direct ordinances to Obs, or sovereign nobles, during the Archduke Conference. That he was contacting us now meant the situation really must have been dire. The small white bird demanded our full attention. The message that followed was slightly euphemistic, but easy to summarize. As I do not have the Guterscheid, I cannot be considered the Zent. Jürgen Schmidt will collapse without a true king or queen, so I pray that one will arise. In other words, he had no intention of opposing Gervasio or the Landenovians. Our plea for assistance had fallen on deaf ears. How is Ferdinand going to react to this? Scared though as I was, I turned to look at him, for his eyes were narrowed into slits, but I could still see their color changing as he took some manner of magic tool in a white knuckle grip. Oh, his eyes changing colors. His emotions are getting the best of him. His mana's coming out. Oh, Ferdinand said, so he refuses to define the Foundation because he is a false Zent. He does not care who takes control as long as they have a Guterscheid. Heischitz, was that how it sounded to you? Well, yes. If someone obtains the Guterscheid, he will relinquish the throne to them, no matter who they may be. I see. Then I was not mistaken. I'm so scared. Like, that look could seriously kill. And is that a buzz of mana surrounding him? Uh-oh. Ferdinand was so outraged that his mana had started to leak out. In the darkness, it looked as though his entire body was shining. The knights all swallowed at this unmistakable display of anger. He was unconsciously crushing everyone, though only slightly, and the tension in the air made it hard to breathe. Ferdinand, I said, why don't we calm down a little? You're leaking mana and crushing us all. You are right to be annoyed, but King Trarqual was not wrong in saying that a true Zent must have the Guterscheid. How can he perform his duties without one? She's not wrong. Ferdinand glared at me. His eyes had stopped changing color, but I could sense the uncontrollable rage still swirling within them. I continued. King Trarqual was prepared to surrender the throne even to Lady Detlinde if she obtained the Guterscheid. He has the resolve to face whatever consequences await him, which deserves some respect. Are you dense? Did you hit your head during the fighting? Ferdinand snapped, his rage now directed at me. Oh, great. I've opened my big mouth. Now I'm on the firing line. It would be one thing if only the Zent and his family were sacrificed, Ferdinand continued, but his decision to remain passive risked the entire country being taken over by Lanzanov. Respect does not factor into it. The man is a complete and utter failure of a Zent. Ferdinand looked around at the knights. We reported the Lanzanov's misdeeds, that they used instant death poison on those who refused to obey them, and they murdered nobles as en masse for their face stones, and that they kidnapped young women to send to Lanzanov, to name a few. I imagine many of your families were impacted as well. We all saw the havoc Gervasio wrought upon Arensbach. Imagine what he will do with the entire country under his control. The very fact that King Trollocal would refuse to save Jurgenschmidt then from wide-scale slaughter proves he is a failure of a Zent. Am I wrong? His audience largely comprised Arensbach knights who had seen the Londinavians murder innocent civilians, and those from Dunkelfelder who had arrived to stop the slaughter. They all nodded in response, as did my guard knights. We have with us the divine avatar of Mesnora, who was given the Grutushite to decree a new Zent. Jurgenschmidt will obtain a true king or queen as soon as Gervasio is dealt with. Even after hearing so much from Ob Dunkelfelder, King Trollocal chose to do nothing. Such a foolish person cannot be permitted to call themselves the Zent. The knights nodded again, but more hesitantly this time. Ferdinand was openly rejecting their king. Do you want other duchies to face the same tragedy as Arensbach, he asked. No, the knights declared. Do you consider Gervasio fit to rule Jurgenschmidt? No! Shall we respect the Zent's decision and allow chaos to swallow our country whole? No! Then let us ignore his response and devote ourselves to taking down Gervasio, whether he has the Grutushite or not. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Eckert soon returned with Angelica. We succeeded in eliminating the scouts, he said. There were no guards stationed outside the inside, so we can use the auditorium's front entrance. A much easier alternative than trying to climb through its window. As far as the knights were concerned, leaping out of a window and making one's high beast in midair was simple. Doing the process in reverse, that is, leaping through a window from one's high beast, was far more challenging. And, of course, both are completely beyond me right now. Yeah. I do not like the thought of using the front entrance as it renders us easy to detect and somewhat unprotected, Ferdinand mused. But given that Strahl advises the same, I suppose it must be our safest option. And so we re-entered the central building, all the while keeping a very close eye on our surroundings, so I was worried we might fall victim to an ambush, not a single person stood in our way. Just as the reports had said, the Sovereign Knights had retreated into the auditorium. Using only his hands, Ferdinand instructed the knights to move to their assigned positions, all while keeping an eye on the hallway that connected to the dormitories. I'd attended the meeting during which they devised their plan, but I didn't know what most of the hand signals meant. My only roles were to form Schützeria's shield in front of the door and to heal anyone who got hurt. I was drawn from my thoughts by footfalls. A group had arrived near the far hall into the hallway. The knights readied their weapons as out came Anastasius. As one would expect of a grimace of a prince, there were guards surrounding him. I was shocked to see how quickly he had come here. Ferdinand, in contrast, wasn't surprised in the slightest. He signaled the knights not to make a sound. Ferdinand looked at us, then at the door to the auditorium. He asked me to come post-haste to the farthest hall. Did you not? Why are you all waiting outside? We cannot reach the farthest hall without first eliminating the enemies within. Prince Anastasius, please wait until we finish our assault. Ferdinand, how much do you know about... The prince must not have noticed me before, because he suddenly blinked at me in confusion. Who are you? It is I, Rosemine, I declared. It has been too long. Ferdinand clapped a hand over his mouth, having likely remembered that we were trying to be quiet. He shook his head several times and started to wilt. Hildebrand and Siggiswald told me your growth was unbelievable, but to think you changed this much. Rosemine's growth has no relevance to our current situation, Ferdinand interjected. Please save whatever you wish to say for later. He readied his weapon, then raised a hand. We could not see Strahl and the others from where we were, but they had just received the signal they were waiting for. In a matter of seconds, several explosions rang out from inside the auditorium as they began their surprise attack. What are you doing? Anastasius barked. Stop them! Nope, Ferdinand did no such thing. Instead, in a steady voice, he replied, Another force of ours just through magic tools. Tools made by Hartmut through the auditorium's topmost windows. An attack on the Royal Academy is an attack on the Zent. Do you want to be tried for treason? We already told him what was going on! He knows what we're doing here! Ferdinand calmly held up a magic tool. You are gravely mistaken, Prince Anastasius. We sent an ordinance to the Zent asking him to lead an army to protect the Foundation. But he refused. In his words, he would allow even a foreigner to take over as long as they had the Grutushite. Listen. The magic tool repeated the message we had just received from King Trollocal. Anastasius paled upon hearing it. Jurgenschmidt does not have a Zent willing to protect its foundation, Ferdinand continued, hammering home his point. Thus, there is no such thing as treason. There cannot be a rebellion against a Zent who does not exist. Worried that Ferdinand was being too disrespectful, I moved to stand between him and the prince. Ferdinand takes issue with useless people who refuse to do their jobs. So your father's response made him especially angry. But if you ask me, King Trollocal is a man deserving of respect. Anastasius gave me a dubious look, wary of what I might say next. I gave him a reassuring smile. After all, for him to have surrendered the throne to a foreign power, he must be ready for his whole family to face the consequences. That takes courage. The prince merely stared at me, his eyes wide as saucers. That was good. I certainly wasn't going to let him on him. Prince Anastasius, you said that we might be charged with treason for protecting the Foundation. Are you in agreement with King Trollocal then? As you know, the Londonians used poison to kill anyone who opposed them in Arensbach and attempted to hide young noblewomen to send back to their country, or kidnap young noblewomen. If given the chance, it stands to reason that they will repeat this process all across Jurgenschmidt. The king's decision will mean quite a bleak future for Lady Eglantine, so if you really have resolved to support him, I will applaud your courage as well. Rosemine's face twitched. Rosemine, cease his chatter and make the shield, Ferdinand interrupted, holding his weapon at the ready. He looked around one last time, then spurred us on to action with a vertical chop of the hand. Our knights threw open the door to the auditorium and rushed inside. I put whatever Anastasius had wanted to say out of my mind and created Schutzereya's shield, securing a safe place for our forces. Oh, and if you do stand with the Zent, I added with a smile, I would advise you to return to your villa. You would not want to get caught up in our treason, or would you rather join our fight against Lanzanoff to protect Lady Eglantine? You might be interested to know that Ferdinand recognizes me as a divine avatar of Mesnora, someone capable of crowning new Zents. Come again? Anastasius yelped. His guards were exchanging looks of concern. If you have a Gritterscheid to give, then we already have a true Zent. You! The prince's observation caused a stir. Wasn't it more than a little late to be drawing false conclusions? First and foremost, I considered it necessary to ask what the heck was wrong with the royal family's information network. No, that isn't quite right. I died at Arensbach's foundation, and therefore stand as its ob. For me to be a true Zent, I would need to have died the country's foundation. Was there no report about... I was going to ask whether he even knew what I got up to in Arensbach, but he interrupted me with a sharp glare. In that case, go see my father immediately. Give him the Gritterscheid and declare him the Zent. He would never have made such a weak, defeated statement with a legitimate claim to the throne. You don't know the lengths he goes to each day to carry out his duties. How he's always drinking rejuvenation potions and spending his every spare moment at the shrines. I mean, I did notice how heavily he reeked of rejuvenation potions. I remember it from my dealings with Ferdinand. I also appreciated all the work he was doing to keep the country stable. But what good would giving him the Gritterscheid do? His spirit is already broken, so won't it just drive him into even more of a corner? If the man was so overcome with despair that he was ready to let his entire family die, then it was best to keep the Gritterscheid away from him. Letting him have it would mean forcing him to continue serving as the Zent. In his current state, he wouldn't be able to stomach that burden. Moreover, the magic tool Gritterscheid made by Ferdinand would survive only a single generation. I couldn't promise to give it to Charcoal, not when he was at the end of his rope, and, at least according to Ferdinand, an absolute failure of a Zent. Indeed, I do not know how the king spends his days, I said. I only heard that message from him. You act cold, but you really do you really not care what might happen to Eglantine? Anastasius asked, his eyes narrowed in displeasure. Do you not consider her a friend? I stared at him quizzically. It occurred to me way back when Eglantine forced me to circle the shrines that the two of us would never truly be friends. At least not by my standards. She had thrown me under the bus at the slightest inconvenience, so why was Anastasius surprised that I was treating her the same way? I care to some degree, but I mostly find this strange. You and Lady Eglantine taught me that royals negotiate with their friends by taking someone dear to them hostage and then forcing them to comply, or am I somehow mistaken? I seriously doubt it. They did the same thing with Ferdinand when they made him choose between killing Sylvester to become the next Ob Ehrenfest and marrying Detlinde. Noble common sense sure can be a headache. The prince looked stunned. There was bitterness in his face, and he cast his eyes down. Still, for the sake of our country's future, you should give someone that Gritterscheid. We need a true Zent now more than ever. Pray tell, how can you harp on about prioritizing Jurgenschmidt over personal circumstances when even the king has chosen to abandon it? He actively refused to protect the Foundation with us. I refused to make anyone who would do such a thing the next Zent. Their decision to prioritize Arensbach over Ehrenfest and to adopt me into the royal family had apparently been for the sake of preserving Jurgenschmidt, so why couldn't they step up to defend it now that a real emergency was on our hands? Fine. Anastasius drew his weapon and glanced at his knights. If my father refuses, then I shall do battle in his stead. Having a royal on our side would naturally help our cause, and this was the right way for a prince to be doing. A right thing for a prince to be doing, but should it not have been Sigiswald giving us his support? Was it really okay for Anastasius to stand out like this? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Any royal will do for our purposes. Prince Anastasius, be sure to cover your mouth with cloth, I said. Our opponents are very likely to use Lanzanoff's poison. The prince and his guard knights covered their mouths, then leaped into the auditorium. The door swung shut behind them. The battle for the auditorium. I watched the door to the auditorium and the ordinances passing through it while my knights stood ready to protect me. Being unable to see what was happening inside made me both uneasy and relieved. I was worried about how everyone was doing, but also glad that I wouldn't need to see another massacre like the one that kept reappearing in my nightmares. I clenched a fist in front of my chest and prayed the battle would soon end without any of our knights needing to give up their lives. The door opened and several Arensbach knights came rushing out, all wearing harsh expressions. I could tell at a glance that they weren't here to announce our victory. Rather, they had fallen back because they were wounded. I started tending to them as quickly as I could. "How are we faring?" I asked. "There were more sovereign knights than we expected," the knight explained while drinking rejuvenation potions in the safety of my shield. Our surprise attack with the magic tools had worked well, but many of the sovereign knights were wearing silver capes, which was making things harder for us. We brought mannerless weapons in preparation for the scenario, but Prince Anastasia's group did not, another knight added. They had been taking weapons from our fallen opponents to compensate, but that is of secondary importance. The prince's presence has given some of our enemies pause. Roblet had apparently instructed the sovereign knights to defeat the king's enemies. They hadn't minded doing battle with Ferdinand and the others, but they refused to turn their weapons on Anastasius. It really had swung the battle in our favor. "Is it possible that Trug was used on these individuals?" I asked. "We cannot tell from appearances alone," one of the knights replied. However, another interjected, "Prince Anastasius is furious with the sovereign knight commander for betraying the Zent. He is interrogating him as they fight." "Oh, he's in there! Okay!" The prince was demanding to know why Robert had turned against them, and how long he had been planning his treachery. "We need to replenish our stock of magic tools and rejuvenation potions, so Lord Ferdinand summoned reinforcements," a third chimed in. "They should arrive soon." The knights rested a little while longer, then left Shitaria's shield to return to the battle. I could have joined them, but I only ended up scared and useless, which explained why I was currently on door duty. I would only enter the auditorium when the fighting stopped or when something like instant death poison required mass healing or purification. Even so, I was desperate to know what was going on in there. "Just sitting here is making me anxious," I muttered, looking between the door and a sheet of fey paper that would make my wash large enough to fill the entire auditorium. We had no way of knowing when our foes might use that poison. Angelica gave me a look of a nod of understanding. She was stroking Stimlick's heel and staring intently at the door to the auditorium. "Lady Rosamond, we have brought magic tools and rejuvenation potions," came a voice. "Hartman, Clarissa, and even Justice," I muttered. "Should you not be watching the villa?" "Lord Ferdinand ordered us to come here," Clarissa declared, sticking her chest out. "It falls to scholars to manage magic tools." Hartman was smiling alongside her. I started checking the boxes my retainers had arrived with. Their contents would need to be distributed to the knights who had used up their rejuvenation potions. But before I could get very far, a massive explosion shook the auditorium. It happened so suddenly that I almost leaped out of my skin. What was that? It couldn't have been one of Hartman's more violent magic tools. They were far too dangerous to use during such a chaotic battle, which meant the attack must have come from our enemies. I placed a hand on my chest and turned to the door. "Milady," Justice shouted, "I will call out if your healing is necessary." Then he rushed to the auditorium. I nodded and started instructing my retainers. "Prepare to join the fight. Now that Hartman and the others are here, we cannot use their fey paper." My heart raced as I took several sheets from my leather pouch. I would have needed to close my eyes to use a fey stone, which would have made my healing far too clumsy. I chose Flutrane's and Hellschmier's magic circles based on the decoration near the edge of their paper, then gripped my staff. Hartman and Clarissa prepared their own large-scale magic circles, filled their staffs with mana, and then immediately drank rejuvenation potions. If prepped in advance, fey paper could prove especially useful in battle. It allowed the cast of magic without having to rely on fey stones or chance. There were downsides as well, though. It was costly to produce and required a lot of mana to activate. In the case of the latter, the brief moment required to activate it could cost a person their life. It had to be used at exactly the right moment. Lenore and Matthias stayed in front of me with their shields raised. Angelica and Cornelius gripped their weapons and stood guard, while Lorenz waited outside the auditorium, ready to open the door at a moment's notice. It had taken only a few seconds for everyone to prepare themselves, but these seconds felt like an eternity. "Milady, healing," Justice called. "Let's go, Clarissa." "Right." Lorenz threw open the door for Angelica and Cornelius, who charged inside to secure the entrance. Clarissa dashed in behind them, moving faster than anyone would expect of a scholar, and started activating her enhancement magic circle. In the dreary darkness of the auditorium, there were far fewer windows inside than in the hallway. Her magic circle shone like the sun. I rushed into the auditorium next, relying on Lenore and Matthias to shield me. In my mind, it was a blistering sprint, but to everyone else, it was probably more of a light jog. It was best not to think too hard about it. "Lady Rosamond," Clarissa called. I used my staff to channel mana into my sheet of paper marked with Flutrane's magic circle, which caused the circle to turn green. Then I swung my staff, launched the circle in Clarissa's golden one. The two fused, then separated into myriad smaller circles, each of which shot out green sparkles that dyed the entire auditorium with cleansing light. "Hartmut," I shouted as I channeled mana into Hellschmier's circle. "There you are," he repeated while activating his own enhancement magic circle. As it rose up into the air, I shot it with Hellschmier's magic circle, which produced the same result as a moment ago. The two circles fused, split apart, and then showered the room in green light. What in the world? I noticed several confused voices as the knights stared at the various magic circles. Though I wasn't sure what had caused that massive explosion, it must have been incapacitated a huge chunk of our force. Even more people than you expected started rising to their feet as the green light healed them, but the state of the auditorium surprised me even more. Huh? This doesn't make any sense. The auditorium could switch between various forms. For some strange reason, it was currently in the form used during the graduation ceremony. I could see the stage where dedication whirls were performed and the altar that led to the farthest hall. I used the glow of the green light to search for anyone I recognized. Someone near the altar must have thrown an explosive magic tool at the entrance. Many were still collapsed in a circle around where I had presumably landed. Anastasius and his guard knights were on the ground together, and Eckert was slumped against the wall on my right. He must have protected Ferdinand, who stood up almost immediately. I tried to call out to him, but his eyes shot wide open, and a sudden cry cut me short. "You there! Die!" Robert's voice echoed through the hall. At the same time, a dazzling wave of rainbow light shot straight toward me. "Lady Rosemine! Getelt!" Angelica, Cornelius, and Ferdinand cried out, and in the blink of an eye, there were shields and knights all around me. I could only watch as the rainbow light slammed straight into our defenses, causing 2 of the shields from Ferdinand to disappear. "Robert," I muttered. The large man by the altar was glowering in our direction. He gave his cape a flourish. It was silver, not the pitch black of the Sovereign Knight's Order, and channeled it into his blade once again. It shone with the rainbow light that lit up the auditorium. The murderous intent in his eyes sent a shiver down my spine. I was sure that tool would dispose of my largest obstruction, Robert said, his tone completely flat. "To think there exists such a potent healing. You are in my way. Disappear." His quiet yet inescapable malice seized me. He wanted me dead. I was so terrified that I couldn't even move. "King Gervasio will obtain the Grudershite," the Sovereign Knight Commander continued. "There is no place in the world for those who would challenge or oppose him. I have the Grudershite, you idiot!" Robert prepared to attack again, but a burst of light stayed his hand. The statue of the gods and their divine instruments were now radiant! And a low rumble shook the auditorium as they started to move. They spun as though performing a dedication whirl as they slid to either side of the altar. What? They're moving? I'm very confused here. And I guess he is. The knights looked puzzled, but I could guess what this meant. The statues had shifted during my divine protections ritual, and they had already moved aside by the time I had emerged atop the altar after obtaining my Book of Mesnora from Wehrman. Uh-oh. Shit, he's coming! The mosaic wall would open at any moment. Gervasio's coming. I wasn't the only one who had realized what was about to happen. Ferdinand wore a grim expression as an opening appeared in the far wall. The knights gazed up at the altar in silence. "Here he comes," Robert declared. "King Gervasio, the true Zet chosen by the gods." His voice betrayed a maddening obsession, which elicited a few despairing looks from the knights. They had just seen the statues move, and the altar open up like the gods themselves were welcoming our enemy. I wouldn't blame someone for thinking this meant he was chosen by the gods. This is the entrance to the Garden of Beginnings. Nothing more, I said, hoping to clear up any misunderstandings before they could take root. One goes there when obtaining their staff or divine protections. I passed through the same opening after I was granted my Book of Mesnora. Lady Rosemine. Lady Eglantine also accessed the Garden of Beginnings when she obtained her staff, and anyone who is omni-elemental would have seen the altar open the same way. It is nothing to get so excited about. The knights on the verge of celebrating suddenly looked uncertain. My attempts to calm everyone down had succeeded, but I'd made Robert even more furious in the process. His arms trembled out of anger as he swung his sword at me and screamed, "I will cut you down before King Gervasio returns." Getelt. Shields surrounded me once again. Several were from Ferdinand, though he hadn't left Eckert's side while the weary knights downed a rejuvenation potion. The others were from my retainers. Even Hartman and Clarissa, who had stepped in front of me, they had anticipated the attack this time. Robert wasn't going to back down. He poured Romana into his sword and moved again. "Crush those who would oppose the true Zet. Capture the Saint of Ehrenfest. For the sake of Jurgenschmidt, we will make her serve the Sovereign Temple." Yeah, right, dude! Not happening. The Sovereign Knights surrounding him broke into 3 rough groups. The one on the left was for Anastasius and his guards, who were outside the range of my healing and still on the ground. At first, they would need to defeat Harshit's knights, who were defending the wounded and distributing rejuvenation potions. The group beside them readied their weapons, but stuck close to Roblet. As for the group on the right, they readied their stat bows and quickly began shooting arrows at us. Huh? My breath caught in my throat. They were targeting Ferdinand, but his shields were still protecting me. A volley of arrows flew in his direction and struck the shields of Justice Eckert and the Ehrensbach knights who had all moved to protect him. "Shields for Lady Rosemine," Lenore demanded. As glad as I was that Ferdinand wasn't hurt, I couldn't lose focus. Robert swung his sword down yet again, and a growing mass of rainbow mana closed in on me. Getelt! There was no time to recite the prayer to create Shitzaria's shield. Though the mass of rainbow light smashed through Ferdinand's many defenses, the next few layers were enough to scatter it. I was safe, but Cornelius and Lorenz let out pain grunts from the front lines. "Angelica, Matthias, take the front," Lenore instructed without missing a beat. "Lady Rose might create a shield of wind." This was the same tactic we had employed during our dinner match against Dunkelfelger. Relying on Getelt at first and bringing out Shitzaria's shield. On any battlefield, it was important to have somewhere our knights would stay safe. "O goddess of wind, Shitzaria, protector of all." My guard knights rearranged themselves while I chanted the prayer. Lorenz and Cornelius needed to drink down your rejuvenation potions, but the group that had stayed with Robert was now bombarding us with rainbow bolts of their own. They came in various sizes and were layered so that there wouldn't be a single pause in their assault. Lorenz and Cornelius had to hold up their shields before they could drink anything. Some of our enemies' attacks didn't have much mana in them, others had a lot. They actually hurt now that Ferdinand's shields were out of the picture, but I continued to pray as the last of the Gatels absorbed them. Grant me your shield of wind so that I might blow away those who mean to cause harm. A pillar of yellow light shot in the air, causing the Sovereign Knights to cry out in surprise, and Chitariga's dome shield appeared around us, with a metallic snap. Our enemies' mana attacks wouldn't breach this defense. My knights started to relax now that they weren't being overwhelmed anymore. Stay on your guard and drink your potions quickly, Lenore said, narrowing her indigo eyes at Robot and his allies. We are up against the Sovereign Knights Order, not mere apprentices of the Royal Academy. Though the Civil War had devastated the noble population and dealt a heavy blow to the quality of the country's knights, the Sovereign Order still comprised the very best Jürgen Schmidt could provide. My knights were considered some of the strongest students in their grades, but they wouldn't stand a chance against veterans like Karstead and Bonifacius. Our current opponents had plenty of experience as well, defeating them wouldn't be easy. We should aim to reunite with Lord Ferdinand, Lenore continued, but right now both our forces appear to be pinned down. As well as a volley of arrows, Ferdinand and his knights were having to endure a slew of magic tools being thrown at them. Explosions rang out above their heads, and mana-immune silver needles shot in every direction, making things especially tough for them. The tools had come from Lonzanov, I assumed. Lady Rosebud, Lenore said, maintaining the shield is your top priority. I understand that, but would you be able to heal Prince Anastasius' group? If we can return them to the battle, the scale should tip in our favor. I couldn't deny Anastasius' value in this fight. Some of our opponents refused to attack a prince, and the guards in his service were sovereign knights. By healing him and his force, I would return them all to the battle and free up the Dunkelfelder knights stuck tending to their wounds. Healing them is our best move, but... I paused, able to feel the barrage of rainbow slashes hammering against my shield, and then nodded. I will do my best, but at the same time I will advise you to raise your shields. Our opponents seem to be focusing their attacks on a single spot. That or their blows are stronger and more impactful than any that have hit my defenses before. After confirming that my knights had their shields raised, I squeezed my eyes shut and made Flutrain's staff. A proper chant would work better than a magic circle on a sheet of paper, which could only heal within a determined range. The problem was that the prayer was lengthy and required a certain degree of safety to perform. O goddess of healing, Hellschmier, of the goddess of water, Flutrain's exalted 12, hear my prayer. I poured mana into Flutrain's staff. Ferdinand's group would probably need to be healed as well as Anastasius. Lead me your divine power and grant me the power to heal those who have been hurt. Matthias! Angelica! Cornelius cried out, almost interrupting me. My eyes were closed so I couldn't see what was going on, but I must have recoiled a little. Lenore yelled a reminder that I needed to focus. My throat bobbed in fear of the unknown and my voice started to crack. It was hard to keep praying when my heart was pounding and my entire body was trembling. Play the divine melody and cast the blissful ripples of your pure divine protection. No sooner had the last words passed my lips than I dispelled the staff and opened my eyes. An enemy knight standing in front of Shitaria's shield struck Cornelius so hard that he was blown away. What's going on? I exclaimed. The sovereign knights closed the distance during their barrage and then attempted to breach our shield as soon as you started your prayer, Lenore replied. Matthias, Angelica, and Cornelius are fighting them. I hadn't felt anyone breach the shield, but I could see parts of our opponent's silver cloth and weapons slip through as the fight continued. If we allowed any of them to pass through the barrier, my knights would be powerless to stop them. Any act of violence would see them blown out of the shield like Judith when Lestalot managed to get inside. Out of my way, Clarissa roared. No one's disrespecting the Avatar of Messner on my watch. She leaped around the battlefield and threw a magic tool at the enemies in front of our shield. It exploded right in their faces, releasing a red powder that caused the knights to choke, clench their faces, and start rolling around on the floor. It must have been Negarash. Matthias and Angelica took advantage of the chaos to attack with their non-staff weapons. Clarissa, use these next, Hartman called, tossing her various tools. Don't give them any openings. Leave it to me, Clarissa shouted in response, a proud grin across her face as she watched the suffering knights. Something told me the two of them would take care of anyone who tried to break through our shield. I turned to look at Robert, who was busy instructing his knights. He hadn't moved a single step away from the altar they were guarding. Judith could have hit him from here. I bit my lip as I eyed the distance between us. It hurt so much that Judith hadn't been able to come with us due to being underage. Hartman's magic tools appeared to work against several weapons, Lenore observed. Matthias, Angelica, step back for now. Lorenz and I will take the front. Matthias and Angelica did as instructed and moved to the back of our group. Hartman gave them rejuvenation potions, then settled down beside me. To be honest, I thought your blessings would make this fight a whole lot easier than this, Matthias said despairingly. He glared at the Sovereign Knights and drank his potion. I never expected their experience to give them such an edge. It feels like we're up against an army of Lord Bonifacius. I know. I shook my head at his assumption. Matthias, we aren't the only ones the gods are willing to support. Ehrenfest and Dunkelfelder showed the entire country how to obtain blessings. The Sovereign Knights Order might already have incorporated them. Ehrenfest's order had learned from Dunkelfelger's ritual and used it during the last Lord of Winter hunt. The royals and their retainers attended the introductory tournament, so that it wouldn't be at all strange for the Sovereign Knight's order to have performed a ritual presented there as research. Should we use the ritual on the gods of oceans, I muttered. Perhaps we could gain an advantage by returning everyone's blessings to the gods, then reapplying our own. It seemed worthwhile as long as we could prevent the Sovereign Knight's order from performing their own ritual. Lady Rosemine, we are ready to provide our support, Heichet's called from the moment I created my staff. Anastasia's group had recovered and rejoined the fight, which would give us some very important leeway, but my relief lasted only for a moment. Crush them before they reunite, Robot shouted, instructing everyone to focus their attacks on us, while stalling Heichet's with a burst of rainbow mana. They are most vulnerable when they are apart. I wish they were a little weaker, but this can still work. Praying that Heichet's group would safely rejoin the rest of our forces, I made my staff draw the Goddess of Ocean's sigil, and then used Strikelkin to turn my staff into a staff. Oh, Goddess of Ocean's I'm still iffy on this one. Verfurmer. I swung my staff and the crashing of waves interrupted the din of battle. What is she doing? Stop her! Everything feels so heavy now. At least warn us! Troops on both sides of the battle had been using blessings to bolster themselves, and many stumbled when that power was suddenly taken away from them. Sorry! We had to do it! I pushed through the angry shouts and continued to pray. To the gods who granted us their blessings without gratitude and prayers, we offer our mana. I thrust Verfurmer's staff up into the air, and with an especially loud crash, a pillar of light shot through the ceiling. That should do it. Now should I should just reapply blessings to our own troops. I returned my staff to normal and opened my eyes. The auditorium was still. Any enthusiasm for the battle had been sucked away with the gods' blessings. It was a perfect chance to start praying, but before I could even open my mouth, a strange force seemed to weigh down on me, like an imposing foe that had suddenly appeared. I stared, scanning the room, which prompted Lenore to ask if something was wrong. I feel something strange, I replied, then pointed to the top of the altar, an overwhelming kind of pressure coming from up there. Oh, shit, Gervasio! Shit! Shit! Hold on. I want to see the table of contents. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, boy. How long have I been recording? 37 minutes. I'll keep going. One man's return from the Garden of Beginnings. A man sauntered slowly between the statues of the supreme gods and stopped. It had to be Gervasio. Nobody else would have come from atop the altar. I couldn't see him very clearly from where we were, so I enhanced my vision. Is that an older, silver-haired Ferdinand? Or does he look more like Ewerman? Our new arrival appeared to be comfortably in his 40s and wore his long silver hair back. He really did remind me of an older Ferdinand. The two looked so alike that one wouldn't even need to ask to know they were related. If not for my knowledge of the adult of Sevilla, I might have assumed that Gervasio was Ferdinand's much older brother, uncle, or even father. Gervasio stared down at us from the altar, then turned to his main ally. What in the world is happening here, Robot? He must have been waiting for the clamor of our battle to die down. His deep voice, befitting a commander, carried through the entire auditorium, demanding everyone's attention. Ah, King Gervasio! Robot threw up his hands and continued in a somewhat performative tone. I beg of you, reveal your God-given Gurtashite here for all to see. Show everyone you have become a true Zent. Gervasio extended an arm and chanted Grutashite. A Bible the same shape as Messanore's divine instrument appeared in his hand. That he was standing between the statues of the supreme gods made him look even more like a proper Zent. Before us stands a true Zent, chosen by the gods, Robert declared, brimming with emotion, the man who will save our country. Yeah, right. Anastasius and his guards paled. Some of the sovereign knights erupted in maniacal cheers. Most of the noise came from those looking between Ferdinand and Gervasio. Lady Rosemine, is that Gervasio? Lenore asked. I would assume so. Robot said it was, at least. He and Ferdinand are related. Are they not? Brothers, yes. Sort of. Maybe. They look very similar, so yes, I would assume they are connected in some way or another. But remember, Lenore, Ferdinand is a member of Ehrenfest's archducal family. As far as the public was concerned, I didn't know anything about his background or the indulgence villa. I put on a smile and said, in any case, his appearance is irrelevant. It does not change what we must do. My eyes didn't move from Gervasio, who was still standing atop the altar. If we let him become the Zent who knew what he might do to me for stealing Ahrensbach's foundation, to Ferdinand for getting in the way of his plans, and to Ehrenfest as a whole for killing their ally Georgine. We should assume that negotiating is out of the question. The Lanzanavians had already shown their readiness to eliminate anyone who tried to stop them. I doubted they would treat us any better. Gervasio's men would come in force to steal back Arensbach's foundation, and there was no reason to believe they would spare me. I'd already demolished plenty of their troops, destroyed their ships, freed the women they had kidnapped, and subjugated the Adalgisa Sevilla. If someone had done all that to me and imprisoned everyone in my estate, I wouldn't have been able to forgive them no matter their reasons. Indeed, his appearance does not matter, Lenore replied. Her eyes darted all around the auditorium as she watched the Sovereign Knights. That said, how will we capture him? The Knight Commander hasn't moved from the altar. We will need to defeat his order or launch an attack that can reach beyond them. If we secure ourselves more troops or find a way to communicate with those outside... Something slapped against my wrist. A Fey paper airplane. It was a killer sight to be seen, sure, but I quickly recognized it as a message. I made sure to keep a close eye on those around me as I unfolded it, revealing a hastily written note from Ferdinand. Use your Grujashite and extravagant blessings to draw everyone's attention. Verdrena will obstruct the enemy. My side is ready. In other words, he wanted me to create a distraction. I discreetly moved the note so that my knights could see it. Lenore glanced at Ferdinand while Hartman and Clarissa reached for the pouches containing their Fey paper. I shot my hand up into the air and shouted, Grujashite. My own book of messenger appeared moments later. What? Another Grujashite? No, look closely. Hers is too small to be genuine. King Gervasio has the real one. What are you talking about? Lady Rosemine's Grujashite is the real one. She opened country gates with it. Ha 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 ha! I still needed to reapply the blessings I'd stolen, so I did my best to block out the arguments between the Knights of Dunkelfelger and the Sovereignty. Angrif, the god of war. Schlogril, the god of hunting. Stypris, the goddess of the gale. Dolsten, the goddess of endurance. Grakshan, the goddess of luck. I prayed to them all, one by one, each time divine light shot up into the air before raining down on my allies. Lady Rosemine has received the blessings of countless gods, Hartman declared, not even attempting to mask his pride. As a divine avatar of Messinora, she has been tasked with bestowing the Grujashite upon the next Zent. She will choose a worthy candidate from among the people of Jürgenschmidt. There is no need for an intruder from Lanzenov to take the throne. Hartmut! I wasn't done giving blessings, so I couldn't do anything to stop him, and my retainers were so used to his drawn-out speeches that he was little more than background noise to them. Their focus was entirely elsewhere. As for everyone else, they were watching Hartman in a total daze. We had successfully created a distraction. As I thought, relegating her to the Sovereign Temple will not be enough, Robot spat, now wearing a murderous glare. I must kill her with my own hands. Rosemine's retainer is correct. We have no reason to let some foreign menace take the throne, Anastasius declared. He and his retainers had returned to their senses. Robla, you betrayed my father, Jürgenschmidt, and everyone who put their faith in you as the Sovereign Knight Commander. I shall have your head. As you should! The prince and his retinue were also on the receiving end of my blessings. They had no trouble knocking aside the Sovereign Knights in their path as they advanced on Robot. Ah, of course, it slipped my mind that the gods answer blessings here, Gervasio muttered, impressed as he regarded the pillars of light now dotting the auditorium. He held up his Bible as if mimicking me, then started to pray in his... nope, y'all gotta stop him! In his low, reverberating voice. O God of war Angrif, of the God of fire-laden shafts exalted 12. Gervasio's Bible shone with the blue light. I couldn't believe how easily he had succeeded. When I first started as an apprentice shrine maiden, learning the prayers for religious ceremonies had been arduous and immensely time-consuming. Maybe he already did this before when he was younger, so is this like second nature to him? The guys' names were so long and all over the place that I remembered wanting to give them all nicknames out of exasperation. I don't think they would have taken too kindly to that. Hear my prayer and lend me your divine strength, Gervasio said. Grant me the power to smite those who would oppose us. A sharp noise rang out as a pillar of blue light shot up in the air. Cheers of adoration arose from Robot's knights as Anastasia's group was stopped in its tracks. It would appear the gods grant me their blessings as well, Gervasio said with a smile as he gazed up at the bright blue pillar. He then started to layer on exactly the same prayers as me, starting with Stypris. The advantage we'd secured through the goddess of ocean's ritual was about to be undone. Worse still, everyone's gone back to looking at Gervasio. What is Ferdinand even doing? Hadn't he intended to do something while everyone was staring at me? I turned to look at him, but he was nowhere to be seen. I saw only Eckert fighting back some of the Sovereign Knights. But here my... Oh! He went and did! He made himself invisible! Gervasio was interrupted mid-prayer by a sudden burst of mana. Several of his charms popped in response. Where did that come from? Robot exclaimed. He had been focusing on Anastasia's group while defending the altar, but spun around his weapon raised to see where the counterattacks from Gervasio's charms were headed. Getelt. A shield appeared close to the top of the altar. It blocked the attacks from Gervasio's charms, then vanished to reveal none other than Ferdinand. I didn't know how he'd managed to make it up there, but I guess they'd used Verbergen's charm while everyone was staring at me. You, Robot shouted. When did you get there? while they were busy. Ferdinand didn't even look at the Knight Commander. His eyes were focused on Gervasio. He formed a new shield in one hand, a standard technique for knights, and a black water gun in the other, then unleashed a barrage of unrelenting attacks. King Gervasio! Robot tried to ascend the altar to intervene, but Clarissa shouted, "Oh no, you don't!" and activated another of her wide-area magic circles. We had already been told to obstruct the enemy with Verdrena, so I readily swung my staff at the fade paper Hartman had spread out for me. "Verdrena's lightning," I shouted. Magic circles spread out near the ceiling before raining lightning down the Sovereign Knight's order. At the same time, another magic circle activated, one put in place by Ferdinand, I assumed, and more lightning fell on the Sovereign Knights. Eckert and our Ahrensbach troops were fighting. Cries of agony filled the auditorium, and the wounded knights' charms fired counters at the circles. Robot roared at his troops to use their silver capes to negate the lightning. He threw his own cape over his head to demonstrate, but when he attempted to charge toward Gervasio a second time... Robot toppled over. I thought it might have been an attack, but apparently not. He reached over a hand and muttered, "What is this, an invisible barrier?" Not even his silver cape had gotten him through it. Holy cow, something that even silver can't even get through. What is it? The Knight Commander was furious to have been denied the privilege of climbing the altar, but I was relieved as long as he stayed where he was. I'm assuming it's because he's not of the elemental, maybe? As long as he stayed where he was, Ferdinand wouldn't need to worry about enemy reinforcements. It was hard to imagine him losing a duel against Gervasio when the man wasn't even a knight. So you were Quinta, then. Ferdinand took aim and fired straight at Gervasio's face. His brow didn't so much as twitch, but the fury behind the attack made it clear that he wasn't willing to discuss the matter. Gervasio briskly raised an arm to intercept the shot. Another of his charms popped and launched a counterattack which Ferdinand simply blocked with his shield. My own gun had reminded me of a mere toy, but the one Ferdinand was using looked indistinguishable from the real thing. Thin lines of mana blasted Gervasio, breaking his charms in quick succession. He was dispatching them with weak shots so their counterattacks wouldn't do too much damage. "Rucken, getelt," Gervasio said, dispelling his Grushite and producing a shield as Ferdinand continued to destroy his charms. Robla and Leonzio were correct. We looked shockingly alike. Ferdinand threw a magic tool in low of a response. It went over Gervasio's raised shield and exploded behind him. There was only so much a normal square shield could achieve when one was fighting alone without guard knights. Gervasio had charms for physical attacks as well, so another counter shot out, but Ferdinand once again blocked it. "Quinta, do you feel no remorse over the circumstances of your birth?" Gervasio asked quietly. "Have you never felt enraged that such a miserable life was forced upon you?" If he's saying it quietly, apparently Rosemund could hear it. Because this is all coming from Rosemund's point of view. "Do you think nothing of Antonov's customs or the fact that you were destined to have a cruel upbringing before you were even born?" Ferdinand must have had strong thoughts on the matter, but he maintained a stony facade and silently threw a second magic tool. Gervasio blocked it with a shield and continued. "The boys born in that villa are judged purely by their mana, and those who are to become face stones can never escape that fate. Even those registered into the royal branch family are sent to a foreign country upon coming of age, where they live only to maintain its ivory buildings. This, Quinta, this is the only opportunity we might ever have to end this vicious cycle. Once I take control over as the next stint of Jurgensmith, I will put a stop to the madness. No children will be born into that misery, and this country will no longer be subject to the whims of a king who lacks the Grudershite." Ferdinand gave a scornful chuckle. "You appear to be mistaken. I am not Quinta. I am Ferdinand, an Ehrenfest Archduke candidate. You may not remember that villa, which you left at such a young age, but you escaped only because your mother became a face stone in your place. And to take her place, a girl who was supposed to live as a princess was instead..." Ferdinand must have been furious. He wasn't letting it show, but he wore the same fake smile I saw whenever he was extremely displeased. "As I said, I am not Quinta. I am Ferdinand." "You have your reasons. I understand that," Ferdinand continued, his glittering smile belying his true feelings. "But who are you to lecture me when you accepted those face stones and used them for Lanzanov? You are an intruder from another land, and now that Jurgensmith has the divine avatar of Messinora to bestow the Grudershite upon a new Zent, it has no need for an agent of chaos. I will say only this to Lanzanov: curse the name, Tokeinheit and perish. That, too, will spare future generations the fate of being born in the indulgence of Villa. I see. Enough, then. He who abandons the Villa does not understand our pain. You were born to be a face stone, Quinta, and a face stone you shall become." Not again!" Gervasio threw his shield aside and aimed a silver tube at Ferdinand. It must have contained the same kind of poison that Latizia had used. The instant I saw it, my hands moved on their own. "Wash it!" We had expected our foes to once again use poison. I raised my staff and blasted the fade paper we had prepared in advance. Hold on. How far have I gotten? How far have I gotten? How far have I gotten? I don't want to stop! The battle atop the altar. What time is it? 1:21. Oh, I gotta go a little bit longer. Lanzanov's dangerous stuff can all get washed away. Even if the silver tube didn't contain poison, we had nothing to lose by removing it from the battlefield. Combining my Washington with an enhancement magic circle had without a doubt been the right move. A deluge of water poured down from the ceiling with all the force of a raging waterfall. What is this? Shouted the Sovereign Knights. The Washington is swirling, my own knights cried. This doesn't make sense. We had designed our magic circle with the intention of washing the entire auditorium as water gradually filled the room. I would simply need to hold my nose and wait for it all to vanish, I thought, but I was sorely mistaken. Perhaps because I'd envisioned a washing machine when summoning the water, it was soon turned into a violent whirlpool that swept up my friends as well as my enemies! Shit, Rosemine, what the fuck are you doing? Rosemine, what is going... Stasius began to cry out, but his words devolved into a frantic gurgle as the water... I've also been carried away by the Washington and was now being thrown every which way. Ah, he messed up! Someone save me! Dude! What is wrong with you? Oh my god. I was lucky that I thought to hold my nose. I would have already been drowned otherwise. My knights, Rabba and Astasius and the Sovereign Order were likewise spinning around and around like clothes in the washing machine. It was completely beyond my expectations. My head is spinning. I can't breathe. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The torrent of water threw me up into the air and then seemed to vanish, allowing air to fill my lungs. My vision cleared up as well. I wasn't wet at all, and my hair was dangling loosely in front of my face. The ceiling? Beyond my tresses, which were as dry as the rest of me, I could see the very top of the auditorium. It was so close that I thought I might be able to reach out and touch it. Only when I remembered that the water had thrown me sky high did gravity decide to drag me back down. My stomach dropped and the ceiling became increasingly distant. Fuck! I'm falling! Oh, crap. Though I was picking up speed, everything around me seemed to move in slow motion. I flailed my arms in a desperate search for something to hold on to, but nothing was within my reach. Someone grunted in pain below me. Then Ferdinand shouted my name in a panic. I couldn't even get my bearings before two of the charms on my wrist burst, counterattack shot from them, and countless bands of light enveloped me. Oh, shit! Who did you land on? Gervasio? I was pulled down at a new angle as more than just gravity had its way with me. I screamed and realized that someone had caught me. Oh, Ferdinand did that. Okay. He grabbed you with the bands of light and pulled you in like a fish on a hook. I could tell it was him because instead of asking whether I was alright, he told me to shut up and demanded to know what I was doing. I saw Gervasio point a silver tube at you, so I cast Washington. It turned into a whirlpool out of nowhere, then threw me up here. Did you truly believe the same trick would work on me twice? Ferdinand asked with a grimace. He nodded at Gervasio, who was holding his forehead and groaning. I wish that Ferdinand wouldn't look so displeased with me. I acted on instinct. It wasn't like I thought he couldn't manage on his own. My emotions were torn between delight that he was okay and nervousness about the scolding to come. Anyway, how come only I ended up on the altar, I asked. Everyone else is still spinning. Below us, the auditorium still resembled a giant washing machine. Poor people, I feel bad for them. None of the water had reached the altar. The barrier that had rejected Robot was keeping the raging waves at bay. My ultimate washing didn't accomplish anything! Oh my god! Even if you hadn't used Washington, and you using Washington had the same effect, essentially. I tried to save Ferdinand, but he already escaped danger on his own, and now I was up on the altar with him having to endure a lecture. This is just awful! The answer seems obvious, Ferdinand replied. You were the only one qualified to ascend the shrine. He put me down, remade his gun, and then glanced down at the reeling whirlpool. I am more curious as to why the Washington has not disappeared. What filth were you hoping it would cleanse? Everything dangerous from Lanzanov. I didn't want to chance there being something other than instant death poisoned in the silver tube. I see. If Trug is considered a dangerous substance, then the Washington would require a little more time. Okay, makes sense. Ferdinand shouted at Gervasio to stop him from drinking a rejuvenation potion. A moment later, the whirlpool vanished, and many of the knights dropped to the floor with a loud metallic clatter. Oh no, I cried. The knights are well trained and wearing armor. They will not die from a mere fall. My scholars are among them too, you know. Stop leaning forward. The last thing we need is you falling down with them. I took a cautious step back, then frantically searched the room for Hartman and Clarissa. Those who knew about my enhanced Washington from our dinner match seemed relatively calm as they regrouped. Lenore and Cornelius had been thrown up into the air, but they made and mounted their high beasts before they even came close to being in any danger. Angelica hopped between their wings on her way back to the floor. As the divine avatar of Mesnor, Lady Rosamund looked so at home atop the altar. How absolutely divine. The supreme... Shut up, guys! Enough of this right now! Oh, they seem fine. Harmon and Clarissa hadn't been swept too high up into the air and were now pointing at me while clamoring about something or other. It seemed wise to mostly ignore them. I'm glad they're safe, but I'd rather they shut up a little. As I scanned the crowd for Ochre capes, Anastasia sparked, "At least warn us before you act!" His voice hadn't come from the direction I expected, and when I turned to look, I saw a princely figure stuck in the audience seating. He had survived the watch, at least. Where's Roblet? He had been guarding the altar, but now he was gone. I enhanced my vision and tried to spot him among the confusing masses of our capes, at which point the doors to the auditorium slammed open. What now? An enormous group wearing blue capes started into the room! The cavalry was here! Support! Support! Laird Ferdinand and Lady Rosamund. Ab Dunkelfelder roared from the vanguard. Fight! Standing beside the Ob was a female knight wearing two capes, a black one layered on top of a blue one. Though she was wearing a helmet, which made her sex harder to ascertain, the shape of her breastplate was a clear giveaway. She looked perfectly comfortable in her fighting stance. Wait, what? Roblet, she began. You dared to poison... Wait, poison him? When did he get poisoned? King Trollclaw, despite serving as his knight commander, for that you will not be spared my wrath. As his wife, I will strike you down his... Oh, this is King Trollclaw's wife! Okay! Stand up for your man, girl! The female knight immediately managed to pick Roblet out from the crowd, something that seemed impossible to me, and pointed at him with her weapon. Her cape was black on the outside, signifying her citizenship to the sovereignty. Oh, Magdalena! The way she spoke and stood ready for combat reminded me of Hannelore. Is that Lady Magdalena, the king's third wife? I asked. Ferdinand shot me a look as though I'd asked the most obvious question in the world. Would any of his wives and other wives have charged into battle alongside Ob Dunkelfelder? No, maybe not. Probably not. Marrying the Zet didn't change her at all. Dunkelfelder sure is, well, exactly as I'd expect by this point. So this is, oh yeah, duh, this is Hildebrand's mother. Okay. Dunkelfelder, Ferdinand called, blocking several attacks with shields while continuing to put pressure on Gervasio. I shall entrust you with capturing Roblet and the sovereign traitors. The size of our army had swelled thanks to our new reinforcements. It seemed perfectly safe to leap the fighting below to Arensbach's and Dunkelfelder's knights. So it shall be done, the Ob declared. That said, it is still exceptionally hard to distinguish friend from foe. Everyone, capture those wearing silver or the black capes in the Sovereign Knights Order. We can inspect their faces and give them a chance to plead their case later. My confidence gave way to concern. The Ob was being as crude yet impactful as usual. In response to his instructions, the blue capes descended on everyone the Washington had thrown to the ground. Ferdinand, I said, they might accidentally end up restraining Prince Anastasia's group. Is that going to be an issue? The imprisonment of Roblet and his faction takes priority. Plus, the knights have Lady Magdalena with them. I imagine we can lead the prince to his own devices. Can we really? Ferdinand gave a heavy sigh like he'd read my mind. Should you not be more concerned about capturing Gervasio so you can focus on your library city? What? You're absolutely right! Anastasius will only hear as an insurance. I was participating in this battle because it was my duty as the new Ob Arensbach to capture the Lazanavians, but true be told, I wanted to thrust the whole ordeal onto someone else so I could start working on my library city. Back in ancient times, Alexandria put herb gardens in its great library. I want my city to be just as versatile, a massive library that encompasses the Gutenberg's bookmaking operations, Ferdinand's laboratories, and my enormous book collection. Arensbach was the perfect location since it even had its own ocean, but before I could proceed with these plans, I would need to capture or otherwise defeat Gervasio, the Lonzanavians' leader, and end this conflict. Gervasio has more mana than we do, so we can assume our bindings will not work on him, Ferdinand said. Focus on defense while I charge my mana. Right. I squeezed my eyes shut and started to pray. Oh, goddess of wind, Shitsaria, protector of all, and I'm guessing you're going to get interrupted. You, Gervasio said. Your name is... Oh! Oh, shit, how did he know that? How did he know that? Your name is mine, correct? My eyes shut open in surprise. I would be shocked too! Nobody knows this! Except for Ferdinand and their group, essentially. Ferdinand shouted at me to focus on the prayer and continued to assail Gervasio with bullets. Oh, 12 goddesses are served by her side. Mine, why are you cooperating with Quinta instead of trying to eliminate him? Gervasio asked quizzically while using his Gatel to block Ferdinand's attacks. A Wehrman must have said something to him. That was the only explanation I could think of. I thought I made it clear to a Wehrman that I wasn't going to play along. Maybe he ignored me, or maybe he just wasn't able to hear me. In my desperation to avoid the fact that Gervasio knew my real name, I allowed my mind to wander. I didn't know how long a Wehrman had been in the Garden of Beginnings, but if he had been there since the country was established, it seemed reasonable to assume that he had grown hard of hearing. Former god or not, no one was immune to the march of time. There was also a chance that Jurgen Schmidt's current mana shortage was to blame. Grant me your shield of wind so that I might blow away those who mean to cause harm. Shitsuria's shield appeared with a loud zing, or shing. Wait, how are you able to use your... Where's the shield at? Because if he's inside the shield with her, he shouldn't be able to even do anything. Right? Because it would blow him out. Or maybe the shield's somewhere else. I don't know. Ferdinand immediately stopped providing covering fire with his gun and switched to a sword which began charging with mana. We were fighting as one like it was the most natural thing in the world, which instilled in me a profound sense of security. Quinta is not someone you should protect, Gervasio continued. In fact, as I understand it, you are duty-bound to kill him and complete your Book of Massanora. Was that not the order you received, mine? Cease your useless prattle and die, Ferdinand said calmly, and swung his sword. A ball of rainbow mana shot out and slammed into Gervasio's shield, blowing him and the statue behind him off the altar. The airborne statue started to shine, or to be more precise, its divine instrument did. Pillars of light formed and crossed together. It was so dazzling that I squeezed my eyes shut on instinct. Uh-oh. Ah, come on. Dang it, I don't want to stop! I don't want to stop! I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay, whoops. I did not mean to do that, hold on. I was trying to click on this. Okay, in the Garden of Beginnings. As soon as I closed my eyes, my sense of balance went haywire. It felt like I was tipping forward, and a floating sensation soon overtook me. I thought I was going to collapse, but someone pulled me close and said, "Stay focused, fool," in a quiet, hasty voice. It was Ferdinand. His arm was right there, so I clung to it without a second thought. For a moment, I was convinced that everything was okay, and then we hit the ground. The impact was only as jarring as if we tumbled out of bed, so we couldn't have dropped very far. But I was still too disoriented to break my fall. I slammed straight into something hard. Ugh. I opened my eyes and saw nothing but armor. I must have fallen on top of Ferdinand. Oh, ouch. "Quit your whining and get off me," Ferdinand barked. Before I could even try to move, he pushed me aside and onto my back. Then he stood, already holding his staff at the ready. "Listen, buddy, don't get mad at me. You pulled me to you in the first place." My head was spinning from being wrenched to one side, dropped, and then rolled over. I stumbled to my feet as well and suddenly realized we were in the Garden of Beginnings. Wehrman was standing in place of the massive white tree that normally sat in the center of the circular room. Judging by the furrow in his brow and the mana radiating from him, he wasn't in the best mood. Well, Wehrman looks ticked. I wonder what happened. As I cocked my head in confusion, Gervasio let out a murmur of surprise. He was here with us, apparently. I turned to see him get to his feet, having fallen as we had, then promptly kneel before a Wehrman who continued to look thoroughly displeased with us all. Ferdinand was still gripping his staff, ready for combat, whereas I was doing my best to stop the world around me from spinning. "What in the world are you three candidates doing?" a Wehrman demanded. "Jurgen Schmidt must be replenished with mana post-haste." The pieces were falling into place. He must have summoned us here so that he could complain. That also explained why he had taken his human-like form. He wouldn't have been able to converse with us as a tree. "You in particular, Quinta," he continued. "I gave you Mastanora's wisdom in spite of the bizarre, disrespectful entrance you made. Yet you never came back to finish the transfer, nor did you even attempt to dye the country's foundation. Then, when I thought you had returned at last, my visitor informed me they were someone else entirely. I instructed said person to kill you and complete the Book of Massanora, but they flatly refused. My next visitor actually did intend to dye the foundation, but my relief was short-lived, as both the Light of Wisdom and their way to the foundation were blocked." What? Light of Wisdom and their way to the foundation were blocked. Huh? Was that when they attacked the magic circle? Is that what he's talking about? Because that little bit was kind of very confusing. Why do you interfere, Quinta? Do you not see that Jurgen Schmidt is on the verge of collapse? In short, Wehrman was mostly frustrated with Ferdinand. He was actually directing his anger at us both, but I suspected that he was because he still couldn't tell us apart due to our nearly identical mana. Ferdinand was unfazed. He casually made his creature sheet and started to look through it. Irwerman, though you claim that Jurgen Schmidt is on the verge of collapse, Rosemine extended its lifespan by roughly 2 decades when she filled the country gates of mana. Really? She did? Okay. Interesting. That may seem like nothing to someone who has watched over the country since its inception, but from our perspectives, that is long enough for a child to be born and come of age. Really, I asked? We had plenty of time then. I wish my book contained information like that. I wandered over and asked to see his, but he slammed it shut as soon as I got close. Oh, come on, let me just read for a little while. Don't be selfish. Rosemine, do you understand where you are and what is happening around you? I took a second to inspect Irwerman, who wasn't any less outraged, and then Gervasio, who was still on his knees. Even I could tell this wasn't the best time to nag him, but... I do, but I don't want to miss one of my few chances to read your book. Then I understand completely. You are in the way. Step back. Ferdinand gave me a flick on the forehead and jutted out his chin as if ordering me to move aside. We have already lost dozens of mana-producing citizens as a result of Gervasio's actions. An invader from Lonzanov is not fit to become the Zent when he will destroy the country from the inside. The rules of your human society mean nothing to me, Irwerman replied. Jurgen Schmidt is the place of my atonement and a shelter for those in Aeberglaive's sights. Its collapse must be avoided at all costs. I have waited long enough. I will not allow the birth of a new Zent to be obstructed. You who refuses to die the Foundation, disappear. Hey, excuse me! But, yeah, I have a feeling the reason he's trying to get us to die the Foundation so freaking badly, from what I remember of the previous books, where he mentioned that, I think it was he that mentioned it before Rosemine got her book, that the Foundation is supposed to be like a seal to keep Aeberglaive at bay, essentially. Like, keep him sealed up. I think that's what it said. I could be remembering it wrong. I'd have to go back and look. But I'm assuming that that's the reason why he's so adamant about replenishing the Foundation, because if it's not replenished, then the seal will break and Aeberglaive will get out. And we don't want that, because we don't know what he'll do. So I think that's why he's so adamant about it. Or I think. I could be wrong. Irwerman leisurely raised a hand and pointed in our direction. Ferdinand took a sharp breath and stepped in front of me and shouted Getelt. An orb of mana, as strong as anything he could produce, slammed into him without a shred of mercy. Aw, shit. There was a loud screech as Ferdinand's shield exploded and one of the 3 charms on his arm burst. The blood drained from my face. This was unlike anything we've ever faced before. Terza. I guess that's what Gervasio's name is? Go forth, Terza, Irwerman instructed. Replenish this country's foundation. Gervasio stood up in silence. Terza must have been his name as a child if all these mentions of Quinta were anything to go by. Ruckin. Water gun, Ferdinand said. Then he shot Gervasio as soon as the man's back was turned. The Lonzanovian king had run out of charms during his battle atop the altar, so the bullet went straight through his leg. He dropped to the ground with a subdued grunt. I told you not to interfere, Quinta. If you claim not to care for this world of men, then I do not care about your orders. I shall crown a new Zent, revive prayers, abolish the royal family, and ensure that future kings and queens are chosen from among those who can obtain the Bible on their own merits. I must ask you not to interfere. Your women had been looking in Gervasio's direction, but he once again pointed at Ferdinand. I rushed to intercept the attack, poured all of my mana into forming the God of Darkness's cave, and spread it in front of us. It absorbed Irwerman's strike, replenishing my mana. The entire amount I'd spent on that massive wash-in was restored in the blink of an eye. This is bad. This wears way too much. I scrambled to compress my mana, but there was too much for me to keep up with. My body started to feel warmer and warmer until, at last, I yelped in pain, feeling like someone had just dumped me in a pot of boiling water. Nostalgic though the feeling was, it wasn't something I'd ever wanted to experience again. So hot. It hurts. Someone help. Don't absorb it all, Rosemine. Release it. Help me, gods. I raised my arms high and shot out mana, which caused a bright pillar to appear in the Garden of Beginnings. I didn't know if my desperate pleas counted as a prayer, but light began shining down from the open ceiling as if responding to my mana. The light dominated my vision like it was the only thing in the world, and a new woman stepped out who looked just like me. Oh! Everybody has been saying that she looks like the avatar of Mestanora. Is this going to be Mestanora we get to see? Oh, this could be cool! She had hair the color of the night sky, eyes like golden moons, and a neatly symmetrical face. It was like when I first caught sight of my reflection after my sudden growth spurt. We weren't completely the same, though. The woman's hairstyle and clothes didn't match my own. Anwak seemed pleased with his work, but I must admit we look very much alike, the woman said. As one with the devouring, your mana should be pliable. Do allow me to borrow your body for a moment. Excuse me, what? I beg your pardon? Borrow your body like a possession. Now, who are you? Your hairstyle is... She does look like Rosemine. Huh. Or is Rosemine supposed to resemble her? Because if this is Mestanora we're talking about here, then she was the original. Huh. Interesting. Her voice was clear but gentle. I couldn't make out what she was actually saying to me since she seemed to be speaking in another language. But the meaning automatically appeared in my head. Her words were being translated in real time. Come again? You want to borrow my body? You requested assistance, did you not? I shall stop Ewerman for you. Really? She rested a hand on her cheek and appeared contemplative. He is putting even his own life in danger. How troubling. I didn't know who this woman was or where she had come from, but someone who could stop Ewerman was exactly what I wanted. But what are you going to do once she does that? What's she going to do? Is she going to turn on your people? Is she going to force you to attack them? Because if not, if she is going to do that, then I would definitely not want her in my body. His man capacity was obscenely enormous as one could expect of a former god. It seemed impossible for any human to beat him. But what would borrowing my body entail, I asked. Would she give it back? And what would I be doing in the meantime? There were too many uncertainties for me to agree right away. I agree. That's what I'm saying here. I would not be able to stay down here forever. In the meantime, I would grant you a stay in quite a comfortable location. The woman moved an arm, and our surroundings changed. We had moved to a library with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves on every wall, all stocked with such a wide variety of books. You're going to keep her there forever, aren't you, dude? That would be a paradise for her, essentially. There was even more than in the Royal Academy or in any library I'd ever seen on Earth, for that matter. I was so overwhelmed that I could only stare around in shock. There were comfy-looking chairs and writing desks perfect for reading at. I could spend an eternity here without any problems at all. Perfection, I muttered. No, this is exactly what I was worried about if this is Mestanora that I'm thinking of. She could indefinitely stay in Rosemine's body, and Rosemine wouldn't even notice. Because she'd be so, interested in this. It was just like the library where I'd met that golden shoemill on my way to the Book of Mestanora. But as I thought back to that wondrous occasion, I remembered the library had actually been an illusion to check the intentions of anyone who entered it. The shelves here aren't just painted on, are they? I asked. No, they are not, the one replied. Choose whichever book you please. They are replete with my wisdom. Spend your time here at your leisure while I utilize your body. The woman motioned with the hand, prompting a golden shoemill to approach us with the book. It stood next to a nearby chair as if advising me to read there, and at that moment I deduced whom I was speaking to. She was the goddess I prayed to more than any other, and that's Mestanora, the goddess of wisdom. Woohoo! Take my body, or keep it if you want. Oh my god, dude, are you crazy? Are you gonna really tell her to keep your body? You wouldn't be able to see your family or loved ones ever again. You wouldn't get to see anybody. You'd just be there for all eternity. Are you really okay with that? Ah, what bliss. A paradise on earth made by the gods. Praise be to Mestanora, the goddess of wisdom. I struck a sharp prayer pose, then rushed over to the golden shoemill. The chair beside it was like a one-person sofa, even softer and more comfortable than the mattress benches I designed. The upholstery was pleasant to the touch and actually seemed to be radiating warmth. The golden shoemill waited for me to sit down before handing me the book it had arrived with. Maybe it was a tradition here in Jürgensmith for libraries to have shoemill attendants? I opened the book to find stories about the gods written in an especially ancient language. I remember seeing stories like these in the Bible and the book we borrowed from Dunkelfelger. My eyes raced across the pages as I eagerly absorbed the first story. It was about Verfurimer, the goddess of oceans, who had received marriage proposals from 2 male gods. She had rejected them both, but the 2 men were subordinates to the god of fire. The flames of their passion refused to die. The incident had escalated to the point that several of the gods rushed to intervene. Verfurimer ultimately decided that if she failed to find a partner on her own, she would marry whichever the 2 men were in combat. They had elected to decide the victor at once, and their massive battle had again drawn other gods into the mix. Verfurimer had proposed the duel as a way of placating her 2 suitors until she found someone else to wed. She hadn't expected them to march straight into battle. Well, you should have mentioned that. Thus, when the other goddesses had informed her of the war that had subsequently broken out, she raced to the battleground and used her divine power to cool everyone down. Ever since then, a custom of summoning Verfurimer whenever the subordinates of fire started warring among themselves had taken root. Isn't this where Dunkelfelger's ritual comes from? Probably. Verfurimer must have been painfully busy if she was being summoned not only by Dunkelfelger, but also by the other gods as well. I expressed my sympathy and moved on to the next story. A tragic tale of romance centered around Juguris, whatever. Done, I announced. Next one, please. To my delight, I just finished my 3rd book, an account of the goddess by Beskelf. She had stolen threads of fate from Dragoner and pulled countless pranks, spurring the goddess of time to finally retaliate by weaving threads into Beskelf's hair. The goddess of binding had been none the wiser until she suddenly discovered she was bound to a human man. I wonder what the next story will cover, I mused aloud. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la. Rose mine. As I eagerly awaited the return of my shoe mill attendant, an unexpected shout echoed through my mind. It was Ferdinand, sounding entirely like he crawled out the depths of hell to smite me. What the fuck? Why'd you say it like that? My excitement vanished in an instant. What's going on? I covered my ears and looked around, but Ferdinand wasn't there. I was still in the library of my dreams with packed shelves all around me. So you finally heard me, the furious voice continued. Get back here! Now, if you linger, all that you care about will disappear. Oh goddess, return my body to me? Ferdinand sounds angry. I needed to leave now, else the Lord of Evil will crush me with his unjust wrath. I have been trying to speak with you for quite some time, came the tired, exasperated voice of a goddess, but you refused to answer me. Of course! Wasn't this touched about in a previous volume where she got so absorbed in reading that nobody could bring her out of that? They had to drag her out of the freaking underground archive because of that. I turned to look at her, but my vision wavered and paradise started to disappear. The race becomes it. Okay, here's maybe, we're gonna find out what the heck happened. Okay, this is gonna be where we get accounts from other people, because this book, the series so far has been at Rosemine's point of view. But since she was stuck in that library, she has no idea of what happened between when the goddess showed up and, well, now. So, yeah, it's gonna be interesting. The library had vanished and the goddess of wisdom was nowhere to be seen. Instead, I was now face to face with Ferdinand, who appeared to be at his wit's end. He was close enough that I could feel his breath, and there was nothing but worry in his eyes. The last thing I'd expected when he'd sounded so outraged. Well, of course, because he was trying to get a hold of you. I stared at Ferdinand in surprise. My mouth flapped. Only then did his anger start to show. Something in my hand vanished at the same time. Huh? You are Rosemine, correct? Yeah, I replied. Give me a proper response. I'm also showy that I seemingly saddened or... What? Surprised you in some way. What the fuck are you slurring? What are you even saying? Ferdinand snapped. Oh, the slurring wasn't my fault. He was pinching my cheek so hard that it was... Oh, that's why. Okay, I was wondering what the freak was going on there. He's being so unreasonable today. Rosemine, there's a limit to how long one can go without learning one's lesson. What? I swatted at the hand on my cheek. The least Ferdinand could do was release me before starting his rant. He gave me one last squeeze and let go, but he didn't move his face away. So much for my desire to get as far away from my lecturer as I could. I mean, what the heck happened? Your feud with Bezenwals began after you charged into the temple's bookroom, Ferdinand snapped. Then you caught the royal family's attention by barging into the Royal Academy's library with unstable mana. Has it ever occurred to you that your obsession with books always leads to trouble? In my defense, I'd caused plenty of problems without the allure of a nice library. Protesting would only make things worse for me, though, so I abruptly nodded and allowed the lecture to wash over me. It has, Ferdinand replied, but you still gave Mestinora your body in exchange for a chance to use her library. How could you be so foolish? Let me tell you, it was some library. A paradise, even. The books there were seriously to die for, and they covered every wall. I'm sure there were plenty about research. You should come with me next time. They don't understand just how amazing it was. My attempt to calm Ferdinand down instead made his cheek twitch. Oh, how thrilling. An invitation to the distant heights. Was flirting with death once not enough for you? The distant heights? So that wasn't a paradise on Earth? No, that was fully paradise there. You almost died. Ferdinand clicked his tongue. Have you not fully returned yet? What do you mean? Rosamund, list the names of those important to you who came to mind when I threatened you. Can you remember what the goddess did when she obtained your body? No. She was absorbed in books. Of course she doesn't know. What were you doing before you made the exchange, and what must we do now? Huh? I was too overwhelmed to even ask why he was interrogating me all of a sudden. I tried to answer his questions, but immediately drew a blank. There was a thin fog of sorts clouding my memories. What had I been doing? I don't know, I eventually replied, but I remember the book I was just reading. It was about the gods, and... Enough! Ferdinand interrupted with a grimace. Do what you can to forget about it. Now you're just being cruel. I can never forget something I went out of my way to read. The goddess must have meddled with your mind to make it easier for her to inhabit your body, and to no small degree, the impact appears to have been quite profound. I'd meant to lend the goddess my body only for a moment. I certainly hadn't consented to her messing with my mind. It was kind of scary to wonder what was happening to me. I drank a potion Ferdinand gave me and then asked what he'd meant. She did not answer my questions, so I do not know. Even if she left your mind untouched, I suspect you showed all the restraint of a pet being handed its dinner. Take care not to comply with the request of a god again. Your mana is far too easily influenced. Though he didn't actually say it, Ferdinand mouthed the words, because of your devouring. There was pain in his eyes. I reached out and stroked the furrow in his brow, hoping to comfort him, but it only made his expression more stern. You seem to recognize me, but do you remember Ehrenfest's Archducal family, he asked. Do you remember the faces of your retainers? Try to name them. I did as instructed, listing off the names of everyone in the Archducal family and each of my retainers. Ferdinand sighed in relief when I was done. Much better. Sorry that I worried you. Fear not, though. I am so determined to recreate Mestinora's library that I will not embrace the distant heights so easily. You have only intensified my fears, Ferdinand replied at length. Though his mouth was still twisted in displeasure, the anger was fading from his eyes. His emotions were always so hard to read, but at least he seemed to be feeling better. Are you two done yet? Came another equally exasperated voice. Wait, what? I muttered, my head cocked to one side. There's someone else here? Ferdinand was still right in front of me, so my view was severely limited. Ferdinand pulled away and stood up. This is the Garden of Beginnings. Irwerman and Gervasio are here with us. It's all coming back to me. We were in the heat of battle. Ferdinand, how can you be so calm? I'm guessing something happened between then and now for him to be doing this in the midst of battle. I shot to my feet and moved to protect him, but as I took up arms against Irwerman, a finger jabbed me in the back. Relax, Ferdinand said. The battle's over. Mestinora forbade the taking of any more lives. Come again? On closer examination, though, both Irwerman and Gervasio were looking at us. Neither one of them seemed ready for combat. To think she would settle the fight so easily. Goddesses sure are something. Praise be to... Cease your prayer, fool, Ferdinand yelled as I went to raise my hands. Do you want the same thing to happen again? Irwerman gave a slight smile. For mine, as one with the devouring, you are more receptive to the power of others. If you were to pray here in a place meant for communing with the gods, they would most likely descend upon the earth for their amusement. I would welcome such a thing. They are dear friends of mine, after all, but it would place a tremendous burden on you. I would advise you to be more careful. In stark contrast to before, Irwerman's tone was exceptionally calm. I could probably thank Mestinora for that. I want to know what happened! Come on, give us some information here! Nor for that, she not only had such a massive and wondrous library, but also possessed the power to soothe a former god and to end the fighting in the blink of an eye. Wow, what a powerhouse! I wouldn't expect anything less. Praise be to Mestinora, the goddess of wisdom. That was in your head. So, what did you all discuss with Mestinora? I asked. We shared our desires and understandings of the current situation, Ferdinand explained. Then we agreed to continue our battle for the throne through more peaceful means. Gervasio grimaced. Even in these circumstances, that was a gross abbreviation. He was right. I was still none the wiser about what I'd missed. I strongly disagree. Given what is happening in the auditorium, we do not have time for a lengthy discussion. I understood that time was of the essence and that prioritizing efficiency was a staple for Ferdinand, but I still wanted a bit more detail. At the very least, explain what everyone wanted and what information was shared. I said, I'm still on edge and ready to fight. You say that, but did you not forget we were fighting in the first place? Ferdinand can make so many observations as he pleased, it didn't change the fact that I was deeply unnerved. He and Gervasio had been in each other's throats, telling one another to die or turn into a fiefdom, but now they were conversing as normal. Well, with the exception of the awkward atmosphere between them. Then there was Wehrman. Just moments ago he had been all, dispatch Quinta this, and don't obstruct Tears of that. But now he was quietly listening to reason. It's not my fault so much changed while I was reading. Everyone's so relaxed now that I can't help feeling uncomfortable. We were told exactly how the gods view this matter. Jurgen Schmidt was made to welcome those facing Aegleb's persecution. Thus the gods consider it only natural to welcome the Lonzanavians seeking asylum. According to Ferdinand, Jurgen Schmidt existed specifically to shelter the mana wielders of the various outside worlds. If there were Lonzanavians with mana who wished to live here, the gods would accept them without a second thought. Did the gods think nothing of Lonzanavians slaughtering dozens of Arensbach nobles, I asked with a glare. Wehrman nodded, wearing a completely blank expression. My words mean nothing to your human society. I have said not to kill, but men have killed each other by the thousands since time immemorial. Hundreds of nobles died recently. A few dozen more is a drop in the pond, and what does it matter what those from the outside will replace them? From his perspective, the Civil War had just taken place, and the deaths of a few more from Arensbach were barely even a blip on his radar. But it's not a problem of numbers for us, I said. Humans grow old and cut each other down. That is their nature. It is pointless to dwell on societal matters when circumstances change so drastically. Even just in Ehrenfest, there were vast gaps between us in the form of status and perspectives. Of course humans and gods wouldn't see eye to eye. In any case, Ewerman continued, so long has passed since anyone came to speak with me about human society. In the distant past, Zend candidates had regularly visited the Garden of Beginnings to obtain their Book of Messinora. Books of Messinora. The abundance of mana had meant Ewerman could take human form and interact with his guests whenever he pleased, but then the shortage had struck. Ewerman had no longer been able to transform, and people had stopped obtaining the Book of Messinora, likely because religious ceremonies had started dying out and the Sovereign Temple had moved out of the Holy Land. To make matters even worse, the decision to pass a magic tool Grudershite from generation to generation had made praying largely redundant, so fewer people had visited the Garden of Beginnings at all. The history I'd absorbed made that clear to me. Conversation partners are irrelevant, Ewerman said. In the absence of a Zent who can supply the foundation, the country gates have dried out, and Jurgen Schmidt is on the verge of collapse. If nothing happens to remedy this, we can expect death on a scale that would make your mere dozens seem laughable. My wish is for a new Zent to be born post-haste. I desire nothing else in particular. Ewerman wanted someone, anyone, to hurry up and die Jurgen Schmidt's foundation. He didn't consider King Trollquaw a Zent in the slightest because of the man's inability to carry out that most important duty. Thus, he continued, to forestall the looming devastation, we decided you Zent candidates should compete to see who would receive permission to die the foundation. Wait, what? I asked Zent candidates? To whom are you referring? Are there Zent candidates beyond the three of you? If so, bring them here at once. The anticipation in his voice made one thing clear. We were all such great troublemakers that he was ready to welcome just about anyone who could take our place. Lady Detlinde is a self-proclaimed candidate, and some of the royals were able to make it here. Ferdinand shook his head. As far as Ewerman is concerned, one must have the Book of Messinora to be a Zent candidate. The magic tool Grudershite holds no meaning. Ouch. So his standards are the same as they were in the ancient past. Not a single member of the current royal family counts as a candidate then. Ewerman wants Jurgen Schmidt to be fully supplied with mana, Ferdinand continued. To that end, we three candidates will engage in a competition of speed. We shall race to fill the 3 drained country gates before returning here, to the Garden of Beginnings. Whoever wins gets taken to the foundation, Gervasio added. The two men both wore confident smiles. Ferdinand, why are you doing this? I thought you didn't want to be a Zent candidate here. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It didn't make sense. As I understood it, Ferdinand didn't even want to become the Zent. Ferdinand, are you truly resolved to take the throne, I asked. As long as I die the foundation, Ewerman will not question my decision. I could punish the Lonzanavians or abolish the current royal family without opposition. Okay. Ewerman had even praised the idea that, by the next generation, Zent candidates would need to earn their own Book of Messinora again. It was an extremely long-term solution, and there was no guarantee it would work. But Ferdinand only needed to die the foundation. Then he could freely use the magic tool Grudershite to decree a new Zent and start trying to revive prayer. Quinta, I see you have once again omitted precious details, Ewerman said dryly. Messinora decreed that all life is valuable and not to be wasted. Keep that in mind. Yeah. In other words, he will permit punishments but not lethal action. I never thought I would hear the phrase, all life is valuable, born here in Jurgenschmidt, where mass executions of the innocent seem so commonplace. You really should have recorded it, I said. How would that have proved anything? Those who did not see Messnora's descent would only hear your voice. True. I'd already earned a bit of a reputation for my compassion, so anyone who heard a recording of that nature would assume I was singing the same old song. A woman's right. It wouldn't have accomplished anything. How unfortunate. And why do you want to be the Zent? I asked, turning to Gervasio. It would grant me the power to destroy that villa. Girls will no longer be sent here to birth children doomed to live as I did, and those with mana will receive respect, not live in scorn. Who said that? You do realize that they were already planning on doing that anyway, because they were trying to send the Lanzanavian princesses there to the Adultess Villa before, and Ferdinand and the royal family denied that. Isn't that what you wanted? He mentioned that he would also be able to rescue the Sovereign Order from Dunkelfelger's reinforcements and assign new ops to the presently empty duchies so that Lanzanavians could move to them. But why do you want to live here in Jurgenschmidt? The people of Lanzanov need your face stones and stabs, don't they? That is not accurate. As it turned out, Lanzanov was making such great technological advancements in so many fields that mana wielders were gradually being driven into a corner. The royals there were quickly losing their power and were being treated as no more than sources of mana. So essentially they're trying to get all the people with mana out of there so they can be safe. Okay, why didn't you tell us this? Hello? Ever think that maybe this information could have been useful? Lanzanov's royal family is divided into two factions. One that wants us to return with a massive staffs and exercise our power over the populace once again. And another that wants to escape Lanzanov and stay here as Jurgenschmidt nobles. Okay. Leonzio was leading those who wished to return to Lanzanov with staffs, whereas Gervasio had come here in search of somewhere peaceful they could spend the rest of their lives. They had separate aims, but they both agreed that Jurgenschmidt was ripe for the picking while it lacked a proper Zent. Leonzio's faction was behind the deaths of those Ahrensbach nobles, Gervasio explained. Okay. If we could get Gervasio on our side and we could get this done peacefully, then maybe we could get something arranged. Maybe. That said, as I understand it, Lady Detlinda gave him permission to do as he pleased with anyone in the duchy who would oppose her. It came as startling news to me. I did not think Jurgenschmidt gave power to those so willing to commit atrocities, but then I met her, and it occurred to me just how foolish and self-centered she really was. Yeah, I agree. There was a short pause before Gervasio continued. I need a position of power to ensure that Jurgenschmidt remains safe, to ensure we Lanzanavians are not punished, and to reward those of the Sovereign Knights Order who supported me. I must become the Zent. Well, now I understand everyone's motivations, but why am I getting drawn into this, I asked. I'm an Ob, right? Doesn't that prevent me from dying the country's foundation? If you are an Ob, then you need only take part as one, Ewerman replied. Obs are meant to replenish the country's gates in the first place. My apologies, but that was only the case when the country was first founded and the Obs of each duchy had their own Book of Messinora. Though, well, I don't mind participating if replenishing the gates is that important. Your woman was basing his perspective on the days of old, so I was obligated to participate as well. It would not be impossible for you to become the Zent, he noted, now looking straight at me. Someone else could dye your foundation. They would not even find it challenging. As you have the Devourer, and your mana can easily be overwritten. Your woman, how are you suddenly able to tell me apart from Ferdinand, I asked. I thought our mana looked the same to you. Yes, but you are currently filled with Mestanora's power. So the goddess dyed me? I gazed down at my arms and saw absolutely nothing of note. I couldn't see mana, so it looked the same as usual. I sensed the divinity of the goddess within you, but your words and actions detract from it, Gervasio said. I would rather you remain silent. Though he looked at me with respect, I sensed that he was sensing someone else entirely. We have no more time to waste, Ewerman interjected. The race will now begin. The gods shall decide your destination for you. He raised a finger and outshot 3 thin bands of mana, 1 red, 1 green, and 1 gold. We 3 Zet candidates received 1 each, at which point the former god said, dye the gate of your divine color. I'd received red, Ferdinand green, and Gervasio gold. That meant I would need to head to Klassenberg's gate with the goddess of Earth's sigil. Ferdinand to Hoschlitz with the goddess of waters, and Gervasio de Glissenmeyers with the goddess of light. Now go, Eorman said. Forge your own teleportation circles and replenish the country gates. Grudgescheit. At once we 3 Zent candidates formed our books of Mestanora. Ferdinand Gervasio immediately began drawing in the air, but I still needed to search for what I wanted. I put Klassenberg Country Gate teleportation circle into my tablet while silently bemoaning its design. Though I appeared to have fallen behind, that couldn't have been further from the truth. I took out a sheet of fey paper, smirked, and then activated my spell. Copy and place. I finished my teleportation circle in the blink of an eye. Ferdinand noted that I was wasting my fey paper, not even pausing his work, while the Wehrman and Gervasio voiced their surprise. Inspecting the room with a triumphant smile, I raised my book of Mestanora and said, Dang it. Kerschlessel, Klassenberg. I was comfortably in first place. Oh, the Lord of Evil's machinations. Oh, this is going to be fun. Okay, let's continue. Thanks to my copied teleportation circle, I arrived at my destination. Each country gate was basically the same on the inside, so I could tell them apart only by the sigils of the primary gods drawn on their circles. A quick glance was all it took for me to spot Geduld's. I must have been in Klassenberg. I just need to fill the country gate with mana, right? I approached the wall and pressed my book of Mestanora against it. Because I'd already supplied the country gates in Ehrenfest, Dunkelfelger, and Ahrensbach, I was well accustomed to the process. An easy win, like taking candy from a baby. As a mana streamed into the country gate through my book of Mestanora, I suddenly noticed the magic circle behind me shine. I turned around while taking care not to disrupt the flow. Huh? What? Only those with the book of Mestanora in the Grudgescheit kept in the hidden Argnard archive could use these teleportation circles. And as only members of royalty could access the latter, Ferdinand or Gervasio had to be behind the surprise appearance. Don't tell me someone's coming here to sabotage me! There's only one person who would even consider doing such a thing. Is that you, Ferdinand? Well deduced, he replied as he appeared atop the teleportation circle. I would ask if you came here by mistake, but let's be honest, that would never happen. Based on prior experience, I suspect you're here to sabotage the race that Mestanora and Wehrman set up. I pointed straight at him and declared, You can't hide anything from me. Well, that saves me having to explain the obvious, Ferdinand replied, not even attempting to disguise his intentions. I wouldn't have believed whatever excuse he might have thrown at me, but still, would it really have hurt him to try? Go on then. What are you plotting? How are you going to sabotage me? I take it back. I do need to explain the obvious. Pray tell, how would trying to sabotage you benefit me? I am here to sabotage Gervasio. Huh? How are you supposed to, shoot. How are you supposed to sabotage him? He's supposed to go to Glissenmeyer. Our race was, in short, a simple, easy-to-understand test to see which of us sent candidates had the most mana. It would also measure our ability to draw teleportation circles, the completeness of our book of Mestanora, and our experience in magecraft. I was first because of my secret technique, but you drew your teleportation circle much faster than Gervasio, I said. I don't know how much of the mana you expended during battle you've managed to recover, but with your vastly more potent rejuvenation potions, you're at a considerable advantage. Why not play fair this time, Ferdinand gave a sardonic smile. Fair, you say? Even though you contributed most to sabotaging Gervasio? I did. That doesn't ring a bell, I'm afraid. Has your memory not returned, or are you still completely lacking in self-awareness? Probably the latter. I remember what we were doing before Mestanora descended. Ferdinand gave his temple a few irritated taps. I expected you to have learned something by now. It was your idea that we interrupt Gervasio while he was in the Garden of Beginnings. Because of your actions, his book of Mestanora is severely damaged. Excuse me, what? And mostly incomplete. Is that because when they went and tried to get through with the magic circle that they stopped it? I think that's what that it was what Wehrman mentioned. The goddess of wisdom said that even if he returns to the Garden of Beginnings, she will not be able to give him the knowledge he lacks. Oh! Okay. I clapped my hands together, recalling how I'd spread out the god of darkness's cape to recover my mana. Oh, right, that's 1 point for lacking self-awareness. As expected, Gervasio's Bible contains only fragments of the root to the foundation. As far as Wehrman is concerned, all 3 of us are deeply unappealing Zent candidates with incomplete books of Mestanora. Gervasio's book was doomed to forever remain incomplete, and while Ferdinand or I could obtain a complete one, neither one of us wanted to. If we're Jürgen Schmidt's last hope, then the future really does seem bleak. No wonder Wehrman was so eager for me to bring more Zent candidates. Just a moment, I said. I gave you all the information necessary to complete that magic to a Grudgescheit, remember? Did you not mention that fact to a Wehrman? Had the former god known that Ferdinand was carrying a largely complete Book Mestinora, this contest wouldn't even have been necessary. I did not. He thinks my book is still incomplete, which is not untrue, as there are still gaps in the more irrelevant sections. Oh, fantastic! You're a great schemer who lies by omission. So impressive. I want to know why you chose to deceive him. I considered it my best move. You need not know any more than that. Excuse me, I want to know more. His reasoning aside, it was his shameless declaration that he made Iwerman announce his intentions to take the winner of our race to the Foundation. And you didn't think to warn me, I asked? You have a tendency to disclose sensitive information, thus I will tell you only what is necessary. That's so mean, I shouted, fixing him with a sharp glare. Sure, I was used to Ferdinand not telling me things and acting alone, but that didn't make it any more acceptable. Can you at least say what you expect me to do? Though, I'll warn you now, I refuse to attack Gervasio or anything of the sort. I would never ask that of you, he replied, exasperated. You would never succeed in such a task. He had me there. It was actually a little upsetting. Ferdinand continued, once you have finished supplying mana, return to the central building. Contact your guards before you leave the teleportation hall. I shall ask Ehrenfest to prepare somewhere you can rest. Somewhere I can rest? You will need some time to recover, will you not? You might not be able to use Aaron's box dormitory, but Ehrenfest should still be available to you. My eyes dropped to the brooch attached to my cape. I tried to return it to Sylvester before teleporting to Aaron's box, but he had told me to keep it until it was officially recognized as an ob. As long as I had it, I could continue to call myself an Ehrenfest noble. Ferdinand, I took my attendants to Ahrensbach, remember? Lesletta, Gracia, and the others weren't in Ehrenfest anymore, so we were going to be short-handed. Are you forgetting about Riarda, Brunhilde, and Adelie? Riarda has gone back to serving Sylvester, and is Brunhilde not busy preparing for her wedding? I can't treat them like they're still my attendants. It would only trouble them. Trouble them? We are doing Ehrenfest a favor. How is putting me up in the Ehrenfest dormitory anything but an inconvenience? It will prove Ehrenfest's involvement in this battle for the sovereignty. As we know, channeling mana into a country gates causes them to shine brilliantly. This will not be quite as obvious now that the sun has risen, but it will not go unnoticed, not unless the duchies overseeing them were as foolish as Ahrensbach and elected not to have stationed knights at their border gates. They will alert their obs, who will contact the royal family or other sovereign nobles before rushing to the sovereignty. In the long term, it will prove fatal for Ehrenfest if Sylvester is not at the Royal Academy. In the aftermath of the Civil War, there had been a clear distinction between how the winners and losers were treated. Our decision to participate would greatly impact our influence and authority in Jürgen Schmidt going forward. Ehrenfest must provide support in a way that other duchies can see, Ferdinand explained. The intelligence we shared prior to the invasion will mean nothing to anyone but Dunkelfelger, so if we attempt to rely on it, we will struggle to protect Ehrenfest moving forward. The battle against Georgine means that sending reinforcements is out of the question, but they should still have the capacity for our rear support. Indeed, dawn had already broken. Ehrenfest would surely have people who were awake and ready to help. Ehrenfest must make its contribution to the battle painfully clear, Ferdinand concluded. There is no shame in taking this opportunity to relax. You will need as much rest as you can get for the tribulations to come. Wait, the tribulations to come? Excuse me? I cried, my eyes wide open. Just what do you intend to make me do? He tapped a finger against his temple, then gave me the same suspicious smile he wore whenever he was hiding something. Once you have supplied this gate with mana, I would ask you to supply Hochschlitz as well. Only if you feel able, mind you. This is by no means a requirement. Now, I must be going. Take care to seal the teleportation circle behind me. As you do not have your guard knights with you, we cannot be too cautious. Ferdinand was on guard against Gervasio, even now that the Zent race was underway. He warned me of the potential danger, a reminder that I wasn't being wary enough. I nodded as I did my best to absorb his every word. Remember, Ferdinand said, once you have finished supplying mana, return to the Royal Academy and summon your retainers. Listen to them well, then ensure you rest in the Ehrenfest dormitory. Is that understood? Is there anything for me to do other than mana replenishment, I asked, now feeling the danger as well. Ferdinand placed a contemplative hand on his chin, then reached out his other arm and gave my shoulder a slight shove. I stumbled back a little, but he caught me before I could topple over. That came out of nowhere. Are you checking something, I asked? If even that was enough to disrupt your balance, then you will need more practice. Practice for what, exactly? I wonder if we have enough time, Ferdinand mumbled, but instead of answering my question, then he started reactivating the teleportation circle. Ferdinand, wait! You owe me an explanation. Kerschlussel, stared. Seemingly unable to hear me, Ferdinand warped me not to his assigned gate in Auschwitz, but to the Royal Academy's central building. Why was he so insistent about me resting in the Ehrenfest dormitory? What is he trying to make me do? I don't know. He had something absurd in mind. My history with him told me that much. Anytime he wanted something done, he completely ignored my circumstances and refused to elaborate to ensure I would end up doing as he pleased. I wish he'd just be frank with me. It's not like I'd refuse to help. Grumbling on the inside, I sealed the teleportation circle as instructed and returned to supplying the country gate. As soon as I was done, I teleported to Auschwitz, not for Ferdinand, mind you. Jürgen Schmidt was in danger, and I desperately needed more mana. That was my excuse, anyway. I must have overdone it. Using too much mana and drinking too many rejuvenation potions had given me a splitting headache. The pain went from my neck to my skull like a sharp blade had suddenly impaled me. To think Ferdinand predicted when I'd need to rest. That's annoying, and wait. That means he knew I'd go to Auschwitz as he asked. That's even more frustrating. I continued to gripe under my breath, pausing only to reactivate the teleportation circle I'd sealed. Kerschlüssel, air stared. The magic circle shone with omni-elemental light, then rose into the air and started to spin. A second magic circle below me activated as well, as if swept up in the excitement. Both circles sucked out my mana, and the world around me dissolved into a white haze. My vision swayed so violently that I soon had to squeeze my eyes shut and sit on the floor. I waited a moment for the floating sensation to fade, then slowly opened my eyes. I'd arrived safe and sound in the Royal Academy's teleportation hall, but my teleportation sickness, combined with my complete lack of mana, meant I was feeling rougher than ever. This sucks. Nonetheless, it wasn't like I could go to sleep in the teleportation hall. I used what strength I could muster to send a letter to Cornelius announcing my return. He immediately replied that he was outside and that I should cover my mouth before leaving. They intended to take me back to the dormitory by High Beast. Cover my mouth? Oh, the instant death poison stuff. I assume that's what he's talking about. I slowly rose to my feet, my head cocked, then pressed a hand over my mouth and opened the door. Angelica and Cornelius were waiting right outside, and there was a group wearing Aaron's capes further down the hall. I didn't even have time to blink before Angelica threw a large sheet of cloth over me and swept me up. What the heck? I didn't have a clue what was going on, but I made sure to keep my hand firmly over my mouth, even as what must have been Angelica's high beast started to move. Right now, my main duty was to stay quiet. My apologies, Lady Rosemine, Angelica whispered. This was the only way to get you to the dormitory without those from other duchies sensing the goddess's power within you. The cloth was removed only once I was inside the Ehrenfest dormitory. Oh, that's silver cloth! I took a moment to inspect my surroundings and looked at my knights in a daze. We had entered not through the usual door, but through the door once used when returning from the gathering spot. Ferdinand instructed you to do this, didn't he? I asked. What is he doing now? Cornelius, Lenore, Matthias, Lorenz. I deliberately omitted Angelica's name, as I doubted Ferdinand had explained the situation to her. Well, how do I put this? Cornelius muttered. Hartmut wept and prayed to the gods, but even then I didn't think this would be this extreme. You didn't think what would be this extreme? The divine power. No wonder Lord Ferdinand gave us strict orders to cover you with silver cloth and move you to the dormitory in secret. As it turned out, I was radiating such intense divine power that it was hard to look straight at me. I would never have guessed it from my conversation with Ferdinand. He seemed as stoic as always. Lady Rosemine, Lenore interjected. Lord Ferdinand also ordered that you be put to bed. Her eyes wandered and she apologetically continued. Could you, go back under the cloth so that Angelica could take you to your room? We do not want to cause a stir. My current predicament must have been even more unusual than I'd realized. I didn't want to trouble anyone or wait a moment longer than before crawling into bed, so I said certainly and allowed Angelica to carry me to my room. The silver cloth was soon removed, again allowing me to see the female attendants busily moving around my room. The moment Clarissa met my eye, she crossed her arms over her chest and knelt. Oh god, this is gonna be so weird. Oh, Lady Rosemine, what divinity she wept. You truly are the avatar of a goddess. She had a goddess inside her! Of course she said that. I was able to feel your mana being dyed, but I never thought you would return overflowing with divine power. Your darkness-blessed tresses are glossier than ever before. Your lightness-blessed eyes exude such strength, and even your posture radiates. Clarissa, Riarda snapped at. Save your pointless rambling for later and prepare some medicine so my lady can rest. A good retainer would never neglect her duties. She gestured at Bertilde and oddly, urging them to make my bed, then looked at me and sighed. You are deathly pale, milady. If you are too weary for a hot bath, might I suggest you cleanse your body with a wash-in once you've eaten. Even eating sounds like too much for me. Clarissa had gone straight into work preparing my medicine. She looked at me with the expression of a honed scholar. Lord Ferdinand said you must eat before you drink your medicine. The medicine in question was an especially intense rejuvenation potion meant to replenish mana in no time at all. I'd wormed my way out of taking a bath, but I was doomed to eat. I gave up and sat down as Brunhilde brought some food in for me. Lord Sylvester ordered us here as soon as the knights in the dormitory relayed Lord Ferdinand's request for aid, Riarda said while serving me. Our priority is securing a place for you to rest, so we gathered some chefs and came at once. The others are on the way. It had been such a long time since she'd waited on me like this. I turned to Lenore, who was standing watch behind me. From your perspective, what happened while I was up on the altar? 7 radiant beams shot from the divine instruments of the auditorium statues, and the 3 of you disappeared at once. We stared in shocked silence, but not the Dunkelfelgerians. They continued their methodical capture of the Sovereign Knights. Oh yeah, because that was going on. Dunkelfelger had instructed his knights to capture the traitors whether we were there or not. Then worked with Magdalena to take down Roblet. The Knight Commander had fought tirelessly, but ultimately lost. Thank God. Or thank the gods for that one. Together with Dunkelfelger, we restrained the last of the Sovereign Knights, Lenore continued. It was then that Hartmut burst into tears and started declaring that a goddess had dyed your mom. Seriously? There's no way he came out of that not looking like a total weirdo. Your other name sworn confirmed that your mana had changed, but they could not tell whether it belonged to a goddess. Hartmut was furious. He criticized their uncertainty before launching into a rant about how your power was throwing with divinity. It was so repulsive and out of place for such a grave battle that we left him bound with the Sovereign Knights. Oh God, Hartmut, you sound so creepy sometimes, I swear. Wow, Lenore sure is merciless. Lord Ferdinand was the only one to return, Lenore continued. We asked about your status, and that was when he told us Mestinora had manifested in you to crown a new Zent. Hartmut had actually been telling the truth to all of our surprise. Lord Ferdinand is now laying the groundwork for the goddess's will to be done. Hartmut and Ferdinand had made the same ridiculous claims, but only the latter had actually been believed. Well, I mean, considering it's Ferdinand, Hartmut does it all the time, so of course they're not really going to believe him. It was kind of sad in a way. Lenora, can you tell me what exactly Ferdinand might be doing, I asked, somewhat hesitantly. By not participating in the Zent race and dying the Foundation, he had gone against the goddess's will. I couldn't think of anything else he would need to prepare for. Upon his return to the auditorium, he ordered that food and a place to rest be prepared in the Ehrenfest dormitory. We were given instructions for when you returned. He also relayed the goddess's wish that no more lives be taken, and told the Knights of Dunkelfelger to capture, not kill, Gervasio in the event that they found him. In true Ferdinand fashion, he had peppered his commands with any number of threats. We had apparently been told to eat and rest in shifts. Ahrensbach Knights would manage with their provisions, but our allies from Dunkelfelger had to return to their dormitory in groups. Delivering food to the knights engaged in battle was an important duty for rear supporters. Ehrenfest is covering our and your provisions, Lenore continued. Food prepared in the villa at Lord Ferdinand's order has been brought to the Ehrenfest dormitory. After dinner, more will be prepared for Ahrensbach's knights. So what's going to happen with the Adulgisa Villa? Are they still there? Ferdinand had said that food in the Adulgisa Villa belonged to Ahrensbach since it had all come through the Alonzanov estate. That was fair enough, if you ask me. Ehrenfest had provided the chefs. Furthermore, let's see. According to Cornelius, Lord Ferdinand also instructed Prince Hildebrand to use his role as a member of the library committee to return the key Roblet took. A third prince's mother, Magdalena, had been reluctant to agree. Returning the key had seemed anything but urgent, especially when there might have been more traitors looking around the academy. There was also the fact that the order had come from Ferdinand of all people. Any mother in her shoes would worry for her child. Ferdinand had subsequently informed Magdalena that, through Roblet's manipulation, her son had acquired a staff. He had also mentioned that the Lonzanovians had acquired their staffs by following him. Magdalena had paled in response, at which point he had smiled and said, as a new Zent is soon to take the throne, would you not like someone to put in a good word for him and reduce his punishment to some degree? Get it? Getting him to do it by essentially saying that you'll get a lesser punishment if you will comply. Look, I get it. Prince Hildebrand was the one available member of the library committee. It wasn't like we could summon Hannelore all the way from Dunkelfelger. Even so, I can't believe he'd take advantage of a mother's love. That really is devious. I ate my food, less than enthused about what Lenore was telling me, then drank the potion that Clarissa had prepared. Brunhilde put away the plates while Bertilde undid my hair. Riarda cast washing on me and oddly changed my clothes and put me to bed. Lenore, is Ferdinand resting as well at the moment? I asked. No, my lady. He went to the Sovereign Temple with Prince Anastasius. Hartmut accompanied them to search for Emmanuel, the Sovereign High Bishop, of course. Yeah. The Sovereign Temple? Wait, is he after the Bible's key? Just as the keys given to the Duchy's High Bishops granted access to these Duchy's foundations, the key to the Sovereign Temple's Bible must have led to Jürgenschmidt's. Ferdinand was systematically crushing every chance Gervasio might have of taking the throne. Good! But why are you doing all this instead of dying Haschlitt's country gate? We were in the midst of a Zent race emulating Speed Dinner, but rather than competing, Ferdinand was off playing his own game of treasure-stealing dinner. Lord Ferdinand asked that you practice your dedication whirl upon waking. There will also be a meeting with the royal family. He wants you to rest now while you have the chance. My dedication whirl? A meeting with the royal family? I don't get it! Where the absolute heck is all this coming from? I wonder that too. Any thoughts about the current battle were blown right out of my head. There was so much more I needed to ask about, but before I could even figure out where to begin, the medicine kicked in, sending me into a deep slumber. Okay. Ooh, machinations complete. Oh, let's see what happens with this. Oh, shoot, what time is it? I don't want to stop. Are you feeling refreshed, milady? Riarda asked. It's almost 5th bell, but you can rest for a little while longer if you need to. I pondered the question. It didn't feel like I had slept at all, yet I was completely refreshed. I saw no reason to go back to sleep and risk waking up feeling worse. I shall rise, I said. Is Ferdinand back yet? He took lunch here, met with the Op to discuss various matters, then sent ordinances all over the place. As we speak, he should be resting in the villa with the Arensbach Knights. He said you need not worry about Arensbach at the moment and that you should contact him once you are awake. The Arensbach Knights couldn't return home without registration brooches. Resting in the villa was certainly better than camping outside on the academy grounds, but was Ferdinand even able to relax? He had so much history there that I couldn't help worrying. Let us prepare tea first, my lady. We shall eat a light meal in place of lunch. Certainly. Could we have our post-meal tea on the first floor? I wish to hear Ferdinand's report. I shall consult the Ob and return with his permission. Sylvester's here too? I asked, unable to mask my surprise. I'd assumed that Florencia would be in charge here, given her experience providing rear support. If we revealed you to the public, as you are now, it would cause a tremendous stir. For that reason, the royal family has been invited to Ehrenfest's tea party room for lunch the day after tomorrow. We received instructions from Ferdinand, and the archducal couple is hard at work preparing. Riarda then stepped outside my bed curtain. Oddly, contact the male retainers. Brunhilde, Bertilde, have milady changed. Clarissa, inform Ferdinand's retainers that she has awoken. Though I couldn't see them, the bustling that followed told me my retainers had sprung into action. Brunhilde and Bertilde helped me change. It was my first time seeing the outfit they brought me. As I gazed down at it, Brunhilde gave me a troubled smile. Back in Ehrenfest, the seamstresses are working with great haste to finish your fitted clothing. This particular outfit is from Lady Florencia's personnel. To accelerate its completion, it was designed so that any minor adjustments can be made with laces. They also used cloth that had already been completed at the time of your fitting. We expect another outfit from the Gilberta Company to arrive tomorrow. I gazed at Brunhilde in the mirror. Her hands were trembling as she did my hair. She must have sensed my eyes on her as she looked away and put a hand on her cheek, searching for the right words. Though I understand that this is the goddess's divine power, it requires an immensely strong will to face you directly, she eventually said. The closer I get, the more I am overcome with awe, which causes my hands to shake against my will. Standing as close to you as we are, I can even see the light radiating from you. Bertilde nodded. My sister is correct. At the moment you are radiating divinity in the most literal sense. I am so glad to have had the chance to serve you today. Bertilde looks giddy with excitement. Like she might start worshipping me at any moment. Hearing all this about divine power and all they feel just from being near me. Am I even human anymore? Yes, you just need to get that mana out of you. Had these remarks come from Hartmut, I wouldn't have thought twice about them. But my usual normal retainers were now gazing upon me in wonderment. It made me a little uncomfortable. Though I was filled with the mana of a goddess, I was still the same person on the inside. If everyone in the orphanage saw you as you are now, milady, they would start praying as fervently as Hartmut Feline noted, looking dazzled as she watched me from a distance. Wilma would doubtless try to start trying to draw you. One can't normally sense the mana of another when it grows too distant, but all can feel the goddess's power. Everyone who came here from Ehrenfest was drawn to your bedroom, though this passed when we did as Lord Ferdinand instructed and covered you with silver cloth. My mere presence was causing a stir. I sincerely hoped there existed a way for me to be rid of this unwanted mana. At this rate, it would severely disrupt my daily life. Daniel and I guarded you while you slept, Judith informed me. It sounds like your battle was absolutely crazy. Loren said he nearly drowned in the auditorium. Yeah, sorry about that. I wish I'd been there. I can't even begin to imagine what it must have been like. Judith had arrived at the dormitory with Daniel while I was asleep. Few other people would hear about the washing machine carnage in the auditorium and wish to have experienced it themselves. I, too, wish you had been there, I replied. I consider it a great shame that you were too young to accompany us. There was a moment when your unique talents would have greatly aided us. Oh, yeah. I went on to tell Judith how she could have sniped Robla atop the stage. She gave a proud smile in response. Yeah, she could have. Once that was changed, I went back under the silver cloth to block the goddess's troublesome mana and prepared to move to another room for tea. Angelica was tasked with carrying me since she specialized in enhancement magic. I wouldn't have been able to walk there. The silver cloth blocks too much light that I can't even see my feet. I proposed traveling in my panda bus instead, but Lenore had calmly refused. Even if the op permitted it, I wouldn't have been able to see through the cloth. True. Still, I can't believe I'm getting carried everywhere. I'm not a little kid anymore. I trembled with embarrassment under the cloth until we reached our destination. Our meeting over tea was about to begin. I was told you slept well, Ferdinand said. As soon as my silver cloth was removed, Eckert and Justice widened their eyes and exchanged a few quick nods. I saw Daniel among the retainers lined up against the wall. As much as I appreciated it, I must ask, did you get much rest? I required the assistance of a potion, but yes. I narrowed my eyes at him. Let me guess. The potion that wakes you up with a nightmare. In a place as morbid as the villa, I was doomed to have nightmares anyway. Maximizing my rest was the best decision, so he didn't get much rest at all. As I was pursing my lips, the attendants prepared our tea and served us both food. Ferdinand must not have eaten much for lunch either. I was told the knights in the villa slept in the shifts, I said. Do you have any updates on the prisoners? They are still restrained in the villa. The sovereign order is entirely useless at the moment. We will decide the knight's punishment during our meeting with the royal family. We must discuss how to follow the goddess's decree that deaths be kept to a minimum. In other words, he wants to dump as much of the burden on the royals as he can. As the archducal couple is preparing to host our royal guests, Ferdinand continued, Charlotte has taken a position of authority in supporting the Arensbach Knights. We will need to thank her later. During the defense of Ehrenfest, Charlotte had done an excellent job of providing rear support in Florencia's stead. She had picked up so many skills, and now she was putting them to use. It was very heartening. She excels at supporting others, Ferdinand remarked. I must admit, she is well suited to becoming a first wife. Oh my, did my ears deceive me, or were those words of praise? I shall convey them to her alongside a show of my appreciation. Do as you please, but make it big. A greater gesture will aid Ehrenfest's reputation. From there, we activated an area affecting sound blocker. I waited for our retainers to leave, then took a sip of Brunhilde's tea and said, Ferdinand, was it really okay for me to rest? I thought we had to return to the Garden of Beginnings after supplying the country gates of mana. I foresee no problems. Ewerman perceives time in such a way that we could wait another 10 years and it would not faze him. I assume he would prefer we return with a new Zent, or at the very least with news that one has been selected. He had a point. Ewerman barely distinguished the Civil War of 2 decades ago from the present. It wouldn't do him any harm to wait an extra day or two. Still, what happened with Gervasio, I asked. Was he captured upon his return? No, but I intend to retrieve him eventually. Retrieve him? That didn't sound good. What have you done to him, Ferdinand? I want to know that too. First, to buy us some time, I shot him in the hand the moment he finished drawing his magic circle, distracting him long enough for me to destroy it. Right in front of a wereman? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. He attacked Gervasio right after being told that life needed to be treasured, and if what he was saying was true, then he'd already begun his sabotage by the time he rendezvoused with me in Klassenburg. My intention was to delay him, not take his life, Ferdinand said. In any case, I gave him a potion to heal the wound. Is he proud of that fact? Right. You said that was your first move, so what happened next? I was told you went to the Sovereign Temple. My retainers had given me a decent summary of his antics, but what he'd done in the temple was still a mystery to us all. I retrieved the Sovereign High Bishop's Bible, its key, and the medals of those who went to Lanzanov as kings. Emmanuel was quite the bother while I was there. He lives, but I made sure to silence him. Wait, that sounded extremely violent. What did you take out? What did you destroy his voice box or something? I reflexively touched one of my charms through my clothes. Ferdinand must have used one of the magic circles that allowed one to inflict damage on another person without killing them. The Bible and key have been entrusted to Hartmut, for he is both name sworn to you and a fellow high priest. An ideal outcome, no? Okay, so what is he going to do? He did say that if you're in the... He said that you retrieve the medals. Yeah, the medals of those who went to Lanzanov as kings. That includes, I'm assuming, Gervasio's. What is he planning on doing? Because he said that if you're in the duchy? Or was it the country? No, the duchy. If you're in the duchy of the medal that you were assigned to, when the medal's destroyed, then you die. But if you're outside it, then your staff is sealed. Because that's what happened to Grossum. Where was his medal set? Like, what was his home duchy, quote unquote? Oh, wait. If it's the sovereignty, he's outside his duchy, technically. Because the Royal Academy is not in the sovereignty anymore. Or the sovereignty is not in the Royal Academy. You get what I'm saying. He's gonna... He's gonna steal his staff. Oh god, that's gonna be a shock to him when he finds this out. I glanced at Hartman, who returned a nod of absolute assurance. He looked so mature and, well, serious that the tales of his rant in the auditorium seemed unreal. And as for the medals, I asked, they are the domain of Archduke candidates. I saw to it that Gervasios was destroyed. Oh, that's already done! But the other one is now with me. We should discuss it during our meeting with the royal family. Huh? Wait, other one? What other one? Are you talking about yours? No, his is in Airbest, correct? What other one is he talking about? Wait, hold on. You destroyed it? But you told me he was alive. You speak as though I deceived you. The medal was destroyed while he was at Glissenmeyer's country gate. So he merely lost his staff. That was why I went out of my way to stall him and keep such a close eye on his teleportation circle. Ah! And of course, losing his staff meant Gervasio had also lost his book of Mestinora. He wouldn't be able to supply his country gate or use its teleporter to leave, which explained why Ferdinand would need to retrieve him. Yeah, I don't want Ferdinand as an enemy. That's terrifying. Yeah. So that explains why he wasn't back yet. Oh dear. He is gonna be pissed when you go to retrieve him. He is gonna be pissed, but he won't be able to do a gosh darn thing about it. Because he won't have his mana, he won't have his Book of Mestinora, he won't be able to do diddly squat unless he pulls a regular weapon on you, but even then it's not gonna be able to do much. Ferdinand sipped his tea and continued. It would have been ideal to capture the man behind Lonzanov's invasion before our meeting with the royals, but for safety's sake, we should starve him first so that he cannot fight back. Terrifying, yeah. Was it really necessary to play such dirty tricks on Gervasio, I asked. He didn't seem like such a bad guy to me. It was another faction that attacked Arensbach's nobles, and they were acting with Lady Detlinda's permission. I seriously think we could have come to an understanding. If we had met under better circumstances, we might not have needed to fight Gervasio at all. Ferdinand gave me a look of great concern. Was your sense of self-preservation turned to ribbons with your memory? Think for a moment. He told us his goals were to save the Lonzanovians and reward those among the sovereign knights who rebelled against Trarqual, but he said nothing of the nobles currently living in Jurgenschmidt or those of us who got in his way. Though he strove to become the Zent, his mindset was that of a king of Lonzanov. It was impossible for us to know what he was truly thinking. Any noble would put up a front and play nice when a literal goddess descended upon the earth and demanded an end to the fighting. Ferdinand and Gervasio had seemed to be getting along when I returned from the goddess's library, but apparently not. Yeah, that was just an act, probably. Gervasio was chosen and educated to become the king of Lonzanov, but he loathed going there. His aim had always been to rule Jurgenschmidt. Even now, his determination and tenacity are greater than you could ever imagine. You need not understand what he has been through. He survived the villa and endured tremendous hardships, but do not entrust your life to him so easily, fool. Sorry. Speaking out of turn had put me on the receiving end of an extra lecture. It probably wouldn't happen again. Gervasio aside, I said, how will the other Lonzanovians be dealt with? Our meeting with the royal family will decide. That's a long time from now. Are we not in more of a rush than that? The day after tomorrow felt like an eternity away. Our most urgent aims were capturing the Lonzanovians and eliminating Gervasio before he could take the throne. Now that we have achieved them, the royals and the country at large can wait. Let them buzz about the activated gates and the announcement of a new Zent. Our recovery comes first. As far as Ferdinand was concerned, we were under no obligation to work through our exhaustion, not to satisfy the same royals who had made us wait 3 days when we tried to warn them of the coming crisis. We had only agreed to meet them as soon as an act of kindness to Magdalena and Anastasius, who had ultimately helped us when we needed it most. Not to mention, he continued, your outfit will not be ready any sooner than the date of our discussion. You will need the proper attire for a meeting with royalty. You're right about that, though I think my appearance is absurd enough already. Something I did not realize at first because of your unchanging stoicism. Ferdinand gave me a serious glare. Doubt me all you want, but I did change my attitude while you were possessed. Oh, I see. I thought he'd continue down the lonely road of being a jerk, but even the Lord of Evil shapes up in the presence of a real goddess. Not that he'd ever do the same for me. I wonder how he was when that happened. I'm assuming we're going to get some kind of information on that. Maybe. In the epilogue, or the battle for Jurgenschmidt. How should I pass the time until our meeting with the royals, I asked. Did I not tell you to practice dedication whirling? To what end? I might be used to moving in this body, but whirling is another story. I dance straight to an early grave. Hence the need for you to practice. Returning to the Garden of Beginnings with the news that by whirling is advisable over returning there through the Divine Protections ritual. Others will not be able to replicate it so easily. As you are now, anyone will consider you the avatar of a goddess. Can you imagine the embarrassment if you fell over like a certain someone? Yeah. It is literally the first time hearing about using a dedication whirl to return to the Garden of Beginnings. Is that so? Ferdinand asked, not moved in the slightest. Nonetheless, I consider it the best way to transport the country's new ruler to the Garden of Beginnings, and to show our loudmouth spectators what it looks like when a true Zet candidate whirls. It cannot be helped. It can't be helped? You probably engineered it. Humph. Ferdinand gave me the same sparkly smile he wore when he was thoroughly displeased. Would there be a problem with that? Fair enough. I shall practice my whirling. Good. No, not good, you big dummy. Not even my fiercest glare could sway Ferdinand, and there was zero chance of him taking back what he'd said. My fate was sealed. Do not wander about, Ferdinand warned. The influence of your divine power is so immense that you will trouble all those who cross your path. Practice in your chambers. As you had the skill to pass each of your academy classes on the first day, I would suspect you will whirl satisfactory once you learn to control your new body. My current objective was to whirl in a way that Ferdinand would deem satisfactory. But was there even time for that? My opportunity to rest was well and truly over. Perhaps I could use enhancement magic while whirling? So your memory was devastated. Do you not remember how, during the temple's dedication ritual, the mana you channeled into enhancements was sucked out alongside the rest of the mana flowing into the chalices? The magic circle will drain you entirely if you attempt to use enhancements atop it, and you will meet the same fate as a certain fool. I wanted to cheat a little, but I guess it's not an option. Ferdinand was watching me with exceptionally cold eyes. I had no choice but to give up and practice seriously so I could whirl on my own. Moreover, he continued, when the Ahrensbach Knights come to the Ehrenfest dormitory to eat, I would ask you to show your face, commend them for your work, and encourage them. For what reason? To show that you hold no malice toward Ahrensbach and still intend to serve as its ob. Some were apparently saying that my decision to mess with Ehrenfest means I don't trust the people of Ahrensbach. If you smile at the knights and shower them with praise, enveloped in divine mana as you are, then silencing those fools will prove trivial. Our political maneuvering will become that much easier. I suppose I can do that. For your sake, I added, praising Ahrensbach Knights on my list of duties for the day. I would also like the authority to use the teleportation circles between the Adulgis Villa and the Lanzanov estate so that I might bring supplies to the Royal Academy. But of course, I replied, just as he plopped a thick stack of documents in front of me. Look over these as well. They outline how our meeting with the royals will proceed and what we will ask of them. Memorize them all so you will not need to consult them when the day comes. We must gain what we can from your position as the avatar of a goddess. Our demands here are the bare minimum. The bare minimum. What is your version of the bare minimum, sir? I sighed, reached for the documents, and said that I would do my best. Ferdinand's demands were always as tough as they were multitudinous, but I couldn't complain when he was doing the most work out of any of us. I should also mention that I intend to eat here with the Archducal family from now on, Ferdinand noted. I will say that I am meeting with you to report the status of the villa and Ahrensbach, but I will really be exchanging intelligence with Sylvester and Florencia. I nodded. That was fine with me. We needed as much time to discuss things as we could get. Thus concluded our tea time meeting. Ferdinand returned to the villa without a moment's hesitation, seemingly quite busy. Has he ever even rested hardly any? Even when he slept. It doesn't seem like it was much. He wasn't the only one. There was a mountain of work for me to do as well, so with the help of my retainers, I made my way back to my chambers. Lady Rosemine, it is time for dinner, Brunhilde announced at 6 bell. Please allow us to take you. And with that, I was subjected to the usual routine. A sheet of silver was thrown over me before Angelica picked me up. But as we started to move, I noticed something unusual. This isn't the way to the dining hall. Where are we going? Because you are bound to be exchanging sensitive information, the Archducal family is eating in a separate room, Brunhilde explained. Lady Charlotte is managing the logistics. She is terribly worried about you. We soon arrived at the meeting room. The door was closed behind us and the silver cloth wrapped around me was removed. Sylvester, Florencia, Charlotte, and Ferdinand, everyone was here. Rosemine, sister. Florencia and Charlotte immediately lowered their eyes, taken aback in the face of my divine radiance. Sylvester, in contrast, was staring straight at me, the picture of curiosity. Talk about a glow-up, he muttered. How do you even shine like that? Blame Mr. Nora for that one, dude. Oh, dang, she is. She is literally shining. Dang, Miss Nora, what'd you do? Florencia was quick to chastise her husband, but I was relieved to see someone acting normally in the presence of the goddess's power. I don't know. I said, to tell you the truth, I can't even see the light. Do I really look that different? I thought Ferdinand was pulling my leg at first, but yeah, I can't argue with you being called the avatar of a goddess. Karsten was standing behind Sylvester and nodded in agreement. I'm the same on the inside, though, I assured them both. Yeah, it didn't take me long to figure that one out. You're going to want to avoid speaking whenever you're trying to come across as a divine avatar. Father, let us eat, Charlotte interjected. I am relieved to see the goddess's power has not changed you, sister. Are you feeling well? The look in her eyes told me she was just as worried as Brunhilde had suggested. Yes, I got plenty of rest, and now I feel quite refreshed, I replied with a chuckle. I was told you had been arranging food deliveries to the villa and such while the archducal couple is preparing for our upcoming meeting. I thank you ever so much. If not for your hard work, I would not have been able to rest at all. I took the seat assigned to me and continued to speak with Charlotte. Much to my relief, we were having familiar Aaron's best dishes instead of Ahrensbach's intensely spicy cuisine. Reports and intelligence were commonly exchanged over meals, so Ferdinand took the opportunity to update us on the villa and those in Ahrensbach. With your permission and the face stone for Rosemine, we recently activated the villa's teleportation circle. We now had a transport link between the Lanzanov estate and the Adalgisa villa. It was a little inconvenient since the dormitory was still unusable and the villa didn't connect straight to the Ahrensbach's castle, but it was drastically better than not being able to access the duchy at all. Letters have been sent and your retainer should come with your belongings in about at most. We had consulted the royal family about using the Adalgisa villa and received permission from Stanislaw to do with it as we pleased. In his words, they had planned to let me have it anyway. Ferdinand informed us of all this with a smile that couldn't have been more displeased. Oh, yeah, because of the whole arranged marriage thing. Wonderful, I said. I thank you ever so much, Ferdinand. Many of my retainers kept their belongings with mine, and it would seem they had been troubled without certain articles. It would also have been troublesome if Ahrensbach alone could not access the Royal Academy is something the matter, Sylvester? He was staring at me. In fact, everyone else was too. Sylvester and Florencia exchanged bewildered looks with Karstedt, seemingly on the verge of a mental breakdown, while Charlotte seemed completely lost for words. I'm very confused. Uh-oh. Did he accidentally spill the beans about his book of Messinora? In the end, Karstedt gave Sylvester a grim look of resolve. It must have been a signal of some sort because the uncomfortable Archduke then cleared his throat. Rosemine. Ferdinand? Oh, no, not that. It's because that he knows about it and everything. I don't know anymore. Ferdinand told us he activated the villa's teleportation circle, right? That he did. He's registered to Ahrensbach's Manor Replenishment Hall. I never thought a goddess would descend in Daimamana, so we're lucky to have him here. I'd only registered Ferdinand to the Manor Replenishment Hall so I could save him. I certainly hadn't expected it to benefit us here at the Academy. Because his mana was registered, he was now considered a member of Ahrensbach's Archducal family. Oh, no! The engagement. Oh, dear. Is this what this is about? Whoa. Sorry, my chair, I kind of leaned back slightly, and my chair is kind of missing a couple of screws, so I was worried I'd fall back and hurt myself. It's only member, for that matter. He was doing so much for me that I could not do on my own. My response must not have been what Sylvester was looking for. He turned to Ferdinand instead, as if concluding it was pointless to ask me anything else. Ferdinand, well, does that mean what I think it means? Did you skip autumn and call winter early without even greeting the supreme gods? Oh, that's exactly what it is. Oh, God. I'm not good with euphemisms, or this kind of euphemism, but I have a feeling that's exactly what it was. He was asking, are you actually engaged to her? That's exactly what he's asking. Rather than answer the question, Ferdinand cocked an eyebrow. What in the name of the gods has gotten into you? Calm down, man. Calm down? Are you serious? This is insane. Yeah, I'm lost. I don't have a clue what's going on. Sylvester, Florencia interjected with a polite smile. You and the other men can go over this later. The rest of us are trying to eat. I'm confused! Tell me, please! Sylvester shut his mouth, well aware that he had just been scolded, then shot Karstedt a glare like the Knight Commander was to blame. Ferdinand shook his head exasperated and went back to eating. Goodness, father, Charlotte muttered. I met my sister's eye, then chuckled. This whole exchange reminded me of the days before Ferdinand moved to Ahrensbach. There was so much we still needed to do, like meet with the royals, but it felt entirely like we were back in Ehrenfest as I remembered it. Attention drained from my shoulders and my lips curled into a natural smile. The epilogue! That's gonna have to be it, guys. I'm sorry, but yeah, I'll see you on the next one. Okay, this might actually be the last one, I hope. Okay, the epilogue. I wonder whose point of view this is. Under the leadership of their Archduke, the Knights of Dunkelfelder battled to resolve the sovereign orders infighting at the Royal Palace, then smite Robla in the Royal Academy's auditorium. Sagonde was providing rear support, a fact she took great pride in. If not for her immaculate leadership behind the scenes, those on the front lines would not be able to fight so freely. No matter how wounded someone was, they would survive as long as they reached the rear. Hold on, I had to clean my glasses. The knights were constantly dependent upon the women of Dunkelfelder. It was a weakness in one way, but the key to their strength in another. Rear support wasn't easy. For the current battle, Sagonde had prepared recovery rooms in the Dunkelfelder dormitory, gathered as many magic tools and rejuvenation potions as they could possibly need, requested that provisions be teleported over from the castle, set up a squad of healers, and arranged a rotation of backline knights to replace anyone who might need to retreat. Now she was overseeing the treatment of the wounded and ensuring their replacements had enough tools and potions. One by one, ordinances came from those stationed in the dormitory. The place is under our control. We are heading to the auditorium with Lady Magdalena. The statues on the altar shone, causing Lady Rosamine, Lord Ferdinand, and one of our foes to disappear. The Sovereign Knight Commander has been beaten. Lord Ferdinand went to the Sovereign Temple with Prince Anastasius. Heifetz is with them. Prince Anastasius has returned. He announced the defeat of our foes and declared the battle to be over. We will now begin the cleanup in shifts. It was Sagonde's job to listen to these ordinances and convey their information to Dunkelfelder. She let out a sigh of relief when one finally said the fighting had stopped. They told us the battle would not last long, an attendant said, and indeed they secured victory in less than a day. But even so. Indeed, Sagonde replied with a nod. There had been unexpected developments in droves. Even the Ob had his work cut out for him. Wordcraft, the current Ob Dunkelfelder, had said in advance of the battle that it would only be a short one. Rosamine had stolen Arensbach's foundation, stopping the nobles in Lende's side from joining the fight, and closed its country gate to keep Lanzenau from sending any more troops. She had also played a role in neutralizing the invaders' ships, meaning they could not even return home. Robot, the Sovereign Knight Commander, had turned coat, but the entire order would not join him in his treachery. In short, the enemy had next to no reinforcements. If attacked and overwhelmed in the deep of the night, they would surely be vanquished in one fell swoop. Or so they had thought. No sooner had the attack on the Duchess of Villa commenced than a portion of the Sovereign Knight's order revolted in the palace, prompting the royal family to call upon Dunkelfelder for aid. As the Zent soared, they had responded at once. The Ob had assumed that few knights would rebel against the Zent, even with Robot as their instigator, but again he had ended up mistaken. Quite a formidable force had gathered at the palace, and to make matters worse, the enemy had somehow managed to obtain the Grucheshite. Ordnance had reported the strangest developments, such as water sweeping the battlefield and the sudden disappearance of those atop of the altar. And the battle had even been brought to the Sovereign Temple for some reason. How truly bizarre this turned out to be. In spite of the many detailed reports she had received, Sagonde had only the slightest grasp of what had actually occurred. She had seen countless dinner matches as the first wife of Dunkelfelder, and though she was used to the twists and turns of battle, or thought she was used to them, but the ordinances had given her cause to reconsider. The battle is over for the men, but not for us, Sagonde announced. The knights will start returning at any moment. Prepare them food and places to rest. Understood. She sent ordinances to the common room where the knights' attendants were awaiting their charges, and to the dining hall where the food was being kept, and to the knights in the teleportation hall. The returning combatants would rest in shifts, and word of their victory would need to be sent back home. Wordcraft was last to return from the battlefield. In many regards, the aftermath of battle was the most complex part, and there were plenty of decisions that would require his input as the Ob. I am back at last, he said. It is good to see you, Ob Dunkelfelder. Before the couple could exchange any more words, Sagonde raised an eyebrow at Wordcraft. Though he likely hadn't realized it, his expression was stern, and there was a steely look in his red eyes like he was ready to spring back into battle at any moment. It seemed wise to distance him from the troops so he could calm down. Let us cleanse you before you eat, Sagonde said. She beckoned over to the attendants, and the Ob's guards changed places with the knights waiting in the dormitory. The knights back from combat had their attendants clean them, then left for the dining hall. Sagonde cast a cleansing spell on Wordcraft, but she didn't take him to the same direction as everyone else. He would need to eat elsewhere. How are things here? Wordcraft asked. There were no problems in the dormitory. Still instructing her attendants on the side, Sagonde led the Ob to a meeting room. In the wake of a battle, especially one that had involved royalty, it was best for archducal couples to speak in private away from their retainers. Sagonde started gauging the best time to send them away. Hannelore was of great help before dawn, she continued. Sagonde had needed an extra hand with the logistics of their recent battle, so Hannelore had been stationed in the Dunkelfelder dormitory as her backup. She had endured so many all-nighters for the purge of Lanzenau, the Battle of Gerlach, and their subsequent victory feast that her sleep pattern was completely backward. This ended up being a good thing, as it meant she could take over while Segonde rested. She has undone her past dishonor and regained the knight's trust. A most important development. By leading her fellow knights into battle in Arensbach and coming out victorious, Handler had restored some of their faith in her. Something must have happened to build up her confidence, because she had seemed entirely self-assured as she gave everyone in the dormitory their orders. Segonde believed that to be the most fruitful result of their alliance with Rosemine. And what of the duchy, Wordcraft asked while eating. Lestalot must be bored out of his skull in the Foundations Hall. Segonde directed their attendants to wait outside the room, then looked at her husband with exasperation. You would say that after forcing him to stay behind? Though the risk of anyone invading Dunkelberger had seemed non-existent, Lestalot had needed to spend the entire night in the Foundations Hall due to having inherited the Foundation's magic as the next Archduke. The Ob hadn't given him much of a choice in the matter. Arensbach had its foundation stolen in less than 2 bells after Rosemine led a paltry force to some unknown location. How could we dare leave ours unprotected? True. His concerns were perfectly valid. Handler had taken part in the invasion of Arensbach, but not even she knew how Rosemine had reached and stolen its foundation so quickly. Dunkelfelder could not risk leaving its own foundation unguarded. It was a logical thing to do, Wordcraft said in his defense. Plans had to be made to avoid the worst-case scenario. And in any case, I am sure it was good training for those young knights who had yet to experience a full night on watch. True enough, your predecessor said much the same. Starting with the previous Ob, the Archducal family had agreed to guard Wordcraft's office while Lestalot was holed up in the Foundation's hall. Klassenberg tried to contact us at second half bell. Their country gate activated, and the sovereignty was too busy to properly respond to any questions. Of course, you were not there to use the water mirror, so they resorted to a magic letter instead. Here, it came straight from the castle, and their concern is all too apparent. The letter had arrived not long after sunrise. Klassenberg assumed their gate's activation had something to do with Wordcraft's earlier call to action, and wanted to know whether the situation and the sovereignty had caused it. Wordcraft took the letter, read it, and then tossed it aside. These Reds are as loath to act as always. Those in your office replied that our country gate shone in the dead of the night. They did not mention that it happened several days ago, or that Lady Rosemine emerged with the Grudershite. In Ham, but I would not consider that dishonest. Now pray tell, what actually happened? Segonde could guess that Rosemine had done something with her Grudershite, but couldn't even begin to imagine why the young woman would activate Klassenberg's, Glissenmeyer's, and Hochschlitt's gate in quick succession. Rosemine had not petitioned the duchies for aid. She had not invaded them, and she had not even opened their gates. She had made them shine and nothing else. Depending on her intentions, some manner of report might need to be sent to every duchy with a country gate. Lady Rosemine was acting upon the instructions of a goddess, Wordcraft replied. Segonde glared at him. Though you look serious, I must confirm that this is not some out-of-place jest. It's not a jest. I am only repeating what Lord Ferdinand told me. Messinora, the goddess of wisdom, descended and took Lady Rosemine as her avatar, then instructed that the gates be filled post-haste with the mana of a Zent candidate. Jurgen Schmidt would collapse otherwise. And we intend to believe him? Segonde asked, unconvinced. The tales seemed to be getting taller and taller. What did it even mean for a goddess to descend and take someone as an avatar, invading her body? Hello? I was told that Lady Rosemine now radiates Mestinora's divine power, and that a single glance at her confirms it, the Ob hastily added, though I confess I've yet to see it with my own eyes. Segonde pulled a face in lieu of a response, even more certain they were being tricked and exploited. Well, in any case, we can discuss the goddess's advent later. As keen as they must be for answers, Klassenberg will need to wait until things have settled down. Duchess that did not participate in the battle are forbidden from visiting the Royal Academy until further notice, and the royal family has made it clear that any trespassers will be deemed enemies and cut down on sight. As it stands, the duchies are stationed in their dormitories trying to gather information, but we shan't tell them anything. Instruct everyone to keep what they know close to their chest. These instructions couldn't have been from the royals. Segonde assumed they would want allies in Klassenberg and Glissenmeyer, and all other powerful duchies for that matter, to help secure their rule. Instead, they were being kept at arm's length. She immediately deduced the truth of the matter. Is that to say Ferdinand now controls the entire country? Segonde asked. He must intend to eliminate anyone who tries to get in his way. Indeed. But we subjugated the Sovereign Knight's Order in the palace, rescued the Zent, and smote Roblet. It feels like Lord Ferdinand stole our glory. Though I admire his resolve to do whatever it takes to win, his methods are violent and exceptionally underhanded. I will not mind training with him, but in a battle to the death, I would not want him as an enemy. Yeah, you do not want Ferdinand as an enemy. Segonde's eyes widened at this out-of-character remark. How rare! You normally boast that a strong foe merely fires you up and practically leap at the first chance to fight them. This man used the battle to gain a political advantage, carefully tweaking his plan as it happened, and then exploited the situation for all it was worth, all while striking his opponents where it hurt most. I would challenge him to a test of strength without a second thought, but in a battle of wits, I would not dare put my life and the lives of those I care about on the line when I would end up losing before it even started. Or under any other circumstances, of course. Wordcraft sighed and then set aside his cutlery. The battle must have been intense to have had such a profound impact on his usual way of thinking. Perhaps it was a worthwhile learning experience for him as well as the young knights. I intended to make this a game of true dinner, a spectacle for the ages, he said, but Lord Ferdinand stopped me at every turn. I just want to rest at this point. Can that be arranged? We keep having more and more jobs unloaded on us. Segonde smiled at her husband's pleading look. I tried to stop you, yet rather than listen to me, you declared you would participate no matter the cost, and then went on your little rampage. Maybe we should thank Lord Ferdinand for this valuable lesson. It might serve you well to experience the consequences of war. But I fought all night. I need to rest. Not until you've told me what you know. Segonde wanted information. Much of what the ordinances had said was still indecipherable, and she refused to wait any longer for an explanation. I see, Wordcraft muttered. Then there is something I should tell you first. 2 days from now, we are going to have lunch in Ehrenfest's tea party room. Members of the royal family will also be in attendance. Segonde drew in a sharp breath, momentarily lost for words. This is news to me. Is it already set in stone? We do not have long before the Archduke Conference. Only those who participated in the battle will attend, and we will discuss sensitive information matters such as the crowning of the next Zent. Under normal circumstances, the host and their desired guests would communicate through their attendance and decide on a mutually agreeable date before the former sent any formal invitations. In this case, however, Segonde had not been consulted at all. Wordcraft might have spoken with Magdalena at the battle, but the royals had not been able to object. The royal family had no input, and the venue is Ehrenfest's tea party room. Is there a reason Ehrenfest is hosting the event? Segonde managed to ask. To my knowledge, they did not contribute to the fighting. Ob Ehrenfest asked Wordcraft to manage communications with other duchies and the sovereignty because he was too busy resolving an internal dispute. That was how Segonde understood it, at least. It made no sense that Ehrenfest was hosting what would probably be the most important gathering to follow the battle, if, as suspected, Rosemine planned to rise as Ob Ehrensbach and engage with the royal family as the avatar of a goddess, and this was far from an ideal course of action. Lord Ferdinand said it made sense because Ehrenfest agreed to give Lady Rosemine rear support, Wordcraft noted. In other words, they want an excuse to give Ehrenfest a better political foothold. Segonde's red eyes narrowed. I was right, wasn't I? They did not engage in combat. Wordcraft waved away the question, not even flinching under his wife's intense glare. I do not know how much Ehrenfest did to help Lady Rosemine, but she is currently resting in its dormitory. Ehrenfest was also first to inform us of the coming invasion, to reveal just how deep this corruption ran, and we could not have seized victory without Lord Ferdinand on our side. Segonde paused to consider. Ehrenfest really had set the wheels of resistance in motion. And if Rosemine had chosen to stay in its dormitory over her own, she must not have felt comfortable resting among the nobles of Ehrensbach. I cannot blame her. Not even 10 days had passed since Rosemine took Ehrensbach's foundation, and if what Hannelore had reported was true, she had spent most of that time fighting or bedridden. It seemed unlikely that she had associated with anyone but the knights of her new home, and she was still incapable of saying which nobles she could trust. Makes sense. Segonde pondered the matter, searching for reasons to justify Ehrenfest hosting the tea party. I was focused on the political implications since Lady Rosemine wields a Gruterscheid and took another duchy's foundation. But indeed, she is still only as young as Hannelore. It would not be strange for her to rely on her family in Ehrenfest. I suspect she has not had time to relocate her chefs, and the food served varies from duchy to duchy. I think you were right on the start, Wordcraft replied with a shrug. Lord Ferdinand now stands dominant over Jürgenschmidt. Oh my, and you let him take the lead, did you? A young member of a middle-ranking duchy like Ehrenfest? Ferdinand was competent beyond measure, but there was no denying his current status. Though he had been entrusted with administrative work in both Ehrenfest and Ehrensbach, he had always remained in a position of support, never once attending the Archduke Conference as an authority figure. It was hard to believe that Wordcraft, who had ruled a top-ranking duchy for years, would allow him to pull ahead so easily. He is no ordinary assistant. He disappeared in the altar's light with Lady Rosemine and Gervasio. The latter, too, were Zent candidates with the Gruterscheid, so we can assume the same of him. Segonde's eyes widened. Ferdinand wielding the Gruterscheid would completely reverse the balance of power between them. Many critical errors her duchy had made throughout the fight came to mind, and she was struck with the urge to cradle her head. Dunkelfelder no longer held the dominant position, and their next moves would need to consider the chance that Ferdinand might take the throne. He's not going to. That's way too much. That's way too much for him to deal with. And they're probably going to. We already know what they're planning to do. They're planning on giving the magic to a Gruterscheid to whoever they plan to give it to. And I guess they'll run things in Ehrensbach, essentially. How likely is Lord Ferdinand to become the next Zent, she asked. I doubt he even wants to, seeing as he tried to thrust the rule onto me. Segonde recalled the terms given to them immediately before the battle, terms that must have come straight from Ferdinand, and what are the odds of you becoming the Zent Wordcraft? I cannot say. It will depend on the worth Lord Ferdinand and Lady Rosamund assigned to Prince Anastasius and Magdalena, who joined the fight against the invaders. To be frank, I think the matter is entirely up to Lord Ferdinand. The future will depend on whether he chooses to give the Grudershite to any of the current royals. What about King Trollqual? Segonde asked. He found it curious that he hadn't yet been mentioned, considering his stringent efforts to keep the country together without a Grudershite. Out of the question, unfortunately, Wardcraft said, his discomfort clear on his face. From what Heitschitz told me, he abandoned his duties at the most crucial moments and was thereby deemed a failure of a Zent. Magdalena suspects that Trug was used on him. A sweet scent clung to him, and though he looked normal at first glance, certain topics seemed to put him in a trance. He greatly resembled the Trug-beset knights who would give only incoherent reasons for their actions. Goodness, is there a chance Lord Ferdinand might reconsider? Every noble in Jurgensmith should know how much King Trollqual has done, how much he has sacrificed to keep his country alive. Segonde's lip trembled as she too reflected on the man. Raised a fifth prince, he had neither expected nor wanted the throne, and only took the role to put an end to the civil war. Few had wanted the first prince to become the Zent. He had slaughtered both the second prince and his own sickly father, lost the Grudershite, and started a catastrophic war. So many nobles had stood against him that the third and fourth princes had ultimately been drawn to the conflict. In the end, the throne had gone to Trollqual, who had put his all into maintaining the country, even as the Sovereign Temple focused on his shortcomings. Peace had come to Jurgensmith, but there was much that could not be done without a Grudershite. I understand, Wordcraft replied, but were any of the Trug-addled knights or nobles forgiven? Not to mention Lord Ferdinand had his life turned upside down by a royal decree. Do you think he would forgive King Trollqual for wielding his authority and then abandoning his duty when it mattered most? As much as Segonde wanted to object, she simply hung her head. She could remember Ferdinand almost losing his mind during the Interduchy tournament, having been forced to endure Detlende's selfish behavior and the way both Arensbach nobles and Lanzanovians had belittled him during the late Ob's funeral. I doubt he feels any sympathy toward the man who wreaked that upon him. As always, Trollqual must have done what was best for Jurgensmith. Would that be enough for Ferdinand to forgive him? Probably not. The man had accepted a cruel royal decree for the peace of his country, only for the Zent to up and surrender the foundation. We can assume he acted on false information from Brabla, Warcraft continued. But even then, King Trollqual must be blamed for not seeing through it. Indeed, Ehrenfest will not be quick to forgive him when they rang the warning bell so far in advance. They will consider it for his own fault for not gathering adequate intelligence. The more authority a person had, the more important it was that they weed out fake friends and verify the information being fed to them. Such were the measures of a competent ruler. Going forward, Wordcraft said, what Jurgensmith needs is a proper Zent with the Grudershite. Can you honestly recommend the man who fell victim to Trug and gave up on his people? Even I doubt we can leave him in charge any longer. Oh. Wait, when would Trug have been used on him, as I wonder? Anybody have an idea? The king had achieved much over the past decade, but those victories were irrelevant in his current situation. How long would the influence of the Trug last? Might he abandon his duties a second time? Was it even worth trusting him with anything at all? We are the Zent's sword, Wordcraft declared. If the throne is in danger and calls for aid, we shall sortie without delay, but we will not protect a Zent who refuses to carry out his duties. I suspect we will attend the coming meeting as observers and nothing more. Segonde cast her eyes down, having understood what her husband was trying to say. He would no longer fight for King Trollqual. It was said that Dunkelfelger had sworn to be the Zent's sword as early as the country's founding. As a Zent would need to dedicate all of their mana to Jurgensmith and Ewerman, they wouldn't necessarily be able to protect themselves and defeat their foe in the event of an attack. They would need someone to fight for them, so an age-old agreement had been forged. To be Ob Dunkelfelger was to serve as the twin blades of Ewerman, the symbol for the Zent's own sword. Then will you strive to take over as a Zent, as we discussed prior to the fighting, Segonde asked. If all goes to plan, we can still save Jurgensmith from calamity. Wordcraft would adopt Hildebrand and then serve as an interim Zent until the boy came of age. The throne would return to the former royal family in a single generation, minimizing the opposition from other duchies. That plan is no longer viable. Prince Hildebrand committed a criminal act. Come again? Robluk got Ulstead to register the Lanzanovians as Arensbach nobles. Then he instigated Prince Hildebrand to open the farthest hall in secret and obtain his staff, which allowed the Lanzanovians to acquire theirs as well. A grave crime considering the circumstances. Hildebrand was still a child, but he would not escape such a serious transgression unscathed. He was a royal with retainers hired precisely to avoid such situations. But why obtain a staff at so young an age? If the prince had waited for his 3rd year, as was advised during the Archduke Conference, he would easily have become better suited to rule than any of his brothers, in terms of elements, divine protections, and mana capacity. The mistake was in sending him to a villa after his baptism, no matter how much the royal shortage required it. Under normal circumstances, royals were isolated and raised in the northern building of the royal palace, like how archduke candidates were raised in the northern building of their respective castles. However, because of the drought of manpower and mana that had plagued Jurgenschmidt since the Civil War and Purge, the palace had needed to abandon that tradition. Hildebrand and Anastasius had abruptly been entrusted with villas immediately after their baptisms. Living in the northern building meant eating alongside one's parents and socializing over tea. Upon becoming the lord or lady of a villa, however, one started eating alone, and even tea parties with one's parents would need to be scheduled days in advance. Hildebrand and Anastasius had gone without the guidance children of their age would normally receive. So what will you do if you end up becoming the Zent? Segonde asked. If either Prince Hildeswald or Prince Anastasius has children, I would want them to step up to the task. But beyond that, who knows? Segonde mulled over how dramatically the situation had changed since before the battle, and it was then that she realized something. Anastasius had come up time and time again during the reports she received, but not Sigiswald. Could there have been a reason that Prince Sigiswald, heir apparent to the throne, was left out of the battle, she asked. This is the first you have said about him. According to Heifetz's report, Lord Ferdinand thought Prince Anastasius was easier to spur to action, as the second prince had an easily exploitable weakness. Now that you mention it, however, there does seem to be something more going on. Wardcraft thought for a moment, then shook his head. In any case, I can't imagine the first prince being of any use on the battlefield. I saw no reason to bother calling for him. Indeed, we cannot guess how far his knight training has advanced. Not only that, he has his pride as the heir apparent. I doubt he would have given clear instructions in the orders in the auditorium or on the way to the Sovereign Temple, nor do I think he would have listened to Lord Ferdinand and me. Those who couldn't follow orders were actively harmful on the battlefield. A single unexpected move could snowball into defeat. An authority figure determined to stay on top when they don't have the strength to justify it would only have gotten in the way. The threat has been contained, but the battle is not entirely over, Wardcraft concluded. That isn't for us to worry about, though. I'm sure Lord Ferdinand will dominate our meeting with the royals. Our brainstorming here won't amount to anything. The ob sounded noticeably less energetic than before. The meal and other factors must have been lulling him to sleep. Segonde gave him a few light taps on the back of his hand, signaling him to stand. She thought it best to end their conversation so he could go to bed. You should rest. I shall oversee the preparations for our upcoming lunch meeting. My thanks. Wardcraft rose to his feet but did not leave. He stared at his wife for a moment, then gently stroked the corner of her eye with his thumb. It was his way of telling her she was working too hard and not getting enough sleep. Segonde looked away. Is it really that obvious? Not enough that your retainers would notice, but still, you could do with some rest as well. He started to laugh, no longer a soldier at war, but a calm, considerate husband. Aww. Segonde laughed with him. Your victory today was superb. Leave everything to me and not as you and rest as you please. May Schlafturm bless you with a deep and peaceful slumber. Okay. Oh, here we go. This is all the stuff that we missed. How far are we in? We have over 90 pages left. How far am I on recording? 23 minutes. This might be the longest one yet. For this book anyway, I mean. The Battle for the Sovereignty. Emmanuel, the returned branch royal. In the Sovereign Temple, a small white bird sailed into my office. It wheeled above the desk, then turned into a magic letter that fell right in front of me. It must have been from Lord Rabla. I could see his signature green ink on the page. He probably wanted to tell the royal palace it was time to get ready for spring prayer. Before I could inspect the letter further, Curtis picked it up and started to read. He was my attendant now that I had taken over as the High Bishop. As a blue priest, he only aided me with work-related duties, unlike the Greys who oversaw my daily life, but he was my attendant all the same. Brother Emmanuel, there is no name attached to this letter, so I cannot tell who sent it. Its contents are also a mystery to me. I took the letter from Curtis. He had only been doing his job. Attendants were obliged to read any correspondence first before passing it along to the High Bishop, but I was displeased with him nonetheless. This letter had come from Lord Rabla of all people. Though the sender's name was omitted and the contents were coded, I didn't want anyone to see it. Especially not Curtis, who had served Relation, the former High Bishop, before serving me. The risk is too great. It was Lord Rabla who dispatched the previous High Bishop. Oh. Relation had always been a fool. Back when I'd stated my desire for Lady Rosamund to become the sovereign High Bishop, he had told me I was speaking nonsense, that he was the High Bishop. He was so arrogant and self-centered, and it amazed me even now that he thought he would stay in his position when Lady Rosamund entered the temple. Who says she's entering the temple, dude? Just because you say it doesn't mean it's going to happen. As a wielder of the true divine instrument, she was better suited to the role than anyone. Under her guidance, we would be able to perform true divine rituals once again. Alas, Relation had opposed our savior. It made no sense. He lacked dedication to the gods despite his standing. Lord Rabba had ultimately deemed the former High Bishop an obstacle to be eliminated. Relation's general disinterest in revising the ancient rituals he had made him uncooperative when it came to enabling the return of a Zent candidate. In his desperation to remain the High Bishop, he had denied anyone capable of obtaining the Grudershite. So Lord Rabba had used poison to silence him for good. Okay. Brother Emmanuel, who sent you that letter? Curtis asked, bringing me back to reality. Do you know? No, I did not recognize his hand, I replied. Curtis took the letter back from me, aware that I was asking him to destroy it. Rather than getting straight to work, he stood in place and continued to look at me. How troublesome. Relation's death had made Curtis suspicious. He had taken to reading every message I received, and this confusing anonymous letter had only made that worse. I wanted nothing more than to relieve him of duty and do away with him, but I had only recently taken over as the High Bishop and wouldn't be able to perform my duties without him. I would need to wait at least a year, much to my distaste. Curtis, send a letter to the Royal Palace. I wish to visit the Royal Academy to start preparing for spring prayer. Extol the importance of the ritual and stress that we must go there without delay. He stared at the letter, then at me, then cautiously stood down. I gave further instructions to the other attendants, slowly clearing the room. Once everyone was gone, I stood up and quickly approached a nearby door, which I opened with the key I wore around my neck. Beyond it was a strange room meant for objects that only the High Bishop could use, so I was the only one able to enter it. This room was why Lord Rabba had sought the aid of the Sovereign High Bishop. Relation had refused and died, so I had taken the role in his place. I looked around, then headed to where the medals of those who had gone to Lonzanov were kept. 2 white medals set in such flat boxes. The newest of these 2 would be this one. I picked up one of the medals. Oh, I know, I realize now what it was. One of them is Gervasio, and the other is whoever is the current king of Lonzanov right now. Or his predecessor, or whatever. I picked up one of the medals, stuck it inside a storage box, then returned to the office. I would now be able to retrieve it right away when the Royal Palace permitted our entry to the Royal Academy. Curtis would not find the mere existence of a box suspicious. I stashed it inside my desk and pondered the person registered to the medal within. I suppose the new Zent candidate has returned, as per Lord Rabba's plan. Indeed, the medal apparently belonged to a new Zent candidate, a member of a royal branch family who left Jürgen Schmidt upon coming of age to become the king of Lonzanov, but would return to obtain the Grudershite and rule it as a true Zent. This meant there were now 3 candidates, the other 2 being Lady Detlinde of Arensbach, who had caused the Zent selecting circle to flash, and Lady Rosemine of Ehrenfest, to perform rituals with the true divine instruments. Whatever. Lord Rabba normally attended when King Trollquaw was giving reports or participating in discussions, so he knew how to obtain the Grudershite and the requirements one had to meet. The information he had given me reached so far beyond what I could research on my own that I could not verify it, but it was said that only a royal born with all elements could receive the Grudershite. Lady Rosemine had come exceptionally close, only to be denied at the last moment for not being a royal. King Trollquaw planned to remedy that by adopting her during the next Archduke conference. How ridiculous! Lady Rosemine was the perfect candidate to become the Sovereign High Bishop and revive the old rituals. I could not bear the thought of the royal family stealing her away from me, which was why I had agreed to cooperate with Lord Rabba. If this branch royal obtains the Grudershite, nothing will stand in the way of Lady Rosemine entering the Sovereign Temple. I recalled the gleam of the true divine instrument she had wielded and sighed, overcome with bliss. In her hands, blue trained staffs sparkled with green light, something that I had never seen from our temple's replica. And then there was her spectacle with the cape of darkness and the crown of light. My chest grew hot and my body trembled with excitement. No! Now, I don't want to say that. I wanted Lady Rosemine. The temple deserved her. There was no one better suited to serving the gods as a Sovereign High Bishop. We'll see about that. My deal with Lord Rabba was simple. I would help his branch royal obtain the Grudershite in return for Lady Rosemine. A saint able to perform true rituals would become the Sovereign High Bishop. I would assist her as the High Priest, and together we would revive what the rest of the country had forgotten. I was dying for that day to come. Oh, you ain't going to get that very much longer. You ain't getting that at all, because Ferdinand's going to have information on this one. We received permission to enter the Royal Academy 3 days after Lord Robot sent his letter. Under normal circumstances, a scholar would arrange our visit immediately, but an unusual matter had delayed us. The royal family seemed to be in some kind of danger, and we had needed to wait until everything was deemed safe. To reach the altar at the back of the auditorium, we of the Sovereign Temple had to pass through the royal palace. We were following behind a scholar with a face stone that would open the doors in our path. It was our duty to perform divine rituals, but at times like this, we could not help feeling disrespected. Oh? We arrived at the usual meeting room in the place to find 2 princes, each with his guard knights and quite a substantial crowd of sovereign knights. I was unsure why they had all gathered, but seeing Lord Robert with them told me they must have been part of his plan. Let us depart, Prince Anastasius said. We went with him to the auditorium. Sovereign knights were all around us. There were more knights stationed outside the teleportation doors that connected to the dormitories. Tensions seem fairly high today. Did something happen? I asked. That is not for you to know, Lord Robot shot back. His curt response likely meant to hide our cooperation from the others. Despite his tone, he seemed to be in fairly high spirits. His plan must have been going well. I will open the door, Prince Hildebrand announced once we were inside the auditorium, then took out a face stone and opened the door leading to the farthest hall. We passed through the iridescent barrier, and the statues of the gods came into view. Here we are. Begin. From here, we were normally left to our own devices, but there were sovereign knights standing by the walls and watching our every move. Even Prince Anastasius kept his narrow great eyes on us. The blue priests were uncomfortable with being the center of attention and worked slowly as a result. Curtis, pay no mind to the sovereign knights, I said. We might not know why they are here, but they are merely doing their job. We need only do ours as well. That is true, but spring prayer cannot be performed without our preparations. We must start by cleansing the altar. I gave everyone clear instructions, and the blue priests began their work in silence. They cleansed the altar, laid out offerings, and checked the mana gathered at the statue's divine instruments. They forgot about the sovereign knights watching them and worked in perfect harmony. Prince Anastasius surveyed us for some time, then nodded and said, Right, Rawa, I shall do as father instructed and inspect the rest of the Royal Academy. Look after Hildebrand in my absence. Oh, you really shouldn't have done that. As you will, Your Highness. I must ask that you bring these knights with you and your guards. The search should go quicker if you divide it between yourselves. The 1st and 2nd squads will stick with you, while the 3rd and 4th protect Prince Hildebrand. The 5th and 6th squads will guard the hallway. The knights moved as Lord Rawa instructed. Prince Hildebrand watched as more than half of them departed with Prince Anastasius, then turned to the Sovereign Knight Commander. Rawa, where is Anastasius going? To patrol the Royal Academy's grounds. He was tasked not only with keeping an eye on the Sovereign Temple, but also with checking the Academy to see whether the Zent can safely return to his usual schedule. King Trollclaw is prepared to lower the Royal Palace's guard if a prince confirms nothing is out of the ordinary. We would welcome an end to the lockdown since one of Prince Hildebrand's attendants. Our lines of communication had been limited since the palace was completely sealed. The prince seemed too distracted to respond. He nodded and said, I see, while staring enviously at the door. Prince Hildebrand, you have your own duties to perform in the meantime, Lord Robot said. I do, he asked, his eyes full of hope. Though he was a prince, he was still a child. He must have been bored staring around. The Zend has at last given you his permission. You may use this time to obtain your staff. Nope, that's a lie. Truly? That's a lie. Lord Robot, is that true? Prince Hildebrand celebrated, but his attendants had their guard up. Their skepticism was short-lived, however, as Lord Robot had prepared an excuse. We do not know when Prince Hildebrand might be put in danger. A staff will allow him to call for aid or protect himself. At the very least, it will make it easier for him to reach a teleportation door. Arthur, you know what Lady Eglantine went through, I expect. I don't, Robot, the prince interjected. What happened with Eglantine? A solemn look clouded the Knight Commander's face as he shared the story, an account of the Civil War when an invasion had shaken the villa of the third prince at the time. The prince in question had succumbed to poison while eating dinner, as had those in his family who had dined with him. Their retainers had devoted themselves to nursing their dying charges and searching for the culprit. As an unbaptized child, Lady Eglantine had instead taken her meal in the playroom. For that reason, she and she alone had survived. The first prince's forces had then attacked, despite the fact he had already been defeated, so Lady Eglantine had raced to the villa, eventually opening the teleportation door to the Royal Academy to allow Klassenberg's knights through. I never thought she had to go through something so awful, Prince Hildebrand said. If she had obtained her staff sooner, she would have been in a better position to defend herself. She might even have reached the teleportation door without losing her nurse. The Zent is treating this state of emergency with the utmost seriousness and wants nothing more than for Prince Hildebrand to be prepared. My subordinates were there when he gave the order. I mean, it's a good enough excuse, or a reason, but still. Lord Robot then turned to his knights. He states the truth, one said, while the others nodded in agreement. We were told to stay with you and ensure that no harm befalls you, another added. I never thought father would allow this, Prince Hildebrand said, a smile forming on his face. He always told me no. I could tell from the look on Lord Robot's face that this was another part of his scheme, but the others were none the wiser. Everyone trusted the Sovereign Knight Commander and saw no reason to question him further. The Zent has its own ideas, Lord Robot said. I told you this day would come when the time was right, of course. Yeah, let's go, Arthur. The Sovereign Knights still in the auditorium split into two groups, those who would go with Prince Hildebrand and those who would continue to watch over us. The prince eagerly absorbed a quick tutorial on how to obtain a staff, then practically skipped to the side of the altar with his retainers and the Sovereign Knights. I could not see how from where I was standing, but they opened a hole in the wall and then proceeded inside. Oh, Hildebrand, you poor thing, you got tricked. Is that it? My breath caught in my throat. The Sovereign Temple had authority over the Royal Academy's altar, but we had never been told about its proximity to the place where staffs were obtained. Is that really where they come from? Staffs served as proof that one was a noble. They were necessary to wield true divine instruments and existed as the means by which one's prayers could reach the gods. Would obtaining one allow me to create divine instruments? Would my words reach the gods more easily? My eyes were locked on the entrance ahead of me, but my legs started carrying me toward That place is for nobles, not you, Lord Robot said. Hearing his voice was like being doused in ice water. The flames of my enthusiasm faded as I thought about everything that would always be out of my reach, no matter how much I prayed to the gods. Resentment and envy towards nobles swelled in my heart, but I couldn't let my anger show. Even the slightest outburst would spoil everything. I refrained from looking Lord Robot in the eye and simply flashed the small box I was keeping hidden. Could you keep the other blue priests at a distance, I asked. They suspect my involvement in Relishion's death. Lord Robot chopped the air, and the knights moved into formation that would stop the Sovereign Priest from approaching us. Anyone on the outside would probably assume the Sovereign Order was interrogating me. I opened the box and produced a medal, holding it out so the Sovereign Priest wouldn't be able to see it. So who does this belong to? Him, Lord Robot said, indicating the Sovereign Knight who had just stepped toward us. Ah, so this man disguised as a knight is the new Zen candidate. Though a helmet covered most of his face, the features I could see spoke to royalty. Still, I could not act on trust alone. I needed confirmation that this man was a branch royal. Lord Robot had said that giving this future Zen his medal was necessary for him to obtain the Gruchashite. Does he or does he not have the capacity to become a true Zent? That was what mattered to me. If this man really was an omni-elemental branch royal, he would become a true Zent, dispel the false king Troraqual, and reward me by sending Lady Rosemine to the Sovereign Temple. If you would channel your mana into this, I said. The man formed a staff and tapped the metal, making it glow with the light of all elements. A moment later, a knight watching us from a distance came forward, his arms crossed and a most dubious look on his face. Is this metal alone truly enough to confirm he is a branch royal? Lord Blasius, the knight commander said. He sounded critical, but his use of a title confirmed this man was no member of the Sovereign Knights Order. I did not recognize him. My knowledge of nobles was spotty at the best of times, but I could answer his question. This man is the branch royal who went to Lonzanov, and the mana within him is omni-elemental. There could be no mistaking it. Then the plan is still on, Lord Blasius asked, speaking not to me but to Lord Robot. Okay, this is before the others arrived, obviously. Yes, he will need to circle the Royal Academy shrines and go to the archive under the library. Only omni-elemental royals can enter the room with the Gruchashite, so there is no chance of anyone beating us to it. The Archduke candidate from Ehrenfest still needs King Troraqual to adopt her. Good. Lord Blasius took a step back. He, too, needed the branch royal to obtain the Gruchashite. Lord Robot saw that as his end goal, but his foe, Sovereign Knight, seemed to have something else in mind. In any case, I said, this man is who he claims to be. Upon my return to the temple, I will move his medal from the box for Lonzanavians to the box for members of the royal branch family. That should grant him the same level of access as any other branch royal. Do it fast. As you wish. Assess the medal in its box, which I then put away. I would need to re-register the medal, a simple enough process most commonly done for weddings or when a noble rose in status. I could do it here and now, but it seemed more sensible to return to the temple first. I wanted to keep the medal in the Sovereign Temple's custody in case circumstances required me to hand it over to King Troraqual. The knights surrounding me broke formation, allowing my return to the altar where the blue priests were working. Did something happen? Curtis asked. I was questioned about Lord Relishion's death. The Sovereign Order thought it might be relevant to the current plight. I see, he replied at length. Brother Emmanuel, we have finished our work, one of the blue priests announced. Curtis joined me as I started inspecting the altar. He did not probe any further. A short while after we of the Sovereign Temple completed our business, I heard the quiet footsteps of a child. Prince Hildebrand had returned. Robert, look, I got mine, the third prince said, a broad smile on his face as he held some manner of tube close to his chest. His retainers stood around him in a circle, though they appeared to be keeping their distance. Any incidents? Lord Robert asked. One group went to check the farthest reaches of the tunnel and have yet to hear back from them, the knight replied. Those of us who stuck with the prince have nothing to report. The knights were standing unusually far away from Lord Robert and appeared to be holding the same tubular object as Prince Hildebrand. It was obvious to me, but the prince's retainers seemed entirely focused on their lord, taking care not to get too close to him. Prince Anastasius has not yet returned, Lord Robert informed the third prince. Nonetheless, I would advise you to return to your villa to avoid any unnecessary contact. Arthur, what do you think? I was told to lock the auditorium, but should we do as Robert says? Indeed, we cannot touch you until you have absorbed your staff, so you may not be able to touch the face stone to the door. The prince let out a small cry of realization. Because he was so short, his retainers had needed to pick him up before he could unlock the door. In that case, I agree. We should take our leave early. Lord Robot nodded. As some of my subordinates have yet to return from the tunnel, I shall look after the face stone and give it to Prince Anastasius when he returns. Thank you, Prince Hildebrand replied. He took the face stone from a pouch on his hip and then approached Lord Robot, prompting his retainers to cry out and the Knight Commander to lurch back. No, you must not touch anyone. The floor, please put it on the floor. Goodness, my heart, let us hurry back to the villa. In contrast to those around him, the prince remained perfectly calm. I almost messed up. He set the face stone on the floor, then gazed upon it with regret. Opening and closing the door was one of the few important jobs I could actually do. Perhaps you could send the sovereign priest back to the temple. You will get the satisfaction of having done something important, and Prince Anastasius will understand your need to leave early. Right. Prince Hildebrand gave a firm nod, prompting his attendant to send an ordinance to the second prince, stating their intention to depart with the sovereign priests. A reply of acknowledgement came moments later. We must be off, then, if you will excuse us. I gave customary farewells to Lord Robla and those with him, then left the auditorium with the third prince. Immediately upon returning to the temple, I re-registered our future Zent's medal and moved it to the storage room area for branch royals. Lord Robot sent me a magic letter the next evening. My lord received the Goddess of Wisdom's invitation, prepared for his coronation. Brother Emmanuel, what do you believe this means? Curtis asked, his brow furrowed. I could no longer hide my exasperation. Lord Robot sounded so giddy that I wanted to ask where his extreme caution had vanished to. Tell me what you think it means, Curtis. Taken at face value, Messinor has invited a Zent candidate somewhere. We have waited an entire decade, but has the Grugershite been found at last? I do not know, nor do I expect the Sovereign Temple to ever receive the details. They treat us as tools to perform religious ceremonies. That said, if a Zent with a Grugershite truly has been born, we should rejoice, should we not? Curtis sighed. We both knew how much the nobles exploited us. Lord Robbo had only told me so much, meaning not even I understood what the invitation would entail. If nothing else, it seemed safe to assume the branch royal had obtained the Grugershite. A thrill ran down my spine. I was forbidden from becoming a noble, but it was by my hand that a new Zent would take the throne. How could anyone protest the revival of ancient rituals now? Lady Rosemount would soon be the sovereign high bishop, and under her leadership, the sovereign temple would rise above the nobility. Trembling with excitement at the thought of coming even closer to the gods, I returned the letter to Curtis and instructed him to destroy it. Okay, so we don't get to see what Ferdinand was up to. Okay. That sucks. Anastasius, the royal family's position. Anastasius, this is Raufrida. Lady Magdalena reports a battle at the royal palace. She has called on Dunkelberger for assistance, but keep your villa sealed so that no enemies break in. Stay safe. My mother, the Zent's first wife, had contacted me in the dead of the night. I sprang out of bed, scaring Eglantine so much that she screamed. We had recently been warned that Lanzanavian and Arensbach nobles were coming to the sovereignty to obtain the Grugershite, and my dear wife had been a mess ever since. She spent every night as scared as a little girl, fearing the battle to come. Her screams, born from the terrors of the Civil War now dominating her thoughts, drowned out the repeats of my mother's message. I pulled my trembling sweetheart into my embrace, all the while noting the night watch on the other side of the bed curtain. Eglantine, take deep breaths. Look around. You're not alone this time. I'm here. I won't let any harm come to you or our beautiful daughter, Stephorine. You have my word. Anastasius, the attack that has scarred my wife so deeply had occurred late at night, and its echoes lingered even to this day. Ehrenfest's warning had put her on edge, so to help her cope as best we could, we had tripled my villa's night watch, sealed its entrances every night, and started sleeping not in nightwear, but in clothes we could wear outside. Thanks to our increased guard, we can move without needing to worry about anyone invading the villa, I said. There's nothing to fear. You need only watch over Stephorine. As her father, I will protect the villa without fail. Stephorine, yes, you are right. Our villa has not yet been attacked. Eglantine stood tall and repeated that she had nothing to fear, that she was no longer alone, that she had a daughter to protect, and that she could use her staff to defend herself. At the same time, she touched her light face stone armor, formed and dispelled her staff, and put on shoes. She would not let her trauma and anxiety win. She seems calmer now. I gave my brave wife a kiss, hoping to comfort her further, then turned to one of my attendants on night watch. I'm going out to take a look. I leave Eglantine and Stephorine in your care. I exited the room, bringing only my knight, Murgator. The guards on watch had told him about Mother's ordinances while I was calming Eglantine. There were knights rushing up and down the corridors, sending messages this way and that. My head guard knight Holland was among them. Holland, I said, are the teleportation door and the gates secure? Yes, Your Highness, the teleportation door is sealed and no intruders have been seen approaching the gates. There is no movement in the duchies either. The villas under royal management were positioned at the border between the sovereignty and its surrounding duchies. Thus far, we had primarily needed to be wary of our neighbors. but an attack from within the palace meant we would need to keep an eye on that direction as well. From now, at least, no one is advancing on us. If Lady Magdalena has called upon Dunkelfelder, then defending this villa should be as simple as denying all teleportation requests before the fighting concludes in the royal palace. Focus your attention on defending the gates. Yes, Your Highness. Holland left to start giving orders, at which point Murgator advised me to return to my room. The villa does not seem to be in danger at the moment, so perhaps you should get ready to join the fight. You're equipped to go outside, but not to do battle, and the royal palace could summon you at any moment. Now is the best time to prepare. He gestured at my hair for good measure. I'd rushed out of bed so suddenly that it was still unkempt. Heeding his advice, I returned to my room, where my head attendant Oswin began cleaning me up. Still, where in the world could the invaders have come from, he mused. I thought the royal palace was sealed again yesterday when these intruders were found at the Royal Academy. I ruminated. Once sealed, the royal palace was immune to intrusion except through its villas. It blocked magic tools, so contacting those inside by letter or water mirror was out of the question. Not even correspondence from the Royal Academy would make it through. It was solely the villa's duty to communicate with the palace while it was sealed and keep those inside up to date. Though I could not guess the reason, the royal palace was equipped specifically to fight an invasion from the Royal Academy. The fuck? The other villas must be on high alert, I replied, so I doubt our foes came through any of our neighboring duchies. Maybe they struck when the guards stationed at the Royal Academy changed places? That is most likely. Once you have changed into your armor, shall we go to the palace to provide our support? I paused and said, no, I will aid them only at their request. Otherwise, I would rather not leave my villa understaffed. The sparks flying at the royal palace could ignite a battle here as well, and staying inside would make the villa indefinitely easier to defend. A second ordnance arrived just as I finished changing. This is Raw Frida. Lady Magdalena reports that Rabla is behind the attack on the palace. The Sovereign Knight's order is fighting itself. Lord Rabla, the Knight Commander, exclaimed all those who heard, their eyes wide open. My eyes shot open too. Was he sheltering the traitors while he claimed to be watching over the Royal Academy? He had spent most of his time there the past few days. My blood started to boil. Our true enemy had manipulated us. Back when Ehrenfest warned Stitchwall of the coming invasion, Rabla proposed sealing the palace and ordered us to take shelter in our villas. Had he asked Hildebrand and me to check the Royal Academy so he could reduce the number of guards there? He had also advised sealing the palace a second time when one of the professors spotted intruders. It seemed only natural that Rabla, the Sovereign Knight Commander, would oversee the defense of the palace. Not a single person had questioned his orders. Prince Anastasius, what should we do? Murgator asked. Given their status as sovereign knights, Rabla and those with him can easily enter the palace. The villas, on the other hand, should not be as at risk. We will need to adjust our defense arrangements and seriously consider giving the palace our aid. Rabla wouldn't have access to this villa without permission from Eglantine or me. If we closed the teleportation door connected to the palace, he would need to approach us by land. Not that we were likely to be attacked in the first place. If anyone, Stitchwall will be next on the firing line as he was the heir apparent. Rather than open the teleportation door to the palace, we should go through the door connected to the Royal Academy. Taking a detour should minimize the risk to the villa. First bell rang as we reconsidered our defenses, and another ordnance soon followed. We were all on tenterhooks as we waited to hear what it would reveal. Prince Anastasius, this is Ferdinand. To prevent our Lonzanavian invaders from stealing Jurgen Smith's foundation, I need a royal to open the farthest hall. As you should know from the aftermath of the Civil War, in the event that our enemies succeed, the usurped royals, your family, will immediately be sought out and executed. I would ask that you come immediately and make great haste. What? Came a shout. Invaders from Lonzanov are going to steal the foundation. The farthest hall, not the royal palace. Just what is going on here? The ordinance caused an immediate stir. It repeated its message twice, making no mention of the rebellion in the Royal Academy. Royal Palace. Does this mean the fighting in the Royal Palace is a diversion? One Knight asked, anxious. Is their true objective the Royal Academy? I took in its sharp breath. The shrines Rosamund had circled to obtain the Grudershite were located at the Royal Academy, and the magic tools in its library had acknowledged her success. For days, Rabla had stood guard over its grounds, forbidding anyone else from even getting close. We shall march not to the palace, but to the Royal Academy's farthest hall, I announced. Murgator, consult Holland, find out how many knights we can bring, and tell them to gather outside the door to the academy. At once. I went to the playroom and called for Eglantine. She came out with Stephanie in her arms and stared at me in surprise. Prince Anastasius, she said. You are armored? The enemy seems to be targeting the farthest hall. As a royal, I must join the fight against them. I cannot let an outsider steal Jurgen Smith's foundation. I ask that you wait here for my return. We are leaving as many knights as we can to guard you. She looked at me with pleading eyes, then hesitantly said, May Angrif guide you. Her arms trembled as she held Stephanie, but this was something I needed to do. Both of their lives were at stake. As I turned around to leave, my dear wife called out again, I shall await your return. I threw open the door to the Royal Academy's auditorium, having taken Rosamund's advice, and covered my mouth with cloth. For reasons I couldn't understand, all those inside were fighting with their feet squarely on the ground. There wasn't a single high beast in sight, which made it harder to gauge how many knights were doing battle, and which of them were against us. More people wore silver capes than black, likely because the traders of the Sovereign Knights Order were concentrated in the royal palace, and those with silver capes are the foreign invaders Robert aligned with. The battle was more of a free-for-all than expected. I stood at the door scanning the room in a hopeless attempt to identify our foes, and it was then that I noticed the unusual appearance of the auditorium. The stage for dedication roles, the audience seats, and the altars were all visible, as would normally be the case for the graduation ceremony. Who did this and why? A sudden feeling of dread swept through me. To change the auditorium, one needed royal permission and the proper face tone. "Prince Anastasius, why are you here?" one of Dunkelfelger's knights shouted. "Please wait outside." "How fares our ob in the royal palace?" asked another as they moved to protect us. The divine avatar of Messinora decreed that royals should stand on the front line, so here I am. More importantly, there might be a traitor in my family. The auditorium could not have taken this form unless Robot was granted the necessary face stones. "Impossible," my guard muttered, shuddering at the thought. The significance of this rebellion would change dramatically if a royal was behind it, but one of Dunkelfelger's knights put our minds at ease. It was likely Prince Hildebrand who gave him the face stone. He was manipulated. One of the traitors testified to it. I suddenly remembered my half-brother with the face stone for opening and closing the auditorium. He had used it when the sovereign priest visited the Royal Academy to prepare for a ceremony. I thought back to the proud smile on his face and the ordinance announcing he would take his leave while I patrolled the academy. It was then? Robert had come to me soon after and said that he would patrol as well, having escorted Hildebrand to the teleportation door. The nerve! Anger surged through within me. What would have happened to Hildebrand if the attempts to manipulate him hadn't worked and Robert had elected to take the face stone by force? Nobody would ever have expected the commander of the knights dedicated to protecting the royal family to use such methods against them, but that didn't matter. Even just being tricked would tarnish the young prince's reputation. "Robot," I roared, "you will pay for this!" I raised my weapon and sprinted toward the whirling stage where he was doing battle with Ferdinand's group. "Prince Anastasius, wait!" Together with my guard knights, I tried to push through the foes ahead of us. Our mana attacks were almost always blocked, and our staff-made weapons merely bounced off our opponents' bodies. "Beware the silver capes and weapons," our allies shouted. "Mana can't penetrate or defend against them, and don't use your high beasts. Our foes have weapons that can pierce straight through them." Again, I inspected my surroundings. Nobody was using stab weapons or even attempting to make their high beasts. Seriously, Rosemine? You could have warned me. We changed our approach, this time wresting the weapons from our enemies' hands. We wouldn't be able to fight without first procuring usable alternatives to our staffs. But even once we'd rearmed ourselves, our foes were too numerous for us to easily reach our leader. Have all the Sovereign Knights turned their backs on Father? To my frustration, not all our opponents were foreigners. I recognized several faces from the Sovereign Knights Order. They wore silver capes instead of black and stood defiantly against me, a member of the royal family. Ridiculous. With the support of my knights and our Dunkelfelder allies, I finally reached the stage. I raced up its steps, driven by my anger. "Oh, Prince Anastasius," Robot said, taunting me. "I thought you would either hole up in your villa with your beloved wife or charge the palace in a righteous fury. I think you came here instead." He threw something at Ferdinand's group and then barked orders to those nearby. "Defeat the king's enemies. Don't let them near this place." The black and silver capes of Robot moved at once, knocking away my allies but completely ignoring me. My knights tumbled down the stairs while Ferdinand's group was blown back by the explosive winds of a magic tool. Soon enough, only Robot and I remained on the stage. "Schwert," I said, my eyes fixed on my opponent. Knowing he served my father had always brought me comfort, but not anymore. "How could you betray your king, your duties as his knight commander?" Neither my words nor my sudden lunge broke Robot's composure. He batted me aside as easily as when he had used to train me in swordplay. "I do not consider this a betrayal. My loyalties have always lain with King Gervasio. Those who thought otherwise have only themselves to blame." I was rattled. The Sovereign Knight Commander had just named a man other than the Zent, my father, as his lord. He declared that the foreign invader was not merely his co-conspirator, but the one to whom he had sworn his allegiance. It made no sense. I took a step back and pointed my sword at him again. It trembled in my hand, but I was too shaken to stop it. "As a sovereign knight, you are duty-bound to serve the king. How can you side with someone from another country?" "King Gervasio is a member of Jürgen Schmidt's extended royal family. He was the first man I served." Robert had been the knight commander for as long as I could remember. I'd never stopped to consider his life before he took the role. As I understood it, my mother had put him forward because he was from her home duchy of Glissenmeyer, and she believed my father would be safest with a knight order led primarily by those of a shared origin. She had spoken to his experience serving a branch royal and the fact that said royal was no more. "I thought your lord passed away," I said. "I at once served Lady Valmarline. The previous Zent spread word that she had died, then Charcoal made it so during the purge that followed the Civil War. My true lord, King Gervasio, left the country to rule Lonzanov, but he returned just recently." Robert's reddish-brown eyes lit up as he spoke. He didn't consider me a royal. Both his speech and this playful sparring match conveyed more than anything that he saw me as beneath him. I gritted my teeth and blocked his swing of my sword. You had a hand in that, I assume. Exchanging words with Lonzanov is no easy feat. How long have you been planning this? It was during a trip to Ahrensbach that I finally succeeded. From there, Lady Georgine served as our go-between. After the Turnish-Buffon attack at the Interduchy tournament, an investigation team had noticed signs that old Rookstock's teleportation circle had been used. The Sovereign Knights Order had followed up on the matter by visiting the two duchies responsible for its territory, Ahrensbach and Dunkelfelder. The Knight Commander turned coat at the instigation of a first wife? It almost beggars belief. So were you the one who used Trug on the Sovereign Knights, I asked? The ones who interfered in a Royal Academy dinner match and suddenly became violent during Ahrensbach's funeral? Yes, to dispatch those in my way and reward Lady Georgine for her continued cooperation. From Lonzanov to Ahrensbach to the Sovereign Knights Order, the flow of Trug was all too clear to me now. Robot, who had deemed the incidents unacceptable and demanded their immediate investigation, was actually to blame for them. Ehrenfest had been right all along. No matter how long this fight went on, I doubted I would ever win. I also doubted we would ever come to understand each other, but as a member of royalty, it was my duty to stand my ground and defend my country. You've spread Trug through the ranks of the Order, incited a rebellion in the royal palace, and transformed the auditorium. What are you plotting? My lord received an invitation from the Goddess of Wisdom. I merely set the stage for the return of a true Zent. Robert's response made no sense to me. His reference to Mestanora's invitation and a true Zent made it clear he was trying to obtain the Grudershite, but the strongest theory claimed it was in the underground archive beneath the Royal Academy's library. He had no reason to be in the auditorium. Do you think I would believe that? I shouted. Only the royal family can enter the underground archive. State your true intentions. One need not be a royal to be recognized by the Goddess of Wisdom. I am here to welcome my lord when he returns. Was that why he stole the Facestone key from Hildebrand, or was that all part of some other scheme? There was no end to my questions, but my anger would do nothing to answer them. I could neither stop nor imprison Robert on my own. I was so powerless that I almost wanted to cry. As always, you let your emotions get the better of you, Robot said, sounding like both a sword instructor and someone mocking an opponent so far beneath him. He dodged my thrust, slammed one foot against the floor, and then used the momentum to launch a kick. It caught me while I was off balance and sent me flying. And as always, he continued, it leaves you wide open. Robot sneered as I scrambled to my feet, but his expression changed when I raised my sword, like he was looking right past me. His eyes locked on something else entirely. He had not flinched once when facing me in combat, but now he looked tense and quickly moved to grab something. As to how much will you endure, he murmured. As a Sovereign Knight Commander, I must protect the true Zent. There is no future for those who would oppose King Gervasio. He was speaking not to me, but to Ferdinand's group who were trying to pull a maneuver on the enemy knights surrounding us. I realized then that Robert was holding a magic tool. I didn't know how long he had been channeling Mon into it, the entire time we were fighting, maybe. But he seemed ready to explode. Brace yourselves, Ferdinand roared, an intense look on his face. Jump down, hurry, his guard knight shouted alongside him. I sprinted away from Robert and leaped down from the stage just as he threw his magic tool, which arced through the air toward Lord Ferdinand and me. It must have been especially dangerous because the knights around us formed their high beasts to escape, disregarding the risk that they might be shot down. Prince Anastasius, cried one of my knights. He caught me with a band of light and yanked me out of my fall and away from where the magic tool was about to land. It almost seemed to be moving in slow motion. Anti-explosion defensive formation, came a shout. I pulled my cape over my head. It was embroidered with defensive magic circles, then covered my ears, opened my mouth, and crouched as low as I could. An earth-shattering explosion shook the auditorium moments later. Despite our best attempts to retreat, we hadn't made it very far. We were flung back so violently that we could no longer move. As I groaned in agony, feeling on the verge of death, Rosemine's group rushed into the auditorium. I could no longer hear properly, but I saw the door open and the lights from the corridor shine through. We barely had time to react before a bafflingly large magic circle appeared and showered the entire room with healing light. Rosemine's arrival turned the tide of battle in our favor. Wounds from a magic tool powerful enough to have killed us all were healed in an instant, and she flatly declared that anyone who was omni-elemental would see the statues atop the altar move. The religious solemnity in the air vanished at once. No wonder Robert moved to eliminate Rosemine first. Crush them before they reunite. They are most vulnerable when they are apart. Rosemine gave large-scale healing and granted us blessings even when under heavy fire. It brought to mind the ritual the adult Dunkelfelder Knights had performed during a past Interduchy tournament. Her prayers caused extravagant pillars of light to appear, enrapturing us all to the point that we forgot to fight. That was, until a voice came from atop the altar. What in the world is happening here, Robot? Ah, King Gervasio. A man had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, his countenance leaving not a shadow of a doubt that he was a member of extended royalty. Jürgen Smith's archducal families sometimes bore children who looked regal. Remnants of generation old blood, royal blood coursed in their veins, but it was uncanny to see these features on a foreign intruder. I suppose it isn't that strange. She was born and raised in Jurgenschmidt before leaving for Lonzanov, but still. Part of me wished Gervasio looked more foreign, anything to make others deem him unworthy to rule, yet his appearance was unquestionably that of a Zent, and now he stood between the supreme gods. I beg of you, Robot said, his arms outstretched. Reveal your gods-given Gruderscheit born for all to see. Or here for all to see. Show everyone you have become a true Zent. Gruderscheit. Gervasio answered the Knight Commander's plea and made the Gruderscheit appear in his hands. It was my first time witnessing such a feat, but it lined up with my father's and others' discussions of what a proper Zent would do, or could do. The knights fervently cried out what should have irritated me, but they seemed to be in a world of their own. I swallowed hard. Rosamund had said she could bestow the Gruderscheit upon others. That slim hope had spurred me to join the front line, to restore the royal family's honor and worthiness to receive the royal holy book, but now it was gone. Before me stood a man who had obtained the Gruderscheit through his own power, directly from a goddess. Have Ferdinand's worries come true? Is a foreigner about to become the Zent? Speaking honestly, I had never thought the Gruderscheit would end up in the hands of someone not only outside the royal family, but outside Jurgenschmidt nobility in general. If a new Zent took the throne, what would happen to the current royals? The faces of Eglantine and our daughter flashed in my mind. Gruderscheit. Rosamund's voice rang tore through my despair. I turned to see her holding up a Gruderscheit of her own, though its shape wasn't quite the same as Gervasio's. No, look closely. Hers is too small to be genuine. King Gervasio has the real one. What are you talking about? Lady Rosamund's Gruderscheit is the real one. She opened country gates with it. Ignoring the clamor among the knights, Rosamund began layering on blessings. Their light rained down on me as well. The battle wasn't over. Gervasio had yet to steal the country's foundation. Lady Rosamund has received the blessings of countless gods, one of her retainers announced. As a divine avatar of Massanora, she has been tasked with bestowing the Gruderscheit upon the next Zent. She would choose a worthy candidate from among the people of Jurgenschmidt. There is no need for an intruder from Lonzanov to take the throne. His fanatic tone and expression sickened me, but his words were strangely inspiring. Rosamund's retainer is correct, I declared. We have no reason to let some foreign menace take the throne. Roblat, you betrayed my father, Jurgenschmidt, and everyone who put their faith in you as a sovereign knight commander. I shall have your head. Spurred on by Rosamund's blessing, we raced to the shrine to capture Roblat and the others. We defeated those closest to us with relative ease, but our dominance was short-lived. Gervasio also started praying for his allies. The Gruderscheit makes it that easy to grant blessings? Not really. Bitterness washed over me. This reality that true Zents acted with the gods' acceptance was being thrust into my face. Father spent decades supporting Jurgenschmidt, neglecting his body and soul in the process, and came down a single step closer to obtaining the Gruderscheit. The foreigner, on the other hand, had acquired it in a matter of days. One had to question what the gods truly cared about. Well, they don't care about all this, that's for sure. I gritted my teeth and continued taking down the stubborn knights who opposed us. To protect the royal family's position, I needed to fight Roblat and Gervasio with all my might. Gervasio's prayer was abruptly cut short. He must have been attacked. Roblat looked up at the altar and shouted, "Where did that come from?" I turned to my knights. We need to get as close as we can while Roblat is distracted. Capture Gervasio no matter the cost. Understood. As he focused on pursuing through the enemies around us, Roblat shouted again. I instinctively looked up at the altar and saw Ferdinand attacking Gervasio with a weapon I didn't recognize. Ferdinand must be trying to eliminate him. We share a common goal. He couldn't have had a single good thing to say about the royals, which had made him marry Ditlinde and take on the crushing burden of supporting Arensbach, yet he still refused to side with Gervasio. He seemed to believe that there was no place in Jurgenschmidt for our foreign invaders. My only choice was to gamble on his support. Leaving Gervasio to Ferdinand, I elected to focus on Robert. Before I even made it up the first step of the stage, however, lightning began to strike across the auditorium. I reflexively moved my cape to protect my head, but the bolts fell only on our enemies. It must have been an attack of some kind, as the charms our foes were wearing launched counters to the magic circles of the air. Is that the Gruderscheit's power? Most likely. Relieved that the fresh assault was on our side, I raced up onto the stage. Robert was sprinting toward the altar, directing his troops to block the lightning with their silver cloth, when... What? Out of nowhere, the knight commander was thrown back. I thought the gods had deemed him unworthy and refused to let him near the altar, but that couldn't have been true, could it? Surely I was overthinking. Sure, the same thing not have happened to Ferdinand, who was still fighting Gervasio? There must be something that distinguishes them. I raced up the stage with my knights, keeping an eye on the altar as we moved in on Roblet. But before we could reach him, Rosamund cried out and the auditorium flooded with water too fierce to resist. The torrential downpour had come out of nowhere, and all of us, Roblet included, were helplessly swept away. By the time I realized this was no normal wash and the water was already swirling around the room, we weren't the only ones caught in this sudden whirlpool. Rosamund and her retainers were being dragged around with us. It made no sense. The deluge had targeted everyone. Friend or foe, I couldn't see. It felt awful, and even though this was a wash-in, it didn't end quickly. What's going on? Rosamund, what in the world have you done? Amid the panic, I could only hold my nose and entrust my body to the current. Then the water vanished just as suddenly as it appeared. I gazed around and realized that I was in the auditorium seats. I must have been thrown pretty far. I wasn't hurt, I was clad in armor, and the seating was high up enough to broken my fall, but some others were dropped all the way from the ceiling. At least warn us before you act, I snapped, leaping to my feet and angrily searching for Rosamund. I'd yet to spot her when the door flew open once again, and the blue capes of Dunkelfelder flooded into the auditorium. Support Lord Ferdinand and Lady Rosamund. Rabba, you dared to poison King Trarqual despite serving as its knight commander. For that you will not be spared my wrath. As its wife, I will strike you down in his stead. Dunkelfelder and Lady Magdalena led the charge. They must have finished suppressing the rebellion at the royal palace. Their presence meant the palace was safe, which meant Eglantine and the others were safe too. Lady Magdalena intends to get Rabba, so I'll capture the other rebels. Again, I turned my attention to the altar. Rosamund had at some point formed a shield of wind, and Ferdinand swung a rainbow-colored sword. Gervasio, meanwhile, was hiding behind a gatelle, his flank wide open. It was the perfect chance to strike. I readied my weapon, mounted my high beast, and shot toward the trio, but I was too late. Ferdinand unleashed an attack, and the statues of the gods flashed, and then everyone atop the altar disappeared. What? I continued my ascent, trying to glean some more information, but collided with the same invisible barrier that had stopped Rabba. The shock rendered me speechless. I simply stared up at the altar in disbelief. Rosamund and Ferdinand passed through so easily, but a cold sweat ran down my back. An impassable chasm separated the chosen from the excluded, and my status as a royal seemed to slip through my fingers. Okay, I think I'm going to have to end this up here. I'll finish in the morning, and I'll see you on the next one. Okay, let's try and finish this. Okay, here we go. Magdalena smiting the traitor. This should be part 6, at least to finish what had happened. The discovery of several intruders at the Royal Academy had prompted Robert, the Sovereign Knight Commander, to send a fresh set of orders by ordinance. He advised that the palace be sealed and that nobody be allowed to approach the Academy, and the Zend made it so. The palace had already been sealed once before, so everyone acted quickly and efficiently. Movement between it and the Royal Academy ceased, and duchies lost the privilege of contacting the palace directly. Henceforth, all communication would first be filtered through the villas. Alfreda, send word to the scholars and attendants in the palace, King Trarqual instructed. Clementia, direct the knights. Magdalena, contact the villas. Be sure to warn Sigiswald to strengthen his guard. His villa is nearest to Arensbach. Understood. As Zent's wives, we moved at once in response to his orders. Lady Alfreda would contact the palace as the first wife, while Lady Clementia would oversee the knights as a second. My duty as a third wife was to send word to the various villas. I would tell them of the intruders discovered at the Royal Academy, that the palace had once again been sealed, and that they should remain vigilant, and that Lady Clementia was going to direct the knights. Hold on. Let me just make sure I did that right. Okay, yeah. King Trarqual, Lady Clementia said, taking a somewhat feeble tone. Once the knights have gathered, I shall take them with me to my villa. As the knights returning to the palace from the Royal Academy will need to pass through my villa, its teleportation door cannot be sealed. May I station more guards there? She gazed at King Trarqual with aqua blue eyes. In the aftermath of the Civil War, when many had refused to accept him as the Zend, her villa had come under attack. Her daughter had died in the violence, and she had come to fear brutish men who spoke and acted roughly. It stood to reason that she was so concerned. Her villa had the fewest male knights of them all, and rarely saw much traffic. The remaining knights would not have access to her living area, but that was hardly a comfort. Lady Clementia's delicate light green hair was loosely tied, and she looked so as frail as she sounded. I was told she had never once held a weapon outside her Royal Academy classes. As a woman of Dunkelfelder, I thought she should learn to protect herself, not that I would actually say such a thing. You may, King Trarqual replied. I shall send 2 of my guard knights with you, and trust the management of your villa to them. I thank you. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. It made sense to send experienced knights to Lady Clementia's villa, which would serve as an important supply line going forward, but 2 of the Zend's own guard knights. King Trarqual would be far too vulnerable. Perhaps I could move knights from my villa to the palace. After watching Lady Clementia leave with 2 of the Zend's guards, I considered which of his knights remained and the security of my villa. Aside from requesting more knights, there was plenty one could do to bolster one's defenses. Laying traps and relocating one's bedroom were among the most obvious examples. Moreover, unlike Lady Clementia, I could depend on my own martial might. If our king was lacking knights, then perhaps I would guard him myself. Lady Ralfrida sighed. To think Ehrenfest's warning was correct. She shook her head a few times, causing her golden tresses to sway. The palace had previously been sealed in response to a message from Prince Sigiswald, who had met with Ob Ehrenfest in the king's stead and relayed the Archduke's warning that an invasion was coming. The Sovereign Order had spent 3 days at the Royal Academy awaiting an attack, but they had seen neither hide nor hair of any intruders. The Sovereign Temple had sent 3 distinct requests from the Royal Academy to be reopened for their ceremonies, and when consulted through the villas, Ehrenfest said nothing in response. The absence of a threat had made it hard to justify keeping the royal palace sealed, so King Charlqual sent Roblet and Prince Anastasius to search the Royal Academy. They had reported nothing of note, so the decision was made to reopen the palace. And that was when our invaders had struck. Their timing seemed more than a mere coincidence. I wondered, Lady Ralfrida continued, where were these intruders hiding when they were not discovered during the search? Or that they were not discovered during the search. Her blue eyes turned to me. Do you have any ideas, Lady Magdalena? I thought back to the report Roblet and Prince Anastasius had given and went through the buildings on the Academy's grounds. As I understand it, they searched everywhere with connections to Ahrensbach, their dormitory, their tea party room, and even old Workstock's dormitory. The dorms and tea party rooms of the other abolished duchies were searched as well. There are other villas dotting the grounds, but they were sealed at the hands of past Zens and cannot be reopened without the Grüterscheid. Though nowhere else comes to mind, the facts speak for themselves. There are hostiles lurking somewhere in the Academy. What in the world are Roblet and the others doing? Lady Ralfrida seethed. How have these intruders not been captured when we have guards stationed all over? Because the guards are on the enemy side. Duh. Of course, they obviously don't know this, but she had put Roblet forward for the position of Knight Commander, so incidents like this made her more frustrated than most. Still, as we had merely taken shelter in our villas, we could not criticize their lack of results. Our foes must be convinced we will not find them. They will not have had the arrogance to invade the Royal Academy otherwise. Perhaps it was because Roblet and the others were on high alert that they were discovered at all. In any case, now that we know about them, we are in a state of war. We will need to ready ourselves and plan ahead. Goodness, but once the royal palace is sealed, the villas will serve as the only way inside. Should we not move our focus from the palace to those entrances? My chest tightened and a strange sense of unease began to take root. I could not ascertain the reason. It was like we were missing something crucial, or the information we had access to was being manipulated, or some grand scheme was proceeding beyond our reach. Indeed, I said, the villas will need to be guarded, but only as a means to an end. The Zent is our main focus, so we should assign him more knights than anywhere else. I will check on my villa and then return to the palace to protect him. You, Lady Magdalena? Once the palace is sealed, our foes will not be able to access it from the Royal Academy. I see no reason for us to worry ourselves. If our foes are from Ahrensbach and Lonzenov, then Prince Sigiswald's villa in the southeast will need the most guards. Mine is in the southwest and should require only the bare minimum. As our most important location, the royal palace should receive more troops, not fewer. Know that nothing is ever certain. If the Knight Commander has his eyes on the Academy, then we must keep ours on the Zent. And if others intended to leave the Zent underprotected, I would join his guard to ensure his safety. Magdalena, there's no need to go to such lengths for me, King Troarqual said, clearly troubled. I smiled gently and shook my head. Even as a little girl, I understood that Dunkelfelder was a Zent's sword. My heart was set on defeating the foes of our divinely mandated king and protecting the peace in Jürgenschmidt. I needed to make good on my duchy's oath. If not now, then when? I am a woman of Dunkelfelder, I said. As the Knight Commander has his hands full at the Royal Academy, I wish to carry out my duty as your sword. Is it really that unusual for a wife to worry about her husband? For my own peace of mind, please allow my guard knights to protect you as well. King Troarqual sighed, exasperated, but gave me a kind smile nonetheless. As long as it remains within the living quarters, do as you please. I temporarily returned to my villa, rearranged the knights stationed there, instructed them on how to contact me, rest, and respond to various emergencies, then went back to the royal palace with my knights. Our first course of action was to quickly comb the Zent's living quarters. It was well protected, isolated through the use of mana, and accessible only to those with the correct authority. But that was no excuse for the poor security I witnessed upon my arrival. The guard was so lax that it actually made my head spin. I addressed those with me. King Trarqual will be most vulnerable when he is asleep. Let us begin by revising the security here, if nowhere else. First, we shall add my knights to the night watch. Then we may lay detection traps. Nobody should enter or leave his quarters except those guarding it. I would also advise you to move the king's bed to that side room. Our aim is to deceive the enemy. Should you not sleep alongside the Zent to further secure his person? One of the guards asked me. Though I would not mind that, my being there would make King Trarqual too anxious to sleep. Indeed, it was hard to believe he would get much rest with a fully armored woman beside him ready to fight at a moment's notice. Yeah, I agree on that one. Some smiled at me and said I was being too cautious, but I disagreed. I took a brisk nap and prepared to act in the dead of night if necessary. I would contact my elder brother as well, but King Trarqual is not yet facing any immediate danger. My brother Ob Dunkelfelger also served as a Zent's sword. He would come without fail if the king was in danger. Ehrenfest had already spoken with him, and I had said that I would request his aid if anything happened, so he must have been ready to join us. I spent the night on guard, but we encountered not a single hostile. Roblet sent no word of the invaders having been captured, so the scholars debated over whether to unseal the palace or keep waiting. They had not reached a conclusion by the time night fell again. Nothing happened last night, King Trarqual reminded me. Must you continue to push yourself? My love, our enemies will act precisely when we lower our guard. We saw as much when we last unsealed the palace, did we not? Last night might have been uneventful, but that does not mean tonight will be the same. Got a point. King Trarqual seemed melancholic as he watched me rearm traps and restation the night watch, still partially armored. I worry about your health. Is it also Dunkelfelger's way to remain so guarded at night that no one can get any rest? Indeed, for we are in a state of war. Pay no mind to me, dear, and get some sleep in the side room, and we hope to catch our foes off guard, remember? So you must not tell anyone but the knights here now where our traps are set or where you are staying. Despite the king's concerns, such precautions were entirely necessary. Returning to my villa would only add to my stresses. I would feel so restless about his inadequate guard that I would not be able to sleep. Fine, King Trarqual replied with a shrug, if you insist. He must have realized that I would not relent because he relocated to the side room. As I watched the Zent leave, I reaffirmed my resolve to protect him no matter the cost. Then I turned to the night watch and said, perhaps I should join you all tonight. If you stand guard, Lady Magdalena, the enemy will notice the change, one of the knights retorted, chastising me slightly. Please stay in bed, even if you do not sleep. I went into the Zent's usual chambers to lie down, but I was only half asleep. My knights had refused to leave the bed curtain open even when I expressed my desire to listen to what was happening outside and what was being said. Even as I rested, I was ready for battle. My hair was braided so that I could quickly wrap it up and secure it with a single hand, and my clothes were suitable to be worn outside. On my belt were offensive magic tools and a face stone that would grant me full plate armor. I closed my eyes. Much like King Trarqual and the others, I did not expect there to be an attack tonight. Any incidents of note would occur at the Royal Academy, and there was no risk of our foes slipping into the palace. Still, I remained on guard. It was better to be safe than sorry. Agreed. Especially when you're talking about the king here. This is why Dunkelfelger women rarely ever fit in or adapt when they marry into other duchies. My thoughts became hazy as the darkness lulled me to sleep, but then I noticed the whistle of something cutting through the air. My eyes shot open, and a moment later a man let out a surprised cry that reverberated through the hall. An intruder, I shouted to my knights as I sat bolt upright and started searching my belt. Do not let them escape. I touched the face that would create my armor, channel mana into it, and then leaped out of bed before the armor had even fully formed. By the time I reached the hall, my staff in hand, the night watch had already caught the intruder. I'm not an enemy, the man shouted. I'm one of King Trarqual's guard knights. If nothing else, the apparent intruder was wearing the standard dress of a sovereign knight. The night watch attendant lit the area to reveal the man's face. Though you may be one of the Zent's guards, I said, you were not assigned to tonight's watch. Lady Magdalena, why are you here? The captured knight exclaimed, shocked that I had just come out of the Zent's bedchamber. He probably served under Lady Clementia in her villa, or Roblet at the Royal Academy. It's gotta be Roblet. There must have been a miscommunication among the chains of command, he continued. Suspect individuals must be disarmed and imprisoned, I said. You might be using a disguising magic tool. Lady Magdalena, this man is exactly who he claims to be, one of the king's guards interjected. I can guarantee it. He and the others on night watch were against us disarming the intruder. How naive could these knights be? Our captive had attempted to trespass into a high-security area. Under no circumstances could we let him go. We were simply disarming him, and not breaking his bones to render him immobile was enough of a kindness. We can listen to his excuses later, I said. Consider this treatment a punishment for his neglect. He should have known that only those assigned to the night watch are allowed to be here. Paying no mind to the man's associates trying to smooth things over, I sent an ordinance to the knights guarding the teleportation doors to the villa. This is Magdalena. We have an intruder in the Zent's living quarters. The enemy might be disguising themselves as sovereign knights. Be on your guard. As my bird departed, more arrived with urgent messages. Intruders spotted running to the villa's teleportation doors, requesting aid. There are knights rushing to the Scholar building. Be on your guard. Knew it. The guards who had just moments ago been defending the intruder now looked at him with hard eyes. I considered it unlikely that he would free him against my orders and rushed into the side room where the Zent was staying. The fuss outside had woken him. King Troll called the enemy had disguised themselves as sovereign knights and infiltrated the palace. I requested permission to summon Dunkelfelger the Zent's sword. Though he stayed in bed, the king nodded and said, please do. Ishide, this is Magdalena. We caught an intruder trying to enter the Zent's living quarters in the royal palace. Inform my brother Ob Dunkelfelger and tell him to require his aid. First, I sent an ordinance to the guard knight I had entrusted with defending my villa. The royal palace has been sealed, I continued. Sent a letter to the Ob and one to the knight guarding the Dunkelfelger dormitory's teleportation circle. Correspondence sent from the palace might be interfered with. Any knights with access to Raffen, the dormitory supervisor, should contact him by ordinance. Ask him to send word to Dunkelfelger as well. Ensure that all responses go through you and then report back to me. We would contact my brother through as many avenues as we could. As I continued to send more ordinances, my knights sent some of their own. Intruders have infiltrated the royal palace. Mobilize everyone in the knight dormitory. Aid those chasing the intruders. Ralfrida, this is Charcoal, the king said. The palace has been breached. Magdalena is leading the defense and has called upon Dunkelfelger for aid. Contact the princes at once. Tell them to seal their villas and prioritize their safety. My eyes widened. I was in charge of protecting the Zent's living quarters, but this was the first I was hearing about leading the defense as a whole. You are putting me in charge of the defense, I asked? Yes, as the knight commander is absent, I trust you to lead the knights in his stead. You will apprehend our foes no matter what form they take. I knelt and said, as you wish. Then as I stood up again, one of my attendants approached with a pouch containing offensive magic tools, rejuvenation potions, and the like. I expected no less of an attendant of the sword. I gave her a grateful smile, noting that she was equipped for battle as well, then accepted the pouch and hooked it onto my belt. It was then that yet another ordinance arrived. Lady Magdalena, this is Ishide. We received a response from Lady Segunde of Dunkelfelger. She informed us that Ob Dunkelfelger is already fighting at the Royal Academy and that she is stationed in her dormitory to provide rear support. She will direct the Ob to head to the royal palace at once. Please unseal the entrance. Shocked though I was by the speed of the response, I was more taken aback by its contents. Who was Dunkelfelger fighting at the Royal Academy, and why had we not been informed of their presence? My thoughts turned to the man who had asked us to seal the palace to begin with, who had been at the Royal Academy ever since Ehrenfest sounded the alarm bell. Roblut. As the face of our true foe arose in my mind, I could not suppress a grimace. I turned to King Troarkor and voiced my conclusion. Magdalena, how can you say such a thing? He exclaimed in response. Few lords would accept that their most trusted knight and the head of their order had betrayed them. As much as it pained me to see the king so stunned, it also reminded me to close my heart and not to err. If the sovereign knights were fighting with Dunkelfelger, do you not think they would have told us through the villa? That we were kept in the dark leads us me to believe the two groups are fighting one another. Do you recall who told us to seal the royal palace in the first place, stopping us from communicating with the duchies? Very few people could sneak an intruder into your living quarters. King Trollcold paled at a loss for words. There was no reason to drive him into a corner. My enemy was at the Royal Academy. Dunkelfelger is a Zent's sword, I said. We smite those who oppose the divine mandate and protect the peace here in Jurgenschmidt. As promised, I shall protect you no matter who your foes may be. I shall see them slaughtered. I ask only that you unseal the palace so Dunkelfelger's knights can enter. The Zent got up and went to do just that. I exited the room and sent out more ordinances. This is Magdalena. By the decree of Zent Charqual, I am leading the defense. The palace shall once again be unsealed. Let the knights of Dunkelfelger through when they arrive. This is Magdalena. The enemy was not disguised after all. A portion of the Sovereign Knight's order has started a rebellion. Our foes are Robla and those who follow him. Lady Ralfrida, this is Magdalena. Robla arranged the attack on the palace. The knights of our order are fighting among themselves. Please spread the word to each of the villas. Some of the Night Watch stared at me in shock. Mere slander, one of the knights exclaimed. The Knight Commander would never betray the king. Are you trying to divide us? Take it back. King Trollcall, Lady Magdalena must be stopped. Silence, I snapped, then turned to my knights. Protecting the Zent is our highest priority. As we have good reason to believe Robla is a traitor, we should not trust any of the king's guards. Detain them all. I joined my knights in restraining the others. Our targets resisted and requested the aid of their fellow guards, turning the Zent's living quarters into a battleground. Protect the Zent. We must stop Lady Magdalena from doing as she pleases. We know not who is working for Robla. So none must be allowed near the king. King Trarkol was likely still coming to terms with Robla's betrayal. He could not join his guard knights in stopping me, nor could he join me and order his knights to comply. He simply closed his eyes, wrought with pain, and dropped into a chair. My attendant and I fought back anyone who tried to approach King Trarkol, while my knights steadily detained his guards. 2 ordinances arrived amid the chaos. Zent Trarkol, this is Ob Dunkelfelger. I have arrived at the palace and request your authority to start capturing sovereign knights. Magdalena, it's Wordcraft. Where are you right now? I could see that King Trarkol was still torn over how to respond. Keeping him in the corner of my eye, I responded for him. Brother, this is Magdalena. I am with King Trarkol. There is fighting in the Zent's living quarters. I grant Dunkelfelger's permission to capture sovereign knights. I noticed the tension leave the king's shoulders. He was relieved to have escaped making such a grave decision, but only for a moment. Then he frowned as if to chastise me for answering without his authorization. Well, you weren't doing anything, dude. Relax, dear. You have entrusted me with command over this battle. It would not be wise to put this burden on the sovereign knights. They would not find it easy to fight their former allies, and we would struggle to tell friend from foe. This battle will go much quicker if we have Dunkelfelger's knights subjugate our enemies for us. Furthermore, our true foe is not in the palace, but at the Royal Academy. We would not be able to release any of our prisoners until their leader, Robla, was dealt with. King Trarkol clutched his chest and heaved a pained sigh. Another ordinance darted into the room. I expected a report from Dunkelfelger or the knights in the palace, but I was taken completely by surprise. Zent Trarkol, this is Ferdinand of Ehrenfest. The bird went on to make some truly shocking announcements. Together with my brother, Ehrenfest had fought the rebels from Lanzenov and Ahrensbach hiding in the Adalja Sevilla. They had taken prisoners, but Lanzenov's king Gervasio was not among them. He was apparently working to obtain the Grujischai, and Brala was positioned in the auditorium to protect him. That much has been going on at the Royal Academy? There was so much new intelligence that I was at a loss for words. The same went for King Trarkol. He sat motionless upon hearing that Robla really had betrayed him, and that a forwarder was about to obtain the Grujischai he had spent over a decade searching for. To conclude his message, Lord Ferdinand requested that King Trarkol march to the front line and command the knights as their Zent. King Trarkol, I said, tell Lord Ferdinand that Dunkelfelger is here to fight in your stead, and... Before I could finish, King Trarkol swung his staff with a slightly trembling hand. The yellow-faced one he was holding turned into a bird, which then departed with a very clear message. He wanted a true Zent to take the throne. No, I cried, overcome with desperation. They will think you have abandoned your duties and authority as a Zent. Correct that at once. Still, without the Grujischai, I am the Zent in name only, he said with an unchanging expression, repeating his words to the ordinance. The last embers of our country will die without a true Zent to save them. I pray only that one will arise. 2 of his 5 bound guard knights echoed this sentiment, shouting that Jürgen Schmidt needed a true Zent and that King Trarkol to be set free from his burdens. I kind of agree he's already been put through enough in these past, 10 years? Without a Grujischai, the poor guy does need to rest, but at the same time, that is his duty as the king, and if he can find the Grujischai and have it, that should make his burden a bit easier. Maybe. I could not, maybe. King Trarkol, what are you saying? You are the Zent. The nobles of Jürgenschmidt acknowledge you as such. That is precisely why Lord Ferdinand sent his ordinance to you. He shook his head and repeated still, without the Grujischai, I am the Zent in name only. The last embers of our country will die without a true Zent to save them. I pray only that one will arise. I suddenly noticed an unusual aroma coming from King Trarkol. It was sweet like a perfume one might put in one's hair, but he had never been particularly fond of sweet scents. I sensed danger somehow. Are you wearing some manner of perfume, I asked? Or were you perhaps approached by someone with a preference for sweet smells? I recently started sleeping to a calming incense. Perhaps the smell clings to me? He responded normally that time, unlike his droning repetition mere moments ago. I drew my brows together in a frown. Something was amiss, but I could not put my finger on what. Trug. That's what the incense was. It's Trug. Lady Magdalena, is this not exactly how the knights under the influence of Trug behaved? One of the bound guards asked. They appeared normal on the surface, but he will not respond properly to certain subjects, and they exuded a sweet scent. Yep. I recalled that strange incident, and the plant theorized to have caused it, then inhaled sharply. Was it perhaps Robla who brought Trug to the Sovereign Knights Order? Robla had investigated the Trug-driven knights. Assuming he was the culprit, it must have been easy for him to give false reports. How much intelligence Had he twisted or outright hidden from us? How would the country's nobles look upon King Torquil, who had thus far been acting on false information? I will make Robert pay. First, I released the guards who had not echoed the king's strange remarks. It seems clear to me that you three are not under the influence of Trug. I return your freedom so that you may defend King Torquil in his living quarters. I will unite with my brother and smite Robert. Understood. I told one of my knights and an attendant of the sword to stay behind, then led the rest in a charge from the Zent's living quarters to the teleportation door to the Royal Academy. Brother, this is Magdalena. The Zent's living quarters have been secured. I am now heading to the Royal Academy. Leaving the safe-seeming knights to defend the royal palace, I rendezvoused with my brother. Together we sprinted toward the Royal Academy's auditorium. Magdalena used this, my brother said, handing me a silver dagger. It was much heavier than any stat-made weapon. Depending on how one wielded it, the weapon weight could prove detrimental in combat. Retrieved from one of the Lanzanovians, he explained. The silver cloth they wear blocks all mana attacks, and no stab weaponry works against it. Conversely, this silver dagger can easily shred through face-stone armor. Defeating foes of an entirely different culture is no easy feat. I gracefully accepted the dagger and attached it to my belt as we ran, allowing my body to adjust to the weight and find my new center of gravity. It was not long before we reached our destination. This is the auditorium, I said. Is everyone ready? Absolutely. Open the doors. Charge! My brother roared. His knights leaped upon the doors and threw them open, and we both rushed into the auditorium. Though a battle had clearly been fought, nobody was in formation. A major spell of some sort had scattered everyone, friend or foe, and stalled the fighting in the process. Our entry was met only with looks of shock, allowing me to immediately spot Roblet. Lons, I declared, turning my staff into a spear and closing in on my target. Roblet, you dared to poison King Torquil despite serving as his knight commander. For that you will not be spared my wrath. As his wife, I will strike you down in his stead. Okay, that was what she meant. Now I know. My brother responded to Lord Ferdinand atop the altar and instructed his knights to capture the traitors among the Sovereign Order. Some of our foes were standing in a protective circle around Roblet, but they dispersed somewhat when they saw our force, making it easier for me to forge a path. Before I could reach Roblet, however, something strange happened. The statues of the gods gave rise to columns of light. Then there was a flash, and the three people atop the altar disappeared. King Gervasio, Roblet cried, looking completely taken aback as he rushed to investigate. He was wearing not the black cape of a sovereign knight, but a silver cape brought from the Lanzanov. Yet another sign that he did not see King Torquil as his true lord. I thought back to the king, shaking with disbelief at Roblet's betrayal. I could still see his trembling hands as, under the influence of Trug, he claimed not to be a true Zent. I must not act according to emotion. Roblet's strength far surpasses my own. Traitor or not, Roblet was the commander of the Sovereign Knights Order. His combat prowess and experience were not to be underestimated. I sealed away the bitterness his superiority inspired, then looked around in search of my brother. Where is he? It took me only a brief moment to meet his gaze. He was directing his knights with a silver sword in hand, all while approaching Roblet from another angle. I realized then that his red eyes had been watching me the entire time, and that I neglected to pay attention to my allies. Once this is all over, I expect to be scolded for my inexperience. Recalling my brother's attitude when we used to train together at home, I refocused and gripped my spear. Roblet was climbing the stairs to the whirling stage. He would prove troublesome for us if he reached the top. But until then, his footing would be poor and his back exposed. I saw my brother give a curt nod, so I squeezed my spear and charged at Roblet from behind. Roblet turned and dodged my strike, creating the very opening my brother was waiting for. He leaped in from the side and swung his silver blade. Roblet let out a grunt and managed to dodge again, but lost his poise in the process. I tossed an offensive magic tool at him before he could ready his weapon. Ugh! Roblet spread out his silver cape just in time to block the tool entirely. My brother had spoken true when he told me Lanzanov's silver cloth was immune to mana. The Knight Commander saw my spear and the silver sword in my brother's hand, appeared to weigh up his options, then focused on defending against the latter. He must have concluded that my spear was easier to deal with because he locked swords with my brother while using his cape to block my thrust. Not yet. Wait for an opening. I tried to attack the parts of the Knight Commander's flank not hidden by his silver cape, but even then there was little I could do against his full plate armor. As I continued to strike, I noticed his focus shift more and more to my brother. Dunkelfelger, Roblet said, you must understand that Jurgen Schmidt needs a true Zent with the Gruterscheit, and you, Lady Magdalena, you have supported Torquil through his countless struggles. It is not time to relieve him of his terrible burden. I took no interest in the words of a traitor. He had betrayed his lord, and that was reason enough to smite him. I could indulge my curiosity about his background and motives once he was locked up. There was a sharp metallic wail as Roblet's and my brother's blades clashed again. It focused my senses as I squeezed the grip of my silver dagger. The tips of their crossed swords each snaked down toward the opposing man's hilt, taking barely an instant, but to me it seemed to move in slow motion. Now! They had moved to ready their swords again, creating the opportunity I was so intently waiting for. I stabbed my silver dagger into Robot's side. Its glinting blade slid through his face-stone armor without any resistance, almost as if he had not been wearing any. The sensation was the same as cutting straight into an opponent's body. "What?" Robot exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers. He gazed down at the dagger at his side. When did you get that?" And that commander was wide open. My brother thrust his own sword through the man's shoulder as deep as it would go, then drew back and swiped it through the air, shaking the blood from his blade as Robot crumpled before him. "Yeah, get him!" I confirmed with my own eyes that Lady Rosemine wields the Grudershite, my brother said. As a divine avatar of Messinora, she intends to bestow it upon a person of her choosing. I take no interest in a foreign Zent candidate. Roblox could fight no longer. The knights who had watched our battle rushed over and started disarming him. He would need to endure many long interrogations in the coming days, so he would likely be given a rejuvenation potion to keep him alive. "It's over," I said with a relief sigh, as I enjoyed the satisfaction of having crushed my brother's foes, or my husband's foes, of having carried out my duty as a Zent sword. Second bell rang. My brother and I tapped our fists together with victory in our hearts. We can now redirect our focus from the battle to our surroundings. "Is that all the prisoners?" my brother asked. "Free and assist Prince Anastasius and his guard knights. Heifetz, report what happened while we were operating separately." I watched my brother go, then climbed the stairs past where Robbo had fallen and gazed upon the auditorium. Dunkelfugger's knights had detained every one of our sovereign adversaries. Prince Anastasius was watching from the audience stands. The group wearing Ehrenfest capes were causing some sort of commotion by the door. "Oh God, here we go." "Such overwhelming divinity color my ladies embrace," came a cry from their ranks. "A goddess has descended into her." Curious, I enhanced my senses to observe them. They were all retainers serving Lady Rosemine. I recognized them from ceremonies and my time spent translating in the underground archive. "Her mana certainly has changed," another said. "I don't know about a goddess descending into her, though. Can you not feel the supernatural power that now envelops us? Is its intoxicating, all-consuming beauty beyond your comprehension? The only thing beyond my comprehension is how you drew such an outlandish conclusion." Hartman appeared to be the only one causing a stir. The others with him were simply exasperated. "Hartman," Lenore said, sighing when she noticed my eyes on them. She bound him with light and set him down in a corner of the auditorium. "You have drawn everyone's attention and distracted them from their work. You are not only embarrassing us, but being a bother as well. Reflect on your actions in silence." Her words and deeds were merciless, but proper for a knight on the battlefield. I was impressed. Rarely did women of other duchies have it in them to make such cold, calculated decisions. Still, what was that about a goddess descending? Their discussion reminded me of that unusual sight not too long ago. My focus on Roblo had pushed it from my mind, but Lord Ferdinand, Lady Rosemine, and Gervasio had vanished in the statue's light. It seemed that nobody had heard from them since. Where in the world did those three go? I was suddenly reminded of one of the Royal Academy's 20 mysteries. According to Hildebrand, a student who played pranks on altars and shrines had apparently vanished in a burst of light from the statues of the supreme gods and was never seen again. Thinking about it now, the story might have been founded in the process for obtaining the Grudershite. Upon learning it from the underground archive, Lady Rosemine had circled the shrines before disappearing, much like the character in the story. By the time she had returned, she had grown so much that she was unrecognizable. Atop the shrine, she had appeared to be an adult. My brother had said that Lady Rosemine was the divine avatar of a goddess, one who would return the Grudershite to Jurgenschmidt. In that case, it seemed reasonable to assume that Lord Ferdinand and Gervasio had also acquired the Holy Book. If they returned, would any of them bestow the Grudershite upon King Troraqual? Probably not. I thought about each of their relationships with the Zent, then the ordinances he had exchanged with Lord Ferdinand. I could not help but grimace. There was no one better suited to the role of the Zent than King Troraqual, who had won the Civil War and ruled the country for over a decade, despite the great pains it had caused him and the strong opposition of the Sovereign Temple. O supreme gods, if others are being granted the Grudershite, I ask that King Troraqual receive one as well. May his years of suffering be justly rewarded. I prayed atop the whirling stage, but neither it nor the statue shone. Oh, Gervasio, descent of a goddess. Oh, here we go. We might actually get some information here. Terza, do not resist, spoke Ewerman. Accept it all. Fill your vessel and allow not a single drop to spill. Become one with Messinor. Okay, this is when he was trying to get his Grudershite. Okay. Despite my attempts to explain that my name was Gervasio, not Terza, Ewerman continued to address me as he pleased. It seemed the gods understood only the name under which one was initially registered. Hearing it was somewhat unpleasant and reminded me of my time in the villa, but I did not care. My only concern was receiving the Book of Messinora, despite having moved to Lonzanov. Erwemen's voice filled me with bliss, as did the stream of knowledge raining down on me as light. I could not contain my satisfaction about having obtained the Grudershite. With it, I could finally become the Zent. I had been raised a branch royal in Jurgenschmidt only to be sent away to Londenov upon coming of age, and made to support the entire country alone as the sole owner of a staff. But now, I would overturn that cursed fate. My cheer was unmeasurable, but it lasted only a moment. Such a vast wealth of knowledge was hard to absorb. Matters that piqued my interest came continuously to mind, and pausing to focus on them cost me the information that followed. Casting aside all resistance was easier said than done. And Eramis chastised me with such each mistake. Out of nowhere, the light of wisdom had vanished. I could not tell how much time had passed, but I could sense that its disappearance was premature. I opened my eyes confused. Was that all? I asked. No, it was not. Eramis stared quizzically up at the sky. I wonder what is going on. As I suspected, the process was not complete. Eramis muttered that the gods were still connected. I cautiously looked up as well, unsure what was happening, and the light returned. What? I cried. So it had yet to finish. Accept the knowledge, do not resist. So he said, but the light soon vanished again. I could not even begin to fathom the reason. Eramis looked at the sky a second time, then muttered that the process had indeed concluded. Terza, confirm that you have obtained the Book of Messinora at once. Grucheshite. I appeared in my hands. I trembled with emotion as I opened the cover, then blanched with horror. The text was full of gaps, and the pages near the end were completely blank, indicating an unmistakable failure to absorb all the knowledge. Nice! Ha! The interruptionist must be to blame, Eramis said. This is my first time encountering such an occurrence. I can say only that your Book of Messinora is incomplete, which makes you insufficient as a Zent candidate. My breath caught in my throat, and my fingers dug into my Book of Messinora. This strange turn of events had never even crossed my mind. If the gods abandoned me now, my work would all have been for nothing. Is there a way to compensate for the wisdom I lost? I asked, eyeing Eramis carefully. As I recall, I was once told that Zents of the past supplemented their incomplete books with knowledge from a certain archive. If you can find it, you might be able to make up for your failings. He was likely referring to the archive beneath the Royal Academy's library. I recalled the door that had denied me entry, and a wave of bitterness washed over me. If not that archive, it was bound to be another somewhere in the royal palace that only the Zent could enter. I would not be able to move forward without becoming the Zent. That girl. I wonder whether her Book of Messinora is complete. She was that Archduke candidate who circled the shrines before me, failed to enter the underground archive, and then disappeared from the upstairs of the reading room. She was said to be capable of performing ceremonies with true divine instruments, and the Sovereign Temple had requested possession of her in exchange for their cooperation. Rosemine, that was the name Robla had given for her. He had doubtless visited this place before me. If word spread that she was the god's favorite to become the next Zent, no strings Robla could pull would change that outcome. How were there 3 Zent candidates, yet none of you have a complete Book of Messinora? Eramis complained. Good grief, this generation. Well, it's not his fault, to be completely honest. Judging by his remark, Rosemine's Book of Messinora was also flawed in some way. I should have been relieved, but my focus was drawn to the third apparent Zent candidate. Robla had mentioned nothing of the sort. Detlindig proclaimed to be one, but she was lacking mana, elements, and intelligence. There existed no world in which she had made it here. Eramis, might I ask about the other Zent candidates? They are Mine and Quinta. To my shock, neither name belonged to the Archduke candidate Robla had told me about. Perhaps Mine was Rosemine? The latter name did contain the former, and the fact that she had 2 in the first place told me she was no ordinary noble. There were bound to be secrets surrounding the circumstances of her birth. Quinta, however, I immediately recognized. It was one of the names used to number young seeds destined to become face stones. Only upon leaving the adulterous villa would one receive a proper name. I was born Terza and then called Gervasio by my mother when I was baptized and relocated to the side building. This other Zent candidate could only have been Ferdinand, he who had also escaped the villa. They each have only a portion of the same book, Eramis continued. I instructed them to fight to the death so that one could claim the remains of the other, but I cannot say when that might happen. Quinta's rudeness considered, I would rather Mine complete her book and become the Zent. The other 2 candidates were in a position more troublesome than my own. One might think that put me at an advantage, but I needed to be wary of one of them dying and the other completing their book. Hit me. It is not likely that Quinta has already died, allowing Mine to obtain a complete book. Leonzio had informed me that Detlinde's instant death poison had not actually turned Ferdinand into a face stone. She had instead sealed him in Aaron's box mana replenishment hall, where his mana was slowly being drained. Aaron Fester requested and received royal permission for Rosemine to charge to his rescue, but Robla had said nothing about his fate. I was told only that Aaron's box foundation was stolen and that the new Ob imprisoned the Londonavians in the duchy. Assuming that Mine was Rosemine and Quinta was Ferdinand, it was possible that she had gone not to save him, but to absorb the wisdom from his face stone. Still, Eramis said, perhaps Jurgen Smith's mana crisis is to blame for these Unprecedented obstructions. This is the first time since its founding that the country's foundation has been this close to drying out completely. That danger was the only reason he had yet to dispose of us. Ewerman continued. Problems have arisen wherever one looks. We have a lackluster pool of candidates, but they will have to do. The alternative is total annihilation. Terza, failed the foundation at once. I did not know how to reach it. The information was missing from my Book of Macedora and could not be searched for, a consequence of not having obtained all the knowledge, no doubt. If nothing else, I suspect Robot can tell me where the royals supply their mana. Despite the unexpected trouble, I now had a Book of Macedora and the understanding that the other Zent candidates' books were also complete. Moreover, Ewerman's command that I replenish the foundation could be considered a formal recognition of my status as a candidate. That was a good enough result. As you will, I said. I shall go to the foundation as quickly as I can. An exit then appeared, which deposited me atop the Royal Academy's altar. I gazed down and saw an intense battle being fought below. There were capes of colors other than the familiar black and silver. Other duchies must have noticed Robot's maneuvering. Robot was protecting the altar to shield me and cried out for me to reveal my Grucheshite. I spoke my chant, and the goddess-given book appeared. It looked entirely like the Bible. One could not tell at a glance that its pages were incomplete. Those below fervently extolled me as a true Zent. And with that, Jürgen Schmidt acknowledged my claim to the throne. I was relieved, but only for a moment. A young woman shouted Grucheshite elsewhere in the auditorium. It had not occurred to me that another Zent candidate might be here. That was mine, no doubt. Did she take Quenta's knowledge and come to meet Ewerman as one with the complete Book of Macedora? Did she come into conflict with Vrabla in the process? As I pondered, mine began praying to the gods and strengthening her allies. Such prayers had never come up during my education, nor had Vrabla informed me of them. I was learning for the first time that one's prayers could reach the gods in Jürgen Schmidt. I opened my Book of Macedora, wondering whether I, too, could grant such blessings. Its pages were covered with prayers to the gods. These must be them. I read the prayers out loud. My mana was drained and turned into a blessing that invigorated my comrades. It would appear the gods grant me their blessings as well. The convenience of my book and the might of the gods hit me all at once. I was moved, though I also understood what a grave threat mine posed. She was Ewerman's favorite to become the next Zent. She had obtained the book before I obtained mine, and clearly understood it better than I did, and worst of all, once she was adopted, she would no doubt gain access to the archive beneath the library. Even as a young woman yet to come of age, she seemed to be the dominant Zent candidate. I was focused on mine, wanting to see what else her book could do, when someone hit me with a surprise attack. Quenta had appeared atop the altar, having somehow managed to reach me. His appearance alone made it clear that we were blood-related relatives. He bore the distinct features of my older sister Saradina. So he lives. I was surprised to see him, and Ewerman had instructed my fellow Zent candidates to slay each other. That they were both alive, told me their books were still incomplete. Now then, which of them do I stand to gain more from? I considered which of my opponents to keep alive, while Quenta continued to target me. His strikes were rapid, but unworthy of note. They bore little force or mana. So much for attacks only Zent candidates with the Book of Macedora could perform. He made no attempt to even form his, so I could not learn from his example. Should I dispatch him now and take his face down before mine can? I moved to use the instant death poison against Quenta, but mine cried out before I could. A deluge of water swept through the auditorium below. Is that a Washin? Never have I seen one so fierce. As my eyes widened in surprise, the whirlpool spat mine up into the air. She fell toward us, so I grabbed and threw an offensive magic tool. Rose mine. Quenta hit me while I was distracted. Though I expected him to press the attack, he unmade that strange weapon of his, and instead shot bands of life from his stab at mine. It gave me more than enough time to drink a rejuvenation potion. I wanted to strike him while he was pointing up at the air, but a counter from mine's charms stalled me. The moment I raised my shield above my head, Quenta threw a magic tool with his free hand. I could not guard against both attacks. Mine was rescued as I covered my face. But why save her? And why are they both working against me? They should have been trying to kill one another, but instead they were cooperating. In terms of mana, neither one of my opponents posed a threat to me. I could easily eradicate them. The problem was that killing one would complete the other's Book of Macedora, which would put me in an even more troublesome situation. Mine is far more dangerous than Quenta. From what I could sense, her mana paled in comparison to my own. How curious, then, that she had not seemed to spend much through her prayers and magic. I was unsure how to control my mana when it was being drawn from my body on its own, and the blessings I granted my allies had drained me even more than expected. Anyone who prayed for their comrades surely did so at the cost of their own complete combat potential, but mine seemed entirely unfazed. Am I simply not used to praying? Or does she have an abundance of top-quality rejuvenation potions? Maybe both. On top of that, I could not have cast a Washin large enough to flood the auditorium. Her every action was beyond me, including what she was doing now. Grant me your shield of wind so that I might blow away those who seem mean to cause harm. Mine prayed and a dome formed around her with the same sharp noise as a blade being drawn. The divine instruments in the hands of the statues around us began to shine as if responding to her mana. Her actions were beyond prediction, and merely standing in her presence made me feel as though I was staring into a bottomless pit. Quinta is not someone you should protect, I said. In fact, as I understand it, you are duty-bound to kill him and complete your book. Was that not the order you received, mine? Cease your useless prattle and die, Quinta said calmly. He swung his sword and sent a ball of rainbow mana toward me. I recognized his attack. It was simple enough, charged mana launched with a swipe, and its power depended on one's capacity. As one raised in Jurgenschmidt, I considered it nothing new. Is that the best he can do? A simple charged attack? He's using low-grade attacks to wear down your charms, dude. Do you not get that? Quinta was relentless, but his slight mana capacity and simplistic attacks made for a placid assault. I readied my shield, then leaped back to follow the mana and swing my short sword. I would slice open the flow of my opponent's mana to create a safe spot. Avoiding the attacks of those with such little mana tended to be trivial. Before I could slice through the attack, however, the statues around us drained the mana from my sword. Quinta's orb shone brilliantly was also absorbed before it could reach me. The divine instruments in the statue's hands flashed, and pillars of light crossed through the air. I suddenly felt weightless, and like a strange force was pulling me somewhere. Then I was back in the Garden of Beginnings. I can conclude only that the gods had teleported us here. Ewerman looked even more displeased than before, so I immediately knelt, feeling some surprise about the nature of our situation. What in the world are you three candidates doing? Ewerman snapped. Jurgenschmidt must be replenished with most mana post-haste. He was exceptionally displeased at mine and Quinta for keeping me from reaching the foundation. I can only hope he smites them both for me. In contrast to my show of respect, Quinta made his book of Messinora and protested. Mine was outright ignoring Ewerman, too focused on trying to glimpse her companion's Bible. Oh, come on, let me read it for a little while. Don't be selfish. Did they not realize their predicament? They were standing before a former god, and now understood why Ewerman had called Quinta insolent. Ewerman refused to accept Quinta's explanation. He ordered the man to disappear, then raised a hand and unleashed a slew of attacks. His expression did not change, and his stance seemed relaxed, but each ball of divine mana was powerful enough to match the strongest attack I could muster. Quinta's shield and charms shattered one by one. Go forth, Terza, Ewerman instructed. Replenish this country's foundation. I stood up to answer his call. There could not be a better outcome than the gods taking my side and eliminating my enemies. But my opponents were tenacious. Even while weathering Ewerman's attacks, Quinta managed to shoot me in the thigh. I crumbled to the ground, having lost my charms in our battle atop the altar. Ewerman's support had put me too much at ease. I went to drink a rejuvenation potion. I told you not to interfere, Quinta. Ewerman was enraged. Quinta had angered the gods and would surely be eliminated. I, on the other hand, was being asked to replenish the foundation. I waited patiently for the healing to complete, assured of my safety. Mine jumped in front of Quinta to protect him from Ewerman's attacks. They would die together, I thought, but mine cast another spell I did not recognize. Finsunhang. She spread out a black cape that absorbed Ewerman's divine mana. I could not believe my eyes. Though she grimaced in pain, she shot her hands up into the air and a radiant beam formed above them. Light rained down from the sky in response, enveloping her in a cocoon that slowly ascended. Now what? I could not fathom what mine was doing, but Ewerman seemed to understand. He stared at her in disbelief and muttered, Messinora. Quinta simply watched in surprise, no longer having to endure an onslaught of attacks. Here we go. This is where Messinora showed up. The cocoon slowly took human form. Mine had returned. Her body flashed and she stayed floating in midair. The light surrounding her remained as if radiating from within her. She slowly opened her eyes, which were more golden than before, and an overwhelming force compelled me to kneel. This being was on another level from me. A single glance confirmed it. Rosemine. Quinta reached out to touch mine, but was immediately thrust back. Stand down, insolent one, she said. Her voice was the same, but her tone was stern and dignified. There was a haughty look in her eyes, and the aura she exuded was far heavier than before. Though the being before us took mine's form, she was something else entirely. This is Messinora we're talking to here. How rare of you to descend, Ewerman said. Pray tell, what became of mine? The being forced Quinta to his knees, then floated over to Ewerman. Rosemine is in my library, she said with a kind smile that could not have been further from the look of contempt she had given me and my fellow Zent candidate. She asked me to save Quinta and quell your wrath. So, mine summoned and manifested the goddess of wisdom. Is such a thing even possible? Messinora reached out to Ewerman. I shall grant you a portion of my heavenly power. Are you certain, he asked, wearing a troubled frown. Wait a moment, Quinta said. You took Rosemine's form, but did she consent to you giving her power to a wereman? He was right to be concerned. Outside of emergencies, humans only shared their mana with their parents or maternal siblings, or when dying another's mana in the case of marriage or engagement. A wereman's reaction made it clear that giving one's heavenly power was just as abnormal. The goddess of wisdom smiled and nodded. She gave me permission to use her body as I please. I wish to save you, Iwerman, so I am deeply relieved to have this opportunity. Come now. Her cheeks flushed with joy as she took one of his hands. She asked that he raise the other, then exhaled and took it as well. Heavenly power gathered in her palms before moving into him. We could only watch as a wereman was given new life. I cannot say how much time passed, but the two eventually separated. Though our current Zent candidates are not without their flaws, we should not reduce their number, Miss Sonora said. I hereby forbid the taking of any lives. Then she turned to Quinta and me. That goes for everyone. Does this decree apply only to Zent candidates, or does it include those who came with me to Jurgenschmidt, I asked. This was my chance to protect the Londanavians who followed me. It applies to all. The mana shortage is so extreme that we cannot waste any more lives. Wait, Quinta said. Those who violated the laws of men must be punished. Would you forbid that on the basis of the divine? Is it your decree that crimes must not be disciplined? Indeed, all life must be treasured. Those who violate my decree shall face divine punishment. Humans can die prematurely as a result of starvation, disease, and Thebes attacks. Would such incidents also warrant the god's wrath? I forbid only the deliberate taking of life. Deaths that result from one's environment do not count. Quinta gave a resigned nod, having deduced that the goddess of wisdom could not be swayed. Very well, I shall inform the royal and archducal families before we punish our prisoners. More importantly, however, is the matter of the new Zent. Only those who have spent their lives in Jurgenschmidt should be allowed to lead its nobles. The throne cannot go to the king of a foreign nation. Quinta argued that I was ignorant of the nuances of ruling Jurgenschmidt and overall unsuited to becoming its Zent. Iwerman was quick to discard that notion. My wish is for a new Zent to be born post-haste. I desire nothing else in particular. He who is motivated to rule may take the throne. Iwerman, I said, please decree that I am the new Zent, I explained. Lonzanov's situation to him and Messinora I explained the situation to them, stating that I wished to take the throne in part to reward those who had assisted me. Moreover, when it came to quickly dying a foundation, those of more mana were obviously superior. I was better suited to rule. Do you wish to take the throne in his place? Messinora asked Quinta. He thought for a moment, then said, No, I do not. I wish to give the current royal family a magic tool, Grujischite, minimizing the risk of any further discord, and revive the religious ceremonies of the past. In the long term, I shall ensure that more people obtain books of Messinora, returning us to the days when Zents were chosen from a pool of viable candidates. A respectable goal, Iwerman agreed. But it would take far too long. I do not care who takes the throne. Replenishing the foundation and keeping Jurgenschmidt alive are my main priorities. So if I replenish the foundation, you will give me free rein to act as I please, Quinta asked. Correct. Once the foundation is full, I shall again step back from the world of men. Quinta and I stared one another down. Not being able to kill would make it hard to eliminate my enemies and secure the foundation. The fighting would not stop until we had a fair way to decide who would take the throne, but nothing non-lethal came to mind. Oh, goddess of wisdom, I said, please lend us your guidance. How can we decide the next Zent fairly and without death? In the past, candidates compared the size of their books, looking to see who had the fewest gaps. But that would not be fair in this case. The goddess sat on Iwerman's shoulder and pondered. Whatever shall we do? From the god's perspective, what are the most desirable qualities of a Zent? Quinta asked. Popularity? Mana capacity? Mana capacity is essential, of course. I would also rather the candidates show mastery of using the book I granted them. Iwerman, what do you think? I do not care as long as Jurgenschmidt is replenished. I see, Quinta paused and thought. Over the course of this war, we have filled the country gates of wind, fire, and darkness. Could we compete to also fill the gates of earth, water, and light? We could demonstrate our talent for manipulating mana by searching our books for the relevant teleportation circles and then drawing them. The more mana one had, the faster one could supply it, meaning our capacities could also be compared. And most important of all, our race would go toward replenishing Jurgenschmidt, making it a fruitful endeavor for Iwerman. Both gods were in support of the idea. One must have the Book of Messinora to access the country gates, so indeed this is a suitable competition for Zent candidates, Iwerman declared. The gods may decide who goes to which gate. Quinta must have been especially confident in his talent to have proposed this competition, so my mana capacity was far greater than his. He asked several more questions and used the answers to formalize the rules. As someone who had spent almost his entire upbringing in the Indulgence Villa, I did not know the locations of any country gates except Aaron's box. Unable to participate in the discussion, I elected to do some research instead. Tarza, does your book allow you to access the country gates? Messinora asked. I checked. Indeed, my book contained several relevant teleportation circles. They were popped with holes, but it was nothing a little cross-referencing would not fix. Yes, goddess. Excellent. It seems that Messinora also wanted me to become the Zent. Mine was an element of uncertainty now that she had a goddess inhabiting her, but it was in a race to supply mana, I was at a clear advantage. Ewerman paused and thought. That reminds me, Messinora, the light of your wisdom abruptly stopped while Terza was receiving his book. Would you allow him to return here to obtain the rest? He was concerned that my Bible was still incomplete. Messinora's eyebrows raised ever so slightly in response. She gestured me over to her, so I approached and opened my book. A frown crossed her forehead as she touched it. He can obtain the wisdom he lost while unfocused, but not the parts that were stolen from him, she said. More importantly, Tarza, it would seem your book contains only fragments of the path to the Foundation. My entire body went rigid. The gods had discovered the secret I was trying to keep from them. It terrified me to think how a Wehrman would respond. He wanted someone who could replenish Jurgen's myth post-haste. This is so weird. it's Mind's body, I swear to God. I see, Ewerman said, his tone sharp. Tarza would not be able to reach the Foundation even upon becoming the new Zent. Quinta, what about mines and your books? Messinora asked. She had called the girl Rose mine before, though the significance of changing to mine was lost on me. He shook his head, not even bothering to make his book for the goddess. Mine is fragmented, so I expect hers is as well. In that case, I shall guide whoever wins to the Foundation, Ewerman decided. I exhaled relieved. There was hope for me yet. For this to remain a fair contest, the gods should refrain from helping or showing favoritism, Quinta said. It seems to me that you both prefer Gervasio. I would like to accept it, but only for the duration of our race. She said it was only natural for the gods to favor those they liked and who prayed to them regularly while refusing to grant their protection to those who annoyed them. I took that to mean the gods thought positively of me, or they simply disliked Quinta. Quinta had tried to attack a Wehrman mere moments ago, so Messinora was anything but fond of him. She had been lightly crushing him ever since her arrival. My work here is done, so I shall take my leave. Call out to mine if you want her to return. I would advise that Tarza do it. Quinta's voice might not reach her anymore. What have you done to her? Quinta exclaimed, his expression morphing into one of horror. Messinora cocked her head and stared down at him still on the Wehrman's shoulder. I played with her mind to make her body easier to control, never severing her connection to memories more important to her than her love of books. Shit! That's not good! She did ask a goddess for help. Something of this nature cannot come without sacrifice. Having a goddess descend and grant one's wish came at an even heavier cost than expected. Books were important, but I doubted they would ever outright weigh a person's memories of their loved ones. Mine must have forgotten almost everything about her life. Messinora concluded, the vision of someone she has forgotten is unlikely to reach her in my library. Is there a way to repair memories that have been severed? Quinta asked at length. I cared painfully little about this mess. It had nothing to do with me, but Quinta was intent on learning more from the goddess. She replied that channeling mana into mine would restore her memories related to that one person, but also indicated that mine's body would resist the mana of someone who was now a stranger to her. How would she react to someone who she cannot even remember forcing his mana into her? You believe in the importance of permission, do you not? Most of all, Quinta, would you rather she remembers you or has forgotten you? The goddess gave Quinta a venomous smile and then vanished. The light radiating from mine's body began to fade, and she gently descended from Ewerman's shoulder. Rose mine! Quinta rushed over and caught her body. He cried out her name again and again, but she did not react. Her memories of him really had been severed, an indication that she had cared about him more than books. Wow, that's saying something. I was fine with the girl staying unconscious forever, but Quinta embraced her, took her hands in his, and started channeling his mana into her. Again and again he called out to her. She must have been precious to him, for he was leaving himself wide open. Unlike when we had fought atop the shrine, I would never expect such compassion from my nephew. His naked desperation almost made me laugh. He was showing weakness to an enemy, a man he had tried to slaughter before Messinora's intervention. There were countless ways to eliminate one's foes without killing them, whether it be through imprisonment, blackmail, or luring them into a trap. One had to be a genuine fool to deliver themselves to their opponent moments before a contest for the throne. Ewerman, is she likely to return at all? I asked. If time is of the essence, we can leave her here and exclude her from the race. I expected to be met with agreement, but Ewerman's urgency had vanished since receiving Messinora's power. He gazed upon mine and Quinta and said, be patient for now. Messinora wanted all three of you to compete. The will of a goddess is best followed, so let us wait and see whether Quinta gets through to her. Disobeying the divine was out of the question, so I took out another of my rejuvenation potions and agreed to wait. For a reason unbeknownst to me, my mana had yet to fully recover. Maybe the battle atop the altar had drained me more than I thought. My wounds were slowing my regeneration, or the potions themselves were simply too weak. In any case, a mana-dependent contest lay ahead of us, so it made sense to focus on replenishing mine. I seemed to be running low. I checked my supply of potions and frowned. Circling the shrines had cost me several, not to mention pouring mana into Messanora's statue. I used a potion before obtaining my book, then another in the auditorium. I drank the one in my hand, leaving me with only one. You are Rosemine, correct? Give me a proper response. Mine regained consciousness just as my mana finished recovering. She engaged in some foolish back and forth with Quinta, once again acting like they were oblivious to the gravity of our situation. I only had so much patience, so I interjected and asked whether they were ready. That was when mine finally came to her senses. It's all coming back to me. We were in the beat of battle. The goddess's power lingered within her, causing her to glow a little, but her words and deeds were anything but divine. Watching her fumble was like witnessing Messanora's descent into madness. She was sullying my beautiful memories of the goddess, so I wished she would keep her mouth shut. We have no more time to waste, Ewerman announced. The race will now begin. The gods shall decide your destination for you. Light rained down on all three of us. Mine was golden, belonging to the goddess of light, meaning the divines had given me Glistenmire. Now go, Ewerman said. Forge your own teleportation circles and replenish the country gates. We all shouted Grujashite and made our books of Messanora. My research had given me enough information to draw the teleportation circle I needed. It was complex, but with a steady hand, copy and place. A sudden cry drew me from my thoughts. I instinctively looked at mine and saw that she had drawn a teleportation circle in mere moments. What was that? Ewerman asked, sharing my confusion. Mine did not respond. She had simply teleported to Klassenberg with a smug look on her face. I frantically searched my book of Messanora, but saw no record of the spell she had used. You will not find it, Quinta said. She created it from scratch. I gazed up from my book and saw my opponent draw his own teleportation circle much faster than I expected. The speed with which his hands moved made his experience all too clear. No wonder he had proposed this race despite his inferior mana capacity. My time as Lonzanov's king had accustomed me to moving mana around, but the country had no materials containing any. My only chances to brew were when repairing magic tools that already existed. I was inexperienced with drawing magic circles and expected the process would take me longer than the others. That said, his advantage is minor. It will not stop me from taking the lead. As I focused, trying to draw as quickly as I could, Quinta shot my hand. I dropped my book of Messanora and slumped over, creating an opportunity he used to shoot and destroy my teleportation circle. What? You coward! We were instructed not to kill one another, Quinta said plainly. There are no rules against mere obstruction. That wound will not prove fatal. This rejuvenation potion will close it for you. He sneered and threw a cat bottle in my direction. It clattered along the white stone and rolled over to me. Indeed, Ewerman mused, agreeing with my opponent for some unfathomable reason. There were no rules against you interfering with one another. It is poor manners, but this would not be the first time Quinta has been so tactless. Yeah. Having managed to delay me, Quinta held up his book next to his completed circle and said, Kirschlüssel, Klassenberg. To my surprise, he was going not to his own gate, but to mine's. She must have been part of the way through replenishing it. I was unsure what to think. Quinta had already obstructed me. Was he now going to interfere with mine? He had seemed so desperate to protect her a moment ago, but perhaps he had only been trying to fool me and earn her trust. If so, his heart was as black as the darkest night. I cannot allow the plans of such an evil man to come to fruition. Ewerman, I require assistance. Restorative blessings could only be used on others, and uncapping a potion with a wounded hand was no easy feat. Thus I called upon the only other person with me. Even if he could not heal me, he would at least be able to summon someone. Meanwhile, however, Ewerman merely cocked his head at me. What are you saying, Terza? It was just established that gods cannot interfere. Quinta gave you a potion. Use it. If you do not act quickly, the others may steal an even greater march on you. Can you not see my wound? You can hold it in one hand and use your mouth to turn it if you have to. And in any case, how can he expect me to use Quinta's rejuvenation potion? The man openly declared that he wished to obstruct me. Does Ewerman truly believe this concoction is genuine? I thought he wanted me to become the Zent over the other two. I was stunned that we saw the situation so differently. It reminded me of Quinta's remark that the ways of men and gods could not be compared. The gods' incomprehensible perspective and my uncertain future swirled unpleasantly in my heart. It is much too late to back out. Using my limp hand, I somehow managed to bring my last rejuvenation potion up to my lips and drink it. I could feel it working, but it was taking a suspiciously long time to heal my wound. That's what had Quinta shut me with. I anxiously waited for the pain to fade, then resumed drawing my circle. Kirschlüssel, Glistenmire. The teleportation circle took me to a room with rainbow walls. I had passed through country gates when leaving Jurgensmith for Lonzanov and when returning via Ahrensbach, but this was my first time properly entering one. Zents are required to open and close these gates as well as supply them with mana. My thoughts wandered to days gone by. Though I grew up in a branch royal, unlike my sisters, I was never permitted to attend the Royal Academy. I was the future king of Lanzanov, so I was encouraged not to learn about Juergenschmidt and to instead focus on the country I would go on to rule. I went along with it back then, but now I understood the true reason. Listening to Quinta and Ewerman speak in the Garden of Beginnings had opened my eyes to the fact that more had been kept from me than I realized. But now I can carry out my own research. I check my book to see what I should do next, then press it against the nearest wall. Mana passed through it and into the country gate. Quinta's obstruction had delayed my teleportation, but this race was far from over. Mine was probably facing her own problems, and Quinta was wasting his time trying to interrupt us. Impatience took over, and I pressed my book against the wall with greater force, hoping my mana would move faster. Huh? My hand suddenly twisted in the air, causing me to stumble forward. I could not comprehend this reason, but then I tried to channel more mana into the gate. My Book of Messinora had vanished. He destroyed the metal! That was when he destroyed the metal! Yes! Dude! Does this mean I finished supplying the gate? I decided to consult my Bible. If nothing else, that would tell me how to confirm the work here was done. Krutashite. Krutashite! No matter how many times I repeated the spell, my book did not appear. In fact, I could no longer even form my staff. Such an important tool that had been with me since just before my coming of age was gone. What is going on? I exclaimed. What is happening? My voice quavered. I was unaware of anything that could cause one's staff to disappear. Another inadequacy in my education, perhaps. And without my Book of Messinora, I could not investigate what was happening or how to resolve it. My mind went blank, and my throat burned as it became hard to breathe. I searched my belongings in the inside of the gate for anything that might help me, but there was nothing. Not a single means of escape. I could not even open the gate and pass through Glissenmeyer. Could this be another of Quinta's obstructions? This thought came to me as I once again looked around, feeling more and more like I was trapped in a cage. His sneer upon shooting me in the hand said it all. I could not prove it, but I was convinced this was all part of his scheme. I choked, so overcome with rage that my body trembled and my head started to burn. This was beyond cruel. I raised my hand, now without a staff, and slammed it against the nearest wall. In accordance with his promise to the goddess, Quinta had not taken my life. I was still alive, but alive or not, without a staff, I could not live as a Juergenschmidt noble or even return to being the king of Lanzanov. Yet, you are stuck. If I failed to become the Zent, what would happen to Brabla and the others who assisted me? How would those who came from Lanzanov be punished? The country's ivory buildings would collapse without a staff-wielding king to succeed me. The faces of wives, children, and grandchildren I had wanted to bring to Juergenschmidt flashed in my mind. Oh gods, is such a malicious obstruction permitted in a contest to decide the true Zent? I beseech you to punish Quinta, to save me. Save me. Evil of this nature must not be forgiven. But no matter how much I shouted, my staff never returned, and my prayers did not reach the gods. Ha 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 ha! Yes! Okay, by the time you see this, I will have fixed the issue. But yeah, had an issue recording part 6. I was recording, and my brother came in and asked me to go on Amazon and do something. I figured, okay, I'll edit this out later. He wanted to buy something to do with this car. So I was putting his information in, doing what I gotta do, and I didn't realize that it had stopped my recording and started 2 separate live streams because I have the button set up that way. I forgot. So after I did that, I went back to record, thinking that it was recording. I should have checked because then I would have avoided this whole situation. I got to this point, and I was going to check and see how much, I'd already recorded, and it wasn't recording, it was live streaming. So, yeah, by the time you see this, I will have downloaded that live stream and edited it into the editing process, so I will not lose it, essentially. Because it's a 33-minute clip, essentially. Well, technically less than that because I had some interruptions in it, but you get what I'm saying. By the time you see this, that will be fixed. Okay. And this is Ferdinand's point of view on what the freak he has been planning, essentially. For dealing with Gervasio, essentially. And I must say that cannot wait to see what happens when you get him out. Because he can't do shit now. Ferdinand, a battle that must be won. This is not someone I can fight and defeat head on. I was in the Royal Academy's auditorium doing battle with an opponent whose mana surely exceeded that of anyone in Juergenschmidt. including his own, I might add. Which is scary, to be completely honest, because Ferdinand, I think, has the most mana in Ehrenfest, and might, if besides Gervasio, he might have been the one of the most mana, possibly in all of Jürgenschmidt. Maybe. If I'm right, let me know. If wrong, whatever. The Archduchess of Sevilla took great care to maximize the capacities of those born there, and even then, Gervasio was said to have been head and shoulders above the rest. He was also the king of Lanzanov, and it seemed painfully unlikely that he had rested on his laurels. I expected the man to have been compressing his mana ever since taking the throne. So that's been a while. As the only member of his country with a staff, Gervasio was tasked with supplying Lanzanov alone. One needed only to consider how many archducal family members were required to sustain a single duchy to realize just how strong he must have been, carrying the weight of an entire nation on his shoulders, with the support of perhaps his predecessor at most. Yeah, that's a lot. That's like the Zent having to do this by himself. With the Gruderscheid, I might add. No, not without the Gruderscheid. He knew how to keep his mana expenditure to a minimum while still dealing truly devastating blows. As I am now, his mana capacity and technique are far greater than my own. I rained attacks on Gervasio simply to keep him from fighting back. Once he became accustomed to my various tools and retaliated, my defeat would come in a matter of moments. My opponent appeared to have no weapons of note besides his instant death poison, but even then I was barely able to keep up with him. I was struck with bitterness as he deftly and easily blocked my attacks. However, this is a war, not a duel. We had come here to stop Gervasio from becoming the Zent. It did not matter how many of us fell in the process, as long as we kept him from the throne. Victory was ours. In that regard, subjugating the Adolphus Sevilla with a surprise attack in the dead of night and seizing his resources had proved crucial. It was less of a blow than I would have liked, but it did raise our chances of success. Atop the altar, Gervasio continued to drink rejuvenation potions. I did not know how many he had with him, but I doubted there were many, or that he was concealing any offensive magic tools. He had come to the Royal Academy not to fight, but to visit the library and obtain the Book of Mestinora. There was also a chance he would not be able to use all the potions at his disposal, depending on their strengths. I shall gradually deplete his potions and mana. Does he have any other openings? Gervasio had just obtained his Book of Messinora, so he had yet to master using it. Furthermore, considering Lanzanov's focus on maintaining tools and structures that already existed, he would not have much experience using mana to create something new. That was the only area in which I could surpass him. If something happened to give him the upper hand there as well, he would turn the tables on me in mere moments. Or so I thought. In the events that followed, Messinora revealed that Gervasio's book was fragmented, a consequence of our earlier interference. Which is good! It was complete enough that he could patch up most of the gaps in the underground archive, but for now, I was at a comfortable advantage. Rosemine's absurd actions had worked in my favor. If winning through a direct battle is out of the question, I must work in the shadows, set traps, and prey on my opponent's weaknesses. I pretended to heed the Goddess of Wisdom's advice, and proposed that we race to fill the country gates of mana. The entire time, I manipulated the conversation and ensured the rules would suit my intentions. Now go, forge your own teleportation circles and replenish the country gates. Gruderscheid. At once, we 3 Zent candidates formed our books of Mestinora to make teleportation circles. Rosemine used the replication spell she had created to finish her circle in an instant, then teleported away. Perhaps I should have learned it after all. Yeah, that would have been a good idea. There had not been time for me to practice the spell, but seeing Rosemine use it once again made its convenience all too apparent. Yeah, now you want to learn it. Irwerman and Gervasio were stunned to have witnessed a brand new spell. The latter scoured his Book of Messinora in an attempt to find it, but he never would. It was Rosemine's invention and would not appear in the book until she or I died. I observed Gervasio while drawing my magic circle. His speed was of no particular note. Maintenance was the priority in Lanzanov, and its kings had few opportunities to brew, create magic tools, or draw magic circles. Destroying my opponent's circle would force him to draw it anew, but how much time would that buy me? Was he completely focused on the matter at hand, or was he watching me in turn? I could not miss even the slightest detail. If my next move fails, my entire plan will crumble to dust. I continued to eye Gervasio as I came close to finishing my circle, then carefully retrieved one of my magic tools. Hopefully he had not noticed the slight movement of my cape. Gervasio suddenly turned to look at me. He recoiled a little when our eyes met, but he was focused on my almost complete teleportation circle. His was not even halfway done. I could guess from the slight crease in his brow that he was bitter about not being able to match my speed. Maybe he was still shaken by Rosamund's new spell, or maybe he was stressed about being so far behind me. But Gervasio simply returned to completing his teleportation circle. He was not paying attention to me in the slightest. Now. Upon completing my teleportation circle, I shot Gervasio in the hand to further distract him, then shot his circle, causing it to dissipate. What? You coward! Gervasio barked. He had crumbled to the ground, but it was only a flesh wound. As per Mr. Nora's wishes, my attack was meant to slow him down, not claim his life. As much as he thought it was spineless, it was his own fault for letting his guard down. I threw a potion in his direction. We were instructed not to kill one another. There were no rules against mere obstruction. Indeed, Werman agreed. There were no rules against you interfering with one another, though it was very rude to do so. Gervasio's eyes widened in unwarranted disbelief. The gods would not interfere as long as Mr. Nora's decree was being followed. Their only concern was whether men upheld the agreements they made with the divine, which became blatantly obvious if one considered exactly when the gods had intervened throughout Jürgen Smith's long history. The gods do not think as men do. Gervasio needs to realize that. As long as I gave him a rejuvenation potion and made it clear I was not trying to dispatch him, not even the goddess of wisdom would complain. It was unlikely Gervasio would drink the potion for fear of poison, but I did not care. The gesture was meant only to reassure the gods. In the event that he did consume it, though, he would quickly discover its purpose, using the drinker's mana to completely heal their wounds and restore their stamina. So essentially, it would drain his mana to regain his stamina, essentially. So he would be without mana. For as long as he cannot use his hand, Gervasio will need to drink a potion of some kind. Drinking my rejuvenation potion would drain his mana. Drinking his own would deplete his stock even further. His next move was guaranteed to benefit me. Before my opponent could recover from his daze, I raised my Book of Messenger before my completed teleportation circle. Kirschschlussel, Klassenberg. Upon my arrival at the Earth Gate, Rosemine welcomed me with dubious eyes. Based on prior experience, I suspect you're here to sabotage the race that Mr. Nora and Werman set up. You can't hide anything from me. If she understood the situation as well as she claimed, we would not need to waste time with unnecessary explanations. But alas, her next words proved that she had completely missed the mark. She simply asked me to play fair, which was so foolish it made my head ache. Had she forgotten that not just her life, but the lives of everyone she knew depended on the outcome of this contest? I could not believe those words had come from a woman so emotionally fragile that a single battle had given her an incapacitating aversion to phase stones. Could this have resulted from Mestanora's interference? That's a possibility. Because we don't know what she did. We know that she ended up erasing her memory of Ferdinand from her body. So, Ferdinand had to dye her with his mana in order to get that memory back, obviously. But we don't know what else could have been, erased. As far as we know, only the memory of Ferdinand was erased. The goddess had claimed to have severed any memories that might interfere with Rosemine's love of reading. If that included negative memories, then perhaps Rosemine no longer remembered the more brutal aspects of this war? That's a possibility. But that could also be a good thing because then she wouldn't have the incapacitating fear of face stones. Or the nightmares that were waking her up from before when they were charging in to deal with Grossum. Or Gerlach, or whatever the heck his name is. It worried me what she might have forgotten, but those she cared about most were generally from the lower city. Rosemine seemed fine for now, so I elected not to say anything until the fighting was over. I did not have time to find out which people she still remembered, how many of her memories had vanished, and whether commoners without mana would even be able to restore them. That's a good question. What would they be able to do if she forgot, Benno and Lutz and her biological family, and, what would they be able to do? They wouldn't be able to do shit. Once you have finished supplying mana, return to the Royal Academy and summon your retainers. Listen to them well, then ensure you rest in the Ehrenfest dormitory. Is that understood? My instructions were meant to limit Rosemine's movement. She was somewhat naive and rarely read between the lines, so Gervasio could easily manipulate her. The last thing we needed was for her to develop unnecessary sympathy for the Lanzanavians and start behaving in unexpected ways. Is there anything for me to do other than mana replenishment? Rosemine asked. That she was even inquiring meant she was likely to follow my instructions. By sending Rosemine to the Ehrenfest dormitory, I would separate her from the bloodshed. I could not risk her following me to where I was going next. Her bleeding heart would obstruct my plans and guarantee their failure. Even with her goddess-dyed mana, Rosemine is still, Rosemine. She was so full of divinity that she was faintly shining, but her actions and expression could not have been more distinct from when she was hosting Messinora. I was relieved to see her acting as I remembered, but also irritated that the goddess's influence lingered. It was yet unclear how much damage the possession had done to Rosemine's memories, and it frustrated me that I could not investigate immediately. Still, I would exploit the situation as much as I could. I gave Rosemine a light push on the shoulder, causing her to stumble. If even that was enough to disrupt your balance, then you will need more practice. Rosemine was too unsteady on her feet to pass as the avatar of a goddess. Her retainers would need to teach her how to dedication whirl and move with grace. I formed Book of Messinora, planning what I was going to say. The rest is a race against time. Am I going to make it? Kerschlussel. Air stared. Once back at the Royal Academy, I sprinted in the direction of the auditorium. I sent several ordinances along the way. Dunkelfelder, this is Ferdinand. At the order of the Goddess of Wisdom, do not kill any of the prisoners. I cannot predict what manner of punishment will befall those who violate her will. Inform all those in charge of prisoners in the palace and the Adultus Villa. Prince Anastasius, this is Ferdinand. Please wait in the auditorium and prepare for more combat. Ehrenfest will provide any rejuvenation potions or such that you require. Eckert, this is Ferdinand. Make sure Prince Anastasius gets what he needs. Then have Rosemine's retainers gather in the auditorium. Dunkelfelder's knights now had control of the central building. There were no black capes anywhere, only blue. Robla had probably been defeated as well. I did not have any evidence, but the force of which Ob Dunkelfelder and Lady Magdalena had rushed into the auditorium gave me good reason to believe I was right. Lord Ferdinand, where in the world have you been? Justice exclaimed, briskly approaching me as I arrived outside the auditorium. Contact Professor Herscher and the knights in Ehrenfest's teleportation hall. Get them to open the dormitory at once. Tell the Ob to prepare a room in which Rosamund can rest when she returns, and the tea party room in preparation for a meeting with the royal family. Justice repeated my instructions back to me completely unfazed, then raised an eyebrow. Ehrenfest is busy with its own cleanup. Are you sure they will accept? Frame it as an opportunity for them to provide rear support during a decisive battle for the sovereignty. They will not refuse us then. The sun rose some time ago. Their attendants will already be at work, and an emergency message will easily reach the Archduke. Understood. Justice then took his leave, sending ordinances as he made his way to the teleportation corridor. I opened the door to the auditorium, gave Rosemine's guard knights their instructions, and then entrusted the prisoners being held in the Adultus Villa to Strahl. Ob Dunkelfelder would oversee the palace's captives and the safety of the Royal Academy. To keep Lady Magdalena from interfering, I tasked her with looking after King Trarlqual and Prince Hildebrand. As I gave the last of my orders, Prince Anastasius and his retinue of guard knights approached me. I started toward the door to meet with them, accepting rejuvenation potions and offensive magic tools from Eckert as I went. Rabla has been captured, the prince said. What more is there to be done? The capture of a small fry like Rabla does not mark the end of this war, I said. Gervasio must be imprisoned as well. Anastasius took in a sharp breath, having most likely remembered the man's Book of Messinora. He's still alive? I thought you would have finished him. The goddess has ordered that no more lives be taken. We must eliminate Gervasio without killing him, and to that end we must go to the Sovereign Temple. The Sovereign Temple? Anastasius repeated, bewildered. I saw no reason to elaborate, and instead started down the hallway connected to the dormitories. Heifetz followed, acting on an order from his Ob. I did not mind, as long as he did not get in my way. Prince Anastasius, I said, what is the status of the royal palace? Can we expect to pass through unmolested on our way to the Sovereign Temple? Why did you say it like that? We are under serious time constraints and must get there without delay. I guess unbothered, essentially, is what he meant to say. The palace isn't sealed, and its doors are open wide enough that Dunkelfelder's knights have been passing through with their prisoners. You'll need royal authority to access the temple, but, you could do that. He paused, and a look of realization crossed his face. Don't tell me that's why you asked me here. Is this any way to treat royalty? I sneered at him. The very idea that the royal family deserved my respect was laughable. It was not the only reason, I said. There is so much more that I need you to do. You're acting out of line. You were before, and you definitely are now. Where do you think we are? This is a battlefield. If we do not stop Gervasio soon, you will not even be a royal anymore. By the goddess's decree, he will need to spare you, but the things he will do will make you wish you were dead. Robot's defeat had lulled Anastasius into a false sense of security. He had not even thought about Gervasio becoming the next Zent. If we are too late, we will not win, I said. Gervasio is stronger than I am. What? That can't be right. You had him pinned down atop the altar. I merely kept him from retaliating by showering him with as many kinds of attacks as I could manage. He blocked them all with ease. This and his guard knights looked at me with hard eyes. If nothing else, they finally seemed to grasp the danger we were facing. The prince grabbed a face stone and had prepared to send an ordinance. Mother, this is Anastasius. I'm going to the Sovereign Temple. For lack of time, we must race through the palace on our high beasts. Please open the balcony nearest to the door. As he continued to send messages, the prince's brisk walk turned into a run. The rest of us kept his pace, and together we burst through the teleportation door to the palace. We can mount our high beasts when we reach the wider halls, Anastasius exclaimed, but until then we need to run. Up ahead, I saw several black capes working with Dunkelfelder's knights. Things here had calmed down somewhat since the rebellion was quelled. The scholars I glimpsed were likely at work rather than evacuating. Prince Anastasius, I said, Glissenmeyer, Hoschlitz, and Klassenberg are going to inquire about their country gates. Order the scholars to send you an ordnance when they do. Their country gates, he replied, slightly winded. Why? You could tell them God is descended upon Jürgenschmidt, but I would consider it a waste of time. Neither the scholars nor the concerned duchies would understand. We need only know when they try to contact you. There was no reason to explain precisely what was happening at the gates. I simply wanted as much information as I could get about Rosemine's and Gervasio's progress. I would doubt you if not for your disappearing act atop the altar, Anastasius said, but yes, I understood. Murgatroyd, stay in the palace and serve as our go-between with the scholars. Though the prince looked dissatisfied, he did as I advised, and instructed one of his knights to stay behind. Murgatroyd took his leave from us and sprinted in another direction, sending ordnances all the while. His contact with the scholars would keep me abreast of the gate situation, I hoped. From here, we used our high beasts. We followed the prince's guard knights as they led us down the palace's wider corridors. Ahead of us, a tenant stood near a balcony with its doors wide open. We shot through, then landed on the balcony of another building and rushed inside. The royal palace had originally been built by a Zend who wished to keep their family on the throne forever. They had designed it specifically in anticipation of an attack from the Royal Academy, so there were plenty of confusing twists and turns between the Academy's teleportation door and the Sovereign Temple. First-time visitors would be lucky to make it through it all. If not for Anastasius, I would most likely have run out of time before even reaching the temple. There's this Murgatroyd, said a newly arrived ordnance. Klassenberg has just sent word. They want to know why their country gate is shining. I calculated roughly how long it would take for word to travel from Klassenberg to the royal palace. Gervasio had probably recovered from his wound and redrawn his teleportation circle. I wanted to reach the Sovereign Temple before Glissenmeyer sent word, else I feared the Landanavian king would finish supplying his country gate. Prince Anastasius, I said, you must forbid the duchies not involved in this battle from entering the Royal Academy. Let it be known that anyone who arrives without permission will promptly be deemed an enemy and cut down. Ferdinand, that King Troroqual is under the influence of Trug. A single nudge from a bad actor could drop the royal family into an even more precarious situation. I will contact Mother. Giving the prince a moment to send his ordnance, I turned to those behind me. Heischitz, convey the same message to your Ob. Those who did not fight to save Jürgenschmidt have no business obstructing those of us who did. Understood. Anastasius' head guard led us downstairs, then indicated the teleportation door to the Sovereign Temple. The prince opened it while the rest of us dismounted our high beasts, and we passed through one by one. A veritable swarm of armored knights. A blue priest and two greys I assumed to be his attendants were guarding the door on the other side. They stared at us in shock before the blue priest cried, "What is the meaning of this?" "We have business with the sovereign high bishop," I said. "Where are his chambers?" "Business of what kind?" the blue priest asked. Despite Anastasius being with us, we were not told to expect anyone, and your arrival was far too militant for... I grabbed the man by his ropes and yanked him toward me. "I asked for the location of the high bishop's chambers. Our business is urgent, so answer now." "How dare you lay hands on a priest serving the gods?" The man's lips were evidently sealed, so I struck him with a punch and callously let him drop. Then I rounded on the two grey priests. They were not used to violence and pointed the way without even the slightest pause. "Thank you." "The high bishop's chambers are on the far end of that hallway." "Thank you. That's all you had to do." We sped in the indicated direction, and without moments, alarm bells started to ring. Ehrenfest's temple had a similar warning system. The Greys must have activated their magic tools to announce our invasion. I had let them be, assuming there would not be much they could do. But this was problematic. We could not risk Emmanuel running away or hiding somewhere. I should have broken their arms and legs, I mused. "Those were priests," Anastasius cried. "Were you not once a man of the temple?" The prince was surprisingly quick to preach for a man who had once looked down on temple ceremonies and studying ancient language. Or had this faith come about from his interaction with Rosemine? No matter the case, I spared him only a glance. I did not want his troublesome ethics to get in the way. "It matters not," I said. "Nobles or priests, anyone who stands in our way must be eliminated. The same went for royals. I did not have the time to start being considerate of those who obstructed me or to scour the temple." As we continued toward the high bishop's chambers, more priests rushed out of doors up ahead to stop us. "Halt, intruders," they exclaimed. "You shall go no further." In no time at all, the hallway was awash with blue and gray priests. Did they truly think they would be able to stop us? Their lack of exposure to violence had made them tragically naive. "Knock aside those who obstruct us and secure Emmanuel," I said. "Be quick, but do not kill anyone. I would rather we finish this before word arrives from Glissenmeyer." Yes, my lord, Eckert replied. He sprang into action before anyone else, transforming his staff into a sword and cutting a path around the priests who stood in our way. Move. Blood splattered against the walls, and the other priests who screamed when they saw the knight tearing through them. Many of them scattered without a second thought. Protect the High Bishop! High Bishop, the intruders! Several priests rushed to the High Bishop's chambers, crying to be let in. We closed in on them, kicking and swinging our weapons at anyone who tried to stop us. High Bishop! High Bishop, please open the door! Out of the way! Eckert started slicing through the door, showing no restraint from the Greys clinging to it. I stepped closer and knocked them aside. Eckert, do not damage the inside of the room. My knight twitched and swung his sword several more times. The attack seemed considerably lighter than before, but still made short work of the door, which clattered to the floor in pieces. We passed through the now empty doorway to find only blue and gray-robed priests. Emmanuel was nowhere to be seen. Most of them panicked when they saw us, but one blue priest stood calm and still. Where is Emmanuel? I asked. There, the man answered, indicating a locked door within the chambers. He explained that the room beyond it contained more objects usable only by the sovereign High Bishop. If that is where the medals are stored, I may need to open it by force. This door is enchanted, and sovereign high bishops have used it for generations. I would rather you not destroy it. No one here has the know-how to repair it, and it would cause no end of problems if the valuables inside the room are destroyed. I can simply draw Brother Emmanuel out, so please stay your hand a moment. Perhaps the priest was right, and the room really was magical. In such a case, destroying the door would make everything inside disappear. I cannot say what that would mean for the medals we were seeking. How do you intend to draw him out? Anastasius asked. If you remove all the other priests from these chambers, I can inform Brother Emmanuel that the intruders have been detained. This priest intrigued me. He did not falter even when speaking to a prince, and displayed a stronger will than I would expect from a temple attendant. Even more curiously than that, he did not seem loyal to Emmanuel. Curtis! Oh yeah, he's already suspicious of Emmanuel. Nice. And what is your name? I asked. Curtis. I am an attendant assigned to the High Bishop's chambers. I previously served Brother Relicion. Emmanuel must have eliminated Relicion and taken over as the High Bishop. Curtis was here only during the handover period and did not recognize Emmanuel as his new charge. See to it then. Anastasius' guards captured the other priests in the High Bishop's chambers, silenced them, then removed them from the room to prevent them from interfering. We moved out of sight of the locked door and waited as Curtis lured out our target. Brother Emmanuel, the intruders have been detained, he said. I would appreciate your input on how we should punish them. It is my duty to punish heretics, came an arrogant-sounding voice. The door opened, and out strode Emmanuel. He made it barely a few steps before I bound him with bands of light and took the key to the storeroom from his hand. Hartmut, I said, retrieve everything in this man's possession from his keys to his Bible. Do not be deceived by any fakes. I swear on my honor as the High Priest of Arenvest. That reminds me. After interrogating Blasius, justice reported that the Sovereign High Bishop cooperated with Vrabla in exchange for a rose mine being sent to the Sovereign Temple. Find out what he intended to do with her, and remember to use a magic circle. We do not want him dying on us. But of course. Leaving the Sovereign High Bishop to Hartmut, I turned to Curtis. Can anyone who holds the key access the storeroom? Is that where the medals are being stored, do you know? Yes, the medals are in here. Or in there. Blue priests are tasked with putting them in the storeroom after religious ceremonies, but those not registered to the temple cannot enter, and only the Sovereign High Bishop can use the key. I gazed down at the key. I needn't only register my mana to it, so I overwrote its previous owner and did just that. Then I opened the storeroom. That is not a problem, I said. Guide me. Curtis led me to where the medals were stored. A few sizable shelves stacked with various artifacts. Sitting atop them were large metal storage boxes just like the ones in Arenvest's temple. Finding them on my own would not have been easy. These boxes are for commoners, and those are for people with unknown affiliations, Curtis said. Brother Relicion once told me they were only to be moved at the royal family's request, but Brother Emmanuel took some out the other day. As you have a prince with you now, I would appreciate you returning them to their proper location. Curtis indicated 2 flat boxes separate from the boxes for commoners, each containing a white medal. I snatched up a nearby tool and checked to whom they belonged. One was unmistakably Gervasio's, while the other was Schiaffredo's. I'm guessing that was the predecessor. I see, the priest mused aloud. Nobles can use that magic tool to view information about the medals. I was not aware. Please put the medals in this if you intend to take them with you. Curtis held out a small box into which I placed both medals. I was about to hurry out of the storeroom when I spotted the High Bishop's Bible. So the Bible is kept here as well, I said. Curtis, where is the other key? The priest went pale. That Bible is passed down from one Sovereign High Bishop to the next, and he did not want me to take the book outside the storeroom as expected of a man in his role. I am aware. Once everything is over, I intend to return the Bible to the Sovereign High Bishop. Not that you need to believe me. Now tell me where to find the key. I do not have time to waste, so speak quickly unless you wish to experience true pain. I shall choose to believe you, Curtis replied at length. The key is here. The priest claimed to have put his faith in me, but he could not have seemed more reluctant as he handed me the key. I registered my mana to it, opened the Bible, and confirmed it was genuine. Then I exited the storeroom. Back in the High Bishop's chambers, I saw Hartman grinning as a bloodied Emmanuel screamed in agony. Oh! What are you doing? Anastasius and his guards were doing their best not to look. The prince rushed over the moment he spotted me. Ferdinand, stop him! He is doing far more than was necessary. I grimaced. This must have been the prince's first time witnessing an interrogation. We did not have leeway to start bothering Hartman, but alas. You will need a focused mind to perform your next task, so I suppose I must intervene. But in return for stopping Hartman, I must ask that you keep assisting me. Have I not done enough already? I said that only as a courtesy. You will not escape me in any case. Hartman, leave the rest for later, I said. Discuss the coronation of the next Zent, the new Zent, and the dedication whirling with Curtis. Lady Rosemine's whirling? Hartman asked. Indeed, the divine avatar of Mestanora is going to bestow the Grigishite upon a new Zent. You will need to communicate with the Sovereign Temple if you are to oversee such a crucial ceremony. How splendid! Praise be to the gods! Hartman stood up and prayed, kicking Emmanuel away in the process.
I would like to inform you.
Oh, that's funny.
Magical ringing.
Hello? Huh? Hello? Guess she didn't mean to call me. Curtis recoiled, so I gave him an encouraging nudge toward the over-eager fanatic. I also instructed Heifetz to give Emmanuel a rejuvenation potion. The High Bishop's groans were too distracting, and told Eckert to perform a wash and to clean away the blood. Content that our sensitive prince had nothing more to complain about, I removed Gervasio's medal from its box. Now then, Prince Anastasius, if you would. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, an ordinance from Murgator arrived while you were in that room. Glissenmeyer inquired about their country gate. In other words, Gervasio had already begun supplying his gate. He had plenty of mana, so who knew how quickly he would finish. I made a more deliberate attempt to give Anastasius the medal. Prince Anastasius, you must destroy this medal at once. What? You want me to do it? Of course, medals belonging to the sovereignty can be destroyed only by members of the royal family. That is why I brought you. Just as only Ehrenfest's archducal family could use Ehrenfest medals, only royals could use medals belonging to the sovereignty. Had that requirement not existed, I would have broken Gervasio's immediately upon finding it. Still, the spell and magic circle for destroying medals, Anastasius muttered, searching for an excuse. He could easily have requested my assistance, but he fell silent, not even attempting to take the medal from me. Infuriated, I drew the spell and magic circle on some fey paper, which I then thrust into the prince's hands with the white medal. Gods above, just fill the circle with mana and say the worst of the spell already. The goddess has ordered that no lives be taken, so we must act while Gervasio is in Glissenmeyer. Do not hesitate to eliminate those who would steal the throne from the royal family. Anastasius recoiled and accepted the paper and medal. He moved far enough away from his guards that they would not hear the spell, then took out his staff. Prince Anastasius, I said, please make sure I can see the medal. Hide your mouth and speak quietly when reciting the spell. He glared at me, then swung his staff. Wavering black flames appeared above the magic circle. Anastasius gazed into them, raised a hand to cover his mouth, and chanted the spell as instructed. Then he tossed the white medal onto the circle. I wonder, will it burn from the outside in? Or will it crack first and then burn? One curious fact omitted from the Royal Academy's curriculum was that medals burned differently when their owner was in the same duchy. I watched closely to see how Gervasio's would change. It cracked into several pieces, then turned to gray ash and disappeared. I win, Gervasio! Ha ha! Without even thinking, I balled my hands in a tight, victorious fist. I could feel the grin spreading across my face. No matter how vast his mana capacity was, Gervasio would not stand a chance against me now that he no longer had a staff and was trapped inside Glissenmeyer's country gate. Booyah! I win. Lord Ferdinand, can I assume we were quick enough? Eckert asked. I slowly looked around the room. Anastasius had completed the spell and now waited impatiently for my next words, as did those with him. I nodded at Eckert, then made my announcement. Gervasio's medal has been destroyed. He can no longer become the Zent. We are victorious. His plans would never come to pass. He would no longer demand that Ahrensbach's foundation be returned, that Rose might be sent to the Sovereign Temple, that his accomplices go unpunished, that Dinlandi and Leonzio be set free, or that I be sent to Lanzanov as a Faystone. This concludes our business with the Sovereign Temple, I said. Emmanuel must be detained as a criminal, but the other priests can be left to their own devices. Let us return to the auditorium and arrange a meeting with the royal family. My battle against Gervasio, my most dangerous foe, was over. But I would not secure the future I desired simply by standing around and enjoying my victory. Meeting with the royals, choosing the new Zent, having a Wehrman grant his approval, There was still much to be done, so I changed my focus from defeating my opposition to twisting the upcoming meeting in my favor. Okay, the afterword. Okay, a comfy life with my family. I don't know if I'm going to be able to read this, but if you guys want to... A goddess has descended into Lady Rose's mind. Oh god, here we go with this. End of volume nonsense. Or end of volume bonuses. Okay. Ah, dang it, I can't read it. God dang it, y'all might have to read it in my stead. I'm sorry. Freaking eyes. Oh my god, that's so fucking creepy. I can't even tell what is being said. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, that's it, everybody. This volume is now done. I don't know when this one's coming out, but as soon as you guys see this, obviously it's done. So, I will see you guys in the next one.